1 minute to the deadline. Thirty seconds. Fifteen seconds. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Deadline.
Tonight, the inaugural season of the Virtual Diplomacy League comes to a close. The stakes have never been higher, as after tonight, we'll know the top 7 players and who will qualify for the championship game. I'm Brian Pravel, and I'm joined by Brandon Fogel. Tonight, it's a big night, Brandon. I'm excited. How are you feeling?
I am ready for action, man. I am excited to see this league come together. It's been almost a full year now, and it's just gained momentum as the season has gone on. We've had more and more games each month, and the competition for that top board is tight. Just as you'll show, the not a whole lot separates that 7 through 14. So lots of diplomacy action awaits us tonight, and I can't wait.
Absolutely. So 37 games have been played in the Virtual Diplomacy League this season. At the beginning of the 2020 season, it was unclear as to whether or not we'd have diplomacy events at all. And the community came together, multiple clubs, invented a completely new way to play to try and identify this face-to-face feel, to capture that, and to play online together. And the hobby has taken to it. The level of competition has gotten better every single game. And tonight we find out who's going to be on that top board at the end.
And hey, before we get started, let's give a shout out to Zachary Moore, the founder, one of the co-founders of DBN and the founder of the Virtual Diplomacy League. This league would not exist but for Zachary Moore. And he had the idea for this back in the spring, and he put it together, and he has made this thing work. And we all thank you, Zach.
Absolutely. Zach, I have been very impressed by your willingness to experiment, to take risks, and to put out a product that has been a lot of fun and entertaining to both watch and to play. So with that, Brandon, let's look at the top 10 players who are playing in tonight's games as ranked by their Diplomacy Broadcast Network Invitational rankings. You want to run us through the list?
Yeah, sure. And maybe let's just take a second to talk about the Invitational itself, which is a tournament that we have created here at the Diplomacy Broadcast Network. This is going to take place in February over the course of 3 weekends, and a total of 28 players will be invited. A certain number of players have won automatic invitations by winning the biggest events that were played this year, both face-to-face and virtually. And then the remainder of, and that we're going to end up, I think, with about 13 or 14 automatic invites when all is said and done. The winner of VDL will get an automatic invite, and that will go to the winner of the top board, which will take place in January. And then there's only a couple other events left to win one. One of them is the Virtual World Diplomacy Championship run by Bill Hackenbracht, which is taking place next week. So on December 18th, 19th, and 20th. If you have not signed up, please go and sign up and make our job here at Diplomacy Broadcast Network of figuring out how to cover that monstrosity, that behemoth, a little more difficult. Please go ahead and do that. It's a nice problem to have. And then Chris Brand, who is one of the commentators tonight, he is running a tournament at the end of January that will have an automatic winner that will get invited to, that will have a winner who will get an automatic invite to this invitational. The rest of the field will be filled out by people who are placed highest on this ranking system that you, I, and Zach have created. And these, according to those rankings, are the top 10 participants of tonight's event. And John Anderson is a name that we have all gotten really familiar with in a different way. Prior to this year, I only knew of John Anderson as a former presidential candidate from the 80s. And I now have a new association, and that is a player who has more or less dominated the circuit this year. He's won a tournament, and he has also been placing near the top of the Virtual Diplomacy League. He's topped a bunch of boards, and I believe he's number 2 in the league coming into tonight. He is also number 2 in those DBNI rankings. And looking down the list here, there's a couple other names that all these names are familiar, but there is one that is a little bit more familiar than others for a very different reason from having played before, and that is Siobhan Nolan. Siobhan has been a regular commentator on these broadcasts and is foraying into virtual face-to-face for the first time. She has that lofty ranking of number 10 in the standings by virtue of having won the last major face-to-face event, which was Cascadia, which was run by Chris Brand. Took place in January before things changed. And Siobhan, knowing that she's going to be playing in the Invitational, realized that she needed to play some virtual face-to-face. And so she's been trying to play in one of these VDL games. And tonight she finally is making it onto a board. And so we and you in the comment section will get to turn the tables on Siobhan tonight and critique her play for a change.
Yeah, and the rest of the list have become very familiar to those of us who have been watching the games this season. Natty Schaefer, Ed Sullivan, Karthik Konath, Riaz Varani, Craig Merritt, Jason Massbaum, Jackson Roberts, all very talented players, all looking to make some moves tonight, particularly those towards the back half of the bubble. So the bubble is at 28. So if you're in position 27, Craig is just barely in. Jason Massbaum and Jackson Roberts are going to try and work their way up in the standings. And the way that you do that is by playing and winning events. The higher your place at events, the higher your score. The VDL will be the largest virtual face-to-face event, and so it will score a lot of points. So the competition to make it into the top 10 tonight, to the top 7 of the standings is very important to all of these players, both for the bragging rights of winning the inaugural VDL title and for those DBNI points, of which there are not very many opportunities left to earn. So with that, let's take a look at our top 10 standings in the VDL. These are separate from the DBNI rankings. These are the Virtual Diplomacy League standings themselves. Brandon, why don't you run us through the list?
Sure thing. So a name that's familiar to everyone this year, Tanya Gill, sits at the top. She actually has not played much virtual face-to-face in the second half of this year. She burnished her credentials in the early going and really sort of took the circuit by storm in the early part of the virtual period, I guess is what we can call this. And then she, some life stuff sort of came up. She hasn't been able to play as much lately. She's still paying a lot of attention to what's going on. I just think she was observing some of the games tonight, and is definitely planning on playing in the championship game and in the Invitational. And she is a force, sitting there. She's played 3 games in this league, only 3 games, topped all of them. And I believe has the highest in each one. She averaged something over 40 points. You were telling me this.
Yeah. So the average for our top 7. So first of all, our top 7 itself is our cut line. So at the end of tonight, whoever is in the top 7 places will play in the championship game for the opportunity to win the VDL. Everyone else is going to just take their standings as is. So the average points for our top 7 was 32.24 points per game. The average for Tanya Gill was 42.6 points per game. So she's only played 3 games, and in each one, her average per game was higher than the average of the rest of the top 7.
I mean, it's just impressive, right? We can probably we could go on talking about Tanya's games from earlier this year, but we will get to see her play again. I think so. A question here tonight, as far as Tanya is concerned, is whether someone can pass her for the regular season championship, which is not a small thing. In our league that we play, the Windy City Weasels, we give an award for the player who wins the regular season championship, which is someone who's demonstrated excellence over the course of a long period of time. And I believe Zach Moore is going to do that as well. So first place is meaningful at the end of the regular season here. Can John Anderson pass Tanya? Morgante Pell is also in prime position to do it. And the rest of that top 7, really the top 10, just needs one good score, one really big score, and they can probably pass her.
Yeah, the biggest score that we've had in this season was 71.9 points that came from David Miller. We'll get to him in a moment. But at 71.9 points, anyone on this list would be able to make a significant adjustment and take that first place.
Yeah, almost certainly take over first place. Another thing that jumps out at me here is that there is just a tiny gap between 7th and 8th. Just 3 points separates them, and then as we'll see on the next page, you within 10 points, you've got a whole bunch of other people. So very small differences in score can make a big difference as far as making the top 7 here.
Yeah, and Brandon, I think that's worth pointing out because at there's some nuances. At this point of the season, every single point is going to matter a lot. And just as a reminder for our viewers, the way that these scores are calculated is they will take the top 3 scores from all of their games, add those together, and then they'll take an average of all of the rest. So an average survival in Tribute is somewhere around 10 points. And so with 10 points just for a single survival and only 3 points separating 7th and 8th place, you're not just going to have to survive. You're going to need to beat that average survival score by increasing your either with another top or getting more centers and surviving to try and drive that average up. And then players who are playing and already have a higher average are running a risk because they could, with a bad game, lower their average. And at 3 points separating, I mean, if Hal had a bad game and lowered his average, it's very possible that just by playing, if Jim did not play, Hal could end up with a lower score.
Yeah, and 10 points is really the lower end of survival. Survival usually gets you at least 10 points.
Yeah.
If you the more you get, the higher you go. And the second place person usually scores around 20 points. Which is lower than most scoring systems, and that's been a bone of contention for people who aren't crazy about Tribute. A lot of them feel that second place should be worth more, and it's an interesting argument to have. But in Tribute, it's second place is worth significantly less than it is in most other systems, and that's by design to make topping the board be worth quite a bit more, and also to discourage people from getting in game-long alliances that they don't consider breaking. Which, from our perspective, makes the game a little bit less interesting for everybody else if they were to do that. And so the hope there is that Tribute, helps create more dynamic, more open games. But so, and we have been surprised at times by how people have played Tribute. It first showed up in the tournament Weaselmoot, where there were a lot more shared tops than we expected, and that we wondered if that had to do with the existence of a top board. And then after Moot, we sort of saw a change in how people were playing the scoring system in VDL. There were more split tops, not as many as there had been at Moot, but more than there had been in VDL before Moot. And so now we've got this dynamic tonight where we're going to have 5 games. 3 were completed earlier and 2 are going on right now. And these are the last games before qualification for the top board. And so there's a fascinating question here about how people approach this. Do they go for broke? Go for the big score that will guarantee a move up the board, or do they play it safer and try to find someone else and play this more like a draw size game where they get a more mediocre score, but hopefully one that's just enough to get them into the top 7. So it's safer with a lower chance of success, or with more risk of being passed, I should say, or go for it with a higher risk of getting a greater risk of moving up, but also a greater risk of flaming out. I don't know. I'm fascinated to find out, really.
Yeah, and just as a reminder, 100 points for a solo. So anyone who's maybe on the outside looking in, don't feel like they've got enough for their top 3 scores, all they need is one solo, and they've got really good chance of making it into the top 7. So
yeah. So
all right.
do you want to move? Sorry, go ahead.
Let's move on to 11 to 20.
All right. So down here, so the I'm sorry, can you go back really quick? Let's refresh ourselves what the cut line was at coming into tonight. 83.4 was the score to beat to get into the top 7, and that would only be assuming that no one else also beat that score. So I think coming in, you have to assume that the cut line is probably going to be closer to 100. that you need at least 100 points to make it. Okay, so let's go back now. But we've got lots of people within striking distance of that. Peter McNamara is a good player. I don't think he's playing tonight. But Chris Kelly, Karthik Kanath are definitely playing. David Miller definitely played tonight. I'm not sure about Ben Kelman or Ed Sullivan. But you just got a lot of players who are within striking distance. So
and I think that the one to look out for are those players that just have 1 or 2 games. Because remember, you take your top 3 scorers and then average the rest. So David Miller sitting with 1 game, he would be able to improve his score pretty significantly with just 1 more top. And really a good solid second place might be enough. It'll be close. But it's theoretically possible that a really good second place might still give enough points to make it up into that top 7.
Yeah, if you're getting the full 20 points because it's your second or third score, sure.
Yep. All right, and then moving on to positions 21 to 30. These players are going to have a more difficult time of it, but if you look at the average top within our top 28, has been worth about, not the average top, but the average score for the top 28 is around 23 points, 24 points. The average for top 7 has been around 32 points. So I think it's pretty safe to say a good solid top will probably get in the neighborhood of 30-ish points. And it's going to be real close. I don't know if that's going to be enough for positions 21 to 30. But if the top doesn't do too well and the league tries to keep them from scoring points, it's theoretically possible somebody in this rank could do it with an average top. Most likely, these players are going to need to take a little more of those risks and go for those big scores.
Yeah, and it's worth saying, an 11 or 12 center top in Tribute can be worth around 50 points, somewhere 45 to 55, depending on exactly how big. If you get up into the 14 or 15 centers, then you can score really big. Then you're looking at the upper 50s, lower 60s. David Miller, I think, was a 17 center top that got him up to 71.9. I haven't had too many of those, but, one of those could get one of these players onto the top board, certainly. So, and Tommy Anderson played today. Craig Mayer played today. I think Jason Massenbaum has played 2 games, so he's got 2 shots to improve those top scores.
All right. Well, Brandon, that's a lot of talking. How about we get into some action and see some games? What do you say?
Yeah, and then talk about it.
All right, let's do it.
But first, we have to bring a friend onto the show. Yep.
Yes. All right, let's welcome Chris Brand. Chris, welcome. Thank you for joining the stream.
Hi, thanks for having me again. It's always fun.
Chris, do you have any thoughts before we get started here?
No, I just want to emphasize what I think it was Brandon said earlier, that when you get towards the end of a league like this, the way players approach the game is always interesting. I wonder whether we'll be able to, how long it'll take before we can see sort of who's playing more conservatively and who's just going for broke and saying, this is it, either I win or I lose, whichever.
Chris, what's your inclination in that situation?
Oh gosh, I don't know. That's a good question. I haven't played. I've never played in a league like that, so I've not been in that situation with a lot. I mean, you get a similar sort of dynamic with a multi-round tournament. If you're in a five round tournament or something like that. I'm the person who always sneaks onto the top board in 7th place. So, I think I would be in the second camp. I would be in the let's just go for it and take some chances, and they'll either pay off or they won't. And if they do, then I get what I need.
Go big or go home.
Yeah, I think that tends to be my approach, but I'm not sure. I might be able to be proved wrong there.
All right, well, go big or go home opportunities for everyone on this board. We've got in Austria, Matt Lynch coming out of Dublin, Ireland. England, we have Ed Sullivan from Houston, Texas. France, JJ Raymond from Santa Monica, California. Germany, we have Liam Stokes from Victoria, Canada. Italy, we have Hal Schild from Alexandria, Virginia. Russia, we have Stephen Hogue from Lexington, Kentucky. In Turkey, we have Morgante Pell from Vermont. Brandon, what matchups are you looking forward to in this game?
You know, this is these are a lot of players that I don't have specific reads on. I have to say, Ed is the one I think that we all know the best, and he has a reputation of being a Care Bear. Somebody, I think the quote that he has given us himself is that he does not have the killer instinct of a champion. And he's sitting. He's not in position on the top board. He has a nice rank on the DBNI, so he might think that he's safe there, but he might also want to go for it tonight. So the question for me is whether Ed Sullivan lives up to maintains the board image that he has sort of carefully crafted this season.
Yeah, and I would say though the one caution for the players, I mean, here it's already been played, but is that he did take the knives out whenever it was time to compete for the top board at Carnage. So it's possible that if he's hungry enough, that Care Bear could turn into a Werebear or something like that. He could go for it. So, Chris, what are you looking forward to in this game? Anything stand out?
Well, I'm always keen to see how Liam does, because he's a Canadian. He's fairly local to me, just over the other side on the island there. So yeah, it's always interesting to see how he does. He's been playing some good games as well. So I'm looking forward to seeing how he does. There's a lot of good players in this board. Actually, it should be an interesting board.
I think the one player we need to keep our close eye on is Hal Schild. Hal is in, I believe, 7th place. I think he is the bubble player for the league right now. So he will have a lot on the line to defend that position. I am really eager to see how he plays this game. I just played the Weasel Royale, the Weasel Pile, which was our end-of-year event for the Windy City Weasels. I was in 7th place. I had Italy, and it was a really fun game, and I hope that Hal has as much fun as I did in that game.
Hey, real quick, I just pulled up the standings over here and caught a quick glance, and Stephen Hogue is in 10th place, Ben Kelman is in 12th, and Ed Sullivan is in 13th. George Linkert is in 16th. I'm sorry, George isn't on this one. And Morgante Pell's up in 3rd. But we have a bunch of players who are on the bubble here.
Yeah. Somebody is going to make a move this game, and I can't wait to find out who it is. So. All right. Let's move into our games. And Brandon, why don't you take the 1901? You'll take the odd years. And Chris, you can be the lead for the even. And Brandon, why don't you start us off?
All right. Well, we see. Let's talk about the East first. So Hal Schild takes Trieste. That's the first thing that jumps out. Given the fact that Rome went to Apulia, that is not necessarily anti-Austrian. We will see how that one develops. The next thing that stands out are the Turkish moves. Turkey does not bounce Russia in the Black Sea. Instead goes to Constantinople and sends Smyrna to Armenia for good measure. Whether Morgante in Turkey was expecting Stephen to not take black or not is a question that we will hope to answer here. And also whether, there's the opportunity here for a really strong RT. I think they call it the Sevastopol-Constantinople shuffle, where you could see Smyrna go to Sevastopol here, Sevastopol go to Constantinople, and Ankh get into Aegean. But of course, the Italians can sniff that out and bounce the Turks in the Aegean if they want to. Elsewhere in the West, it's relatively standard. Burgundy was successfully DMZ'd. English was successfully DMZ'd. Ed in England gave an extremely friendly to France opening here by sending Liverpool to Edinburgh, but got away with it because even though France went to Picardy, they did not go to the English Channel. So there's there's the makings of a possible Western triple here in the East, or in the West rather. And a possible juggernaut in the East, and a possible AI. So, 3 strong alliances in the early game, and we might have all 3 of them.
Chris, anything to add?
No, I think that's pretty much covered it. There's nothing else. I don't think Brandon missed anything there. Paris to Picardy is interesting.
Yeah.
I do think this Turkish opening really kind of stood out to me. We've seen that a few times, but it's usually when we've seen it in the league game so far, blacks remain vacant. So that's going to be what I'm keeping an eye on here. Brandon, 1901 fall.
All right, we got it. The juggernaut is on. This is this is the best way to run the Juggernaut if you can get away with it, in my opinion. I think ultimately advantages Russia a bit, but maybe not. It kind of depends on how things evolve. But they did it successfully. So Italy did not bounce Turkey in the Aegean. So either Hal did not sniff this out properly, or thought that, or wasn't even paying attention to it and thought that this was the best way to get the AI rolling. Either way, it's awesome. You know, you've got an exchange of 2 home centers between allies, and there's a lot of trust needed for that, but it works out for both of them, especially Russia. Russia had the biggest risk here, it's worth saying, because they were giving up Sevastopol, were moving to Romania without support, and weren't even guaranteed Constantinople. In the north, Germany does not give them Sweden, which is Liam is probably thinking that he made the right call there. There is, before we get to the big snafu, France supporting Germany into Belgium confirms the Western Triple. And this is, for my measure, as Germany, the best way to do the Western Triple. You should ask for Belgium if you are Germany and it's a Western Triple. If you don't, then you are just waiting to be the meat in the sandwich, in the Leviathan sandwich that is to come. Okay, but so apart from the nice shuffle in the south, it's the misorder in the north that is the tragedy here for Ed Sullivan. Ed Sullivan has done the aggressive Western Triple thing by moving Norwegian to Barents and attempts to convoy Edinburgh over to Norway, but does not order it properly. Can you show us what that order actually is, Brian?
Absolutely.
So he tried to, the fleet in north tried to convoy itself to Norway, and that is not.
Does not work. Chris.
Yeah, I mean, the key thing here is what Brandon said about the Italian moves. I think Hal's going to really regret not having bounced in Aegean, because this is obviously an AI anyway, and yeah, using that fleet against Turkey is a great thing, but it really needs to go to Aegean here, because then you mess them up, right? Because that trade of centers doesn't happen. Then Turkey starts to think, well, as I've taken a Russian center already, maybe the RT is not so attractive anymore, and you change the diplomatic dynamic. So yeah, I think that's unfortunate, because you're going to get bogged down into an AI versus RT, and that's not good for any of the 4 powers, really.
Well, and it's an AI versus RT with Western Triple on the opposite side of the board. That is about as bad for Austria and Italy as I can imagine.
Yeah, good for Turkey though. Yeah.
Winter of 1901, we see J.J. Raymond building an army in Paris, fleet in Marseille. Italy builds fleet in Naples. We've got Turkey building a fleet in Smyrna. That is a lot of fleet down south. We've got Steve building his army in St. Pete. And that's it. Ed Sullivan unable to build due to the misorder. Brendan, anything stand out to you here?
Yeah, France and Germany here had a real decision to make, and it's really France, because I think Germany's builds could be justified no matter what. But France had a huge decision to make here, which was whether to stick with the Western Triple plan or take advantage of England's miscue and decide to just take out England. And I think that's the decision that will define JJ's game, actually. And I'm not sure I would have made the same one, I have to be honest. You could have made a real strong argument for Fleet Brest here and just say to Germany, oops, Chris,
how do you feel about that choice?
Yeah, that's what stood out to me as well. I think, I mean, you could argue the Fleet Brest would be a pro-Western Triple build as well. You could certainly talk to England, say that to England at least, right? Yeah. But it keeps your options open, right? It gives you the option of going either way. And remembering that was a misorder, that means they didn't have a chance to discuss these builds before they actually happen. So the discussion happens now after the builds have been in place between France and Germany, saying, well, how do we deal with the English misorder? Do we change a plan? Do we stick with the Western Triple? And Germany's got their options open because they've got the fleet in Kiel. That could go either way. Yeah. But France, JJ's basically made the decision in advance by building the army rather than the fleet to say, I'm not going to give myself that chance. That's great for the diplomatic relations with England, but you need the tactical options as well, right? Strategic options.
So JJ's joined us in stream, and he says, we'll have to wait and see. So we will wait and see. Chris, why don't you talk to us? What happens in spring of 2002?
Well, the first thing that stands out is we've got the convoy over to Norway at last, so that's good. It's a little bit of lost momentum. Yeah, I mean, he takes Norway this turn. He's basically a year behind now, so it's happening, and everything else went right for Ed. The German and French moves are what he'd like to see, I think, right? Yeah, I don't know what France is doing with the armies. Paris to Burgundy.
Yeah,
that's if I'm Germany, I'm not happy to see that move for sure.
Yep.
But the German moves are very Western Tripoli. And what happened in the east? Ooh, the fleet, the Italian fleet got disbanded. That's interesting. He had the option of a retreat to Syria there and didn't take it. I mean, this is what you would expect to see from the 3 fleet in the RT down there. They're going to try and take Eastern Med, bring the Russian fleet out to get the 3rd fleet into play. Yeah, the Italian lack of a retreat there is interesting, because if you have that in Syria, it can still be used offensively. But taking it off the board, maybe that's a reaction to the Western Triple. You need to take it off the board so you can rebuild it back in Rome or something like that. And a bounce in Ukraine, that doesn't say a strong RT to me. You would have thought that Russian army would be doing something anti-Austrian, but it isn't. Oh, in fact, no, there's more than that, isn't there? Because there's Romania and into Bulgaria as well.
Yeah, but Bulgaria was moving, so you could argue that.
Yeah, that's true.
Romania supporting Sev to Ukraine, and well, or Galicia going to Budapest with Romania support, actually.
Yeah,
there,
yeah, that's what I would have thought you would see. So there's a bit of things aren't all good between Russia and Turkey by the looks of it. Just as they're not all good between France and Germany. So yeah, this is an interesting turn, setting up lots of fun coming forward, I think.
Fall of 2002. What do we see?
Wow, that's very aggressive from France. The convoy to Tunis, which doesn't go. That's fine. It stops the Italian from getting there. And we've got a Turkish fleet in the Ionian in Fall 2002, which is not what you want to see as Italy. The advantage is at least his fleet's back in Naples. So yeah, he's going to need that rebuild of that fleet in Rome now. The interesting question is, how are the diplomatic relations between Italy and Turkey? Because you want that. If that Turkish fleet in the Ionian is friendly to you, then that's probably a good thing for the moment, at least. But yes, we'll see. And we do have Russians moving into Budapest. But Austria keeps Bulgaria, so that's effectively there's a whole lot of centers trading hands there. Turkey's picking up Constantinople but losing Bulgaria. So Russia's that's just a switch around in the end, isn't it? No one ends up or down between the 3 of them in the south.
Chris, I think the technical term is dipsy doodle.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah. The French armies do what Germany would like them to do, I think. Maybe Picardy to Paris would be more friendly, but Picardy to Burgundy, Burgundy to Marseille is okay. And we get an English army into Sweden.
Oh, wow.
That makes up for 1901, basically, for Ed there. He's got 2 builds now. He's got a very strong position in the north there. Yeah, because he's got 3 units in play in the north there.
So Russia's not getting a build here, correct?
Correct.
Right.
Yeah, that's bad news for Steve.
Yeah, I think Stephen played it too safe here in the north. Obviously, he felt like he had to support St. Petersburg lest England pull a supported attack. But Finland to Norway, I mean, it wouldn't have worked here, but because there was support from Barents Sea. But yeah, this is really nice coordination on the part of the Western Triple. Honestly, the JJ and Liam threw at a lifeline here. And I think Hal should probably have learned a lesson here that should have gone to the Tyrrhenian Sea and retreated to the Ionian here probably. But Hal's position is not as terrible as you might think. It's going to be hard for France to get anything. This is the worry that I would have had if I were JJ about sending all these troops down there. It's just that it's going to be hard to guarantee anything. But if I were Turkey, I'd be pretty happy actually with how things have worked out here.
Yeah, I think if I'm Italy here, I would prefer to have the French army advance and the fleet stay back rather than the other way around, because an army in Tunis isn't going to hurt you.
Yeah. All right, in winter of 02, we've got Ed making up for his lack of builds in 1901. He builds an army and Eddie a fleet in London. We've got Liam building an army in Kiel. Hal rebuilds the fleet in Rome, possibly negotiated. Be interesting to keep an eye on that. And everyone else stays even. Chris, anything stand out with these builds to you?
Yeah, the English builds, the fleet is the south and the army is in the north. That's keeping your options open. But if you're either France or Germany, you're not happy to see that. You want to see the fleet build in Edinburgh. I mean, there needs to be a fleet because you've got to be able to convoy the army somewhere. But Edinburgh is the pro-Western Triple Alliance build, and London is the keep my options open and who knows what it's going to do build, right? Which, yeah, it's good to see from that point of view.
I'm pretty sure I'd rather be Germany here than France. I mean, time will tell, but yeah, if I were France, I would be checking my underwear at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, the German fleet Denmark makes a lot of difference. And, I mean, he's got an attack on Sweden, things like that, whereas France has got nothing. He can't really defend himself against England. The armies make it hard to conquer, but you're going to have a fleet in the mid-Atlantic in no time, and then it's just guesswork.
The one caveat to all of our little happy talk here is that it's Ed Sullivan in England. You know, so if you're going to take a chance that there's someone who's not going to stab you, it's a good one to take a chance on.
Yeah, could be a situation where Ed could take advantage of that reputation he's been cultivating all season as well. It'd be interesting to see. I mean, he is playing to make it in, or if he's playing to make it in, he's currently in 13th place. So he needs to make a move. He needs to beat Steve, who's ahead of him. He needs to beat Hal, who's ahead of him. He needs to beat Liam, who's ahead of him. So maybe knives come out. We'll see. Brandon, talk to us about spring of 1903.
Ed, love it. Goes to the English Channel. Interestingly, however, Germany, Liam in Germany pulls out the wild card here and goes to the North Sea. The move to the English Channel is awkward without a fleet in the North Sea. So I'm a little surprised actually that Ed left North uncovered here, unless this is part of a grand, like a grand alliance strategy. I wouldn't think so because Baltic to Sweden is supported by Russia. And gets in. So unless, Sweden was moving, so maybe this was, you know, Liam could argue that could argue to Ed that this was part of their alliance agreement. I don't know. That's one to keep an eye on, is exactly what's happening with England and Germany together here. And, you know, we could very well see Edinburgh convoyed on a multinational convoy, Denmark through North to the English Channel. Brest can now be covered. So well done, JJ, on at least anticipating possible funny business here. If JJ, and so this JJ is guaranteed to build here at this point. The question is whether the position that JJ has after that is all that great. Heading over to the east, so just finishing off in the north, Stephen Hogue loses St. Petersburg, but may have split up the EG. We will see about that. And manages to slip into Serbia. So it does look like the RT is still working strong here. Problem is that may not be able to hold on to Budapest at the same time. In fact, shouldn't be able to. But, you know, does Italy hold on to Trieste? There's lots of junky stuff going on in in the east, and it's going to take, I think, a couple turns to shake out.
Yeah, I wonder why Serbia moved to Trieste. That's an interesting move down there.
Maybe the argument would be that he was trying to make sure that Budapest didn't get into Trieste, something like that.
Yeah.
But it's hard.
It's hard to read that one.
Yeah, I think. Sorry, go ahead.
No, sorry, you finished what you were saying.
I was going to say it's hard to see Trieste being the mover into Budapest here. It kind of has to be Vienna, and Matt just has to say sorry.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I was going to say, I think JJ played this turn very well. The moving Tyrrhenian Sea to Tunis to pick up the dot and get the fleets out of Italy's hair to sort of make things more friendly with Italy is a good move. And my read of the North, I I find it very hard to see Ed inviting Liam into the North Sea. So my read on that is that I'm pretty confident that that's a German stab of England there. But yeah, you're right though that you can't say 100% from just the moves.
I love this turn. The ambiguity of the West right now is keeping me on the edge of my seat. Zach Moore asks if Germany's going to convoy Eddie somewhere. That would be a lot of fun if that happens. And then Steve Hogue cracking me up in the chat. He's like, Serbia thought Bud was going to Trieste.
Okay.
Because I told him it was.
Yeah, but here you see the real problem with this tactical strategy is that with Galicia getting into Warsaw here, you can't cover Budapest. So, trading 1 for 1, and getting your army sequestered on the other side of your home centers on the front it's not good.
Yeah, and there's Romania there as well, which is vulnerable too, potentially, right?
I would say good for us to watch, very entertaining. I don't know that it's the best position tactically for.
If you look at where all those units are in Austria and the Balkans, tactically that's just horrible. There's so many options for everyone involved that it's very difficult to see how you sort of guarantee getting a good result out of that for anyone really. So.
All right. I stand corrected. Trieste was the mover here. And it looks like the RT went for some guarantees of Bulgaria here at the risk of some other dots. And it's hard to see if there are winners and losers here. Austria is going to end up on 3 with 3 dots. Russia's not going to gain one, but Turkey is.
Turkey's picked up Romania from Russia, which is.
So after all of this back and forth, this dipsy doodle, it's Turkey that comes out ahead with a strong Western triple on the flank. So, Turkey, the long-term prospects for Turkey at this moment are good. Let's look at what happens in the West, because it is perhaps more dipsy doodle. Okay. First of all, English channel, and Ed gets into Brest. So that's the first thing to see. The next thing is that Burgundy goes to Belgium, which is, maybe not too surprising. You could have anticipated that. And Germany, Liam in North, thinks that he's going to be able to bounce this attack on Belgium with a convoy from Edinburgh that is unordered. So Germany loses Belgium here, and England and France will both end up building here. This could very easily have been negotiated between JJ and Ed. If it was, hats off to you guys, because that is an exceptional deception of Germany here, right? This is, the funny thing right about this is that Germany doesn't really have a lot of incentive to convoy that army into Belgium unless he thinks it's going to be bounced, right? But even if you think it's going to be bounced, just send the fleet there and take care of it yourself. Just a fascinating turn here. Would love to know if that was negotiated between Ed and JJ.
Would you order if you were Ed, would you order the army to Belgium or not?
It all depends on the diplomatic situation. If I have a deal with JJ going here, where JJ is willing to let me have Brest on the condition that I let him have Belgium, hell yeah. Because now you've taken away the port, and you have gotten French armies in position to attack Germany, and you're going to get a build out of it. You're losing Sweden, but you're gaining St. Petersburg and Brest here. Yeah, I like it if I'm Ed. What about you? Do you?
Yeah, no, I agree. I think I would have ordered it if I was Ed. Even in this situation, I think I would have wanted to order it, because it's problematic if you're not getting a build. But because you're putting it into a dot, if it goes, then you're getting a build. And if it doesn't go, well, you're still back home to defend against that potentially enemy German fleet, right? So I think there's I'm surprised not to see it ordered. But it might have been a last-minute offer and one of those things where you didn't have time to put the order in or something like that.
Right.
Who knows?
Backstabber malfunction.
Yeah.
All right. Well, in winter of 1903, off of the build from St. Pete, Ed builds Fleet London. We've got JJ building an army in Paris. We've got Steve disbanding the fleet in Bulgaria. It was fun while it lasted. Morgante builds an army in Smyrna. And that's all of our adjustments. Brandon, anything stand out with these adjustments?
Let's see. The army in Smyrna is interesting. Could have made an argument for a fleet here, but also a good argument for an army here. The problem with the army for Russia is that it can really only be used against Russia, whereas the fleet, can't really be used against Russia. Although fleet Inc. would have been, even worse. But
it's convoyable from there.
Yeah, you could convoy
into Greece.
Fair.
Yeah.
Fair. Yeah, but the fleet could have gone to Apulia and chains.
Yeah. I don't hate it. Turkey needs armies, in my opinion.
And Russia needs Turkey. So there's no. If I'm Morgante here, I keep Russia as my junior partner. And if Russia's willing to let me walk through dots to get Austria and Italian dots, and I keep that Russian army forward, that's a great deal for Turkey.
And the strategic advantage of building the army is that it keeps the Italian confidence to keep his fleets in the west rather than having to turn around and come east. So I think it's valuable from that point of view, if nothing else.
I think you're right. Yeah, you guys convinced me it's the right call.
All right, Chris, take us through spring of 04.
Okay, well, that Fleet London comes down to the Channel, which I guess is not particularly surprising. And then we've got a bounce in the mid-Atlantic. So this is pretty much a full-on assault on France from England. Germany, well, he walks into Belgium. You could read the German moves either way, really. It's not a full-on assault onto the three armies. Do nothing. Prussia, Silesia, and Munich don't move at all. My gut read of Belgium is that was arranged because it wasn't. Belgium could have been supported. It moved to Picardy, so it looks like this is possibly that was intended to be a bounce, and this is the sorry. Yes, I took the dot. It wasn't intentional, so we'll fix it this year. That's what that looks like to me. I'm trying to read what happened in Scandinavia. Sweden went to Finland with support from Norway, right?
Yep.
So England and Germany are cooperating here, even though the convoy didn't happen last term.
Yeah, so I think that's confirmation that either it was a misorder or Ed changed his mind. And given that it's Ed, I think it's most likely that he intended to order it and just messed up.
Yeah, Russia's in trouble here because that army. They've got a fleet down in Livonia, which is not really any use. It's just a question of how long it takes to get that English army up into St. Petersburg before Moscow falls, basically. But the Germans didn't attack Warsaw, which they could have done. They could have taken Warsaw this turn, right? So that's interesting. I'm not sure what's going on there. You attack Finland, but you don't attack Warsaw. Why do you do that? Come on, Liam. And the fun stuff. I was right about the convoy of Smyrna. Look, Smyrna goes into Greece with support. That's a decent move. Greece moved out anyway up to Albania. Yeah, not sure about that.
Well, I mean, they could have popped it if Serbia had gone to Albania here. But Conde Bulgaria is the interesting one here. Is Morgante?
It's hard to read it because it's only spring, right? It could be just passing through, but it could also stay there. Who knows? You've got potentially a very big stab from Turkey here. I mean, he could stay in Bulgaria. Romania could take Serbia, pick up basically all the Balkans this turn.
Well, if I were Morgante, I think the argument, what I would do here is I would go to Stephen and I would say, let's do this. Let me blow up Serbia from Bulgaria. You'll lose a dot, but you will have a rebuild because you'll have PIF 2 units. You'll be able to rebuild Army Moscow, and then I'll get you a dot when I can.
Oh, but he's got the rebuild anyway because of the Army Finland disappearing.
Right, but he has to hold on to all of his dots.
Right. Yeah.
Right. So anyway.
So there's a lot that I feel like is not accurate about the old postal hobby articles from like the 60s, 70s, and early 80s, just because the meta has changed. But one that I do like and believe in very strongly is the witches theory that England and Turkey tend to have success when the other other power on the opposite side of the board is also having success. And I think Jonathan's kind of touching on that with his comment here, that they do, in fact, we see that in this game. This is good evidence of that. So. All right, moving on to Fall of 04. Chris, what do we see?
We've got the army into St. Petersburg, which had to happen pretty much. A little bit of shuffling around to do it.
But look at Warsaw, Prussia.
Oh, it's a convoyed via Barents in order to actually swap Norway and St. Petersburg, right?
Oh yeah. Thanks.
Nice. I was wondering how that was going to happen. That's the way to do it, for sure. Now we see the attack on Warsaw, but Livonia didn't move this time. Livonia supported, so that's a bounce. That's unfortunate. I bet Liam's wishing he'd taken it in the spring this time, at this point. And what happened in the Balkans in the end? That's a convoy of Bulgaria across both fleets into Apulia, right?
Yep.
That's fun. I like that. So Russia keeps the two that they've got, and Austria loses Greece to Turkey. So that's a good result for the RT at this point, I think. But we are going to see a rebuild of the Russian army in Moscow, which he desperately needs now. So that's worked out very well for that RT alliance. And as you say, it's a nice position for Morgante to have Stephen as the sort of junior partner at this point.
Morgante, this is developing so nicely for Morgante.
Yeah,
really.
Yeah, definitely. France loses Marseille mostly because Germany cut Bergen. Germany's having had that friendly taking of Belgium in the spring. Then he forces himself into Burgundy in the fall. So this is, I think this is probably a reasonable time to do that. Actually, given that, I mean, you don't want, if France is dying anyway, and particularly if you know that Italy is attacking Marseille, which seems likely because they're in Lyon, they seem quite likely to attack Marseille anyway. You don't want all the dots going to England and Italy. So you go in, you get Paris at least. It's probably the right time to do this, I think.
I like it too, because you got to look at Turkey growing in the corner, and you need some help against Turkey, and Italy could provide that for you.
Yeah, I think it's probably time to cut France out of the Western Triple from Germany's point of view, at least.
Well, it's an interesting point in the game right now. We've got Halshild in 7th place in the league. It does not look like he's going to be topping this board. Steve Hogue is in 10th, and also similar, does not look like a top for him. Liam in 9th and Ed Sullivan in 13th are working together, both making moves. And Morgante is in 3rd, very safe for his top 7, most likely. But I mean, if he's really hungry from this position, he could end up with a really, really big score and take that lead for the top score at the end of the league. So a lot at stake from a league standing standpoint playing out in this game.
Yeah, it's a good thing for Hal that he got Marseille, because he desperately needs that dot at this point.
All right, so we'll do our before we do our builds, let's play Who Do You Like? Chris, we'll start with you. If you had to pick anyone to top this board right now, who are you picking?
It's either Morgante or Ed, I think, at this point. I think I prefer Morgante's position over Ed's. I think I would pick Morgante because he's got good access to the Balkans and Italy and Austria at this point. There's plenty of room for growth there. Whereas Ed, I think, is going to have a little bit more trouble taking the French dots and also the Russian dots. And yes, he can pick up the German dots later, but I just feel like Morgante's got an easier run of it at this point.
Brandon?
Morgante is definitely my top choice here for topping this board, but I'd actually put Liam a bit ahead of Ed, just looking at where things stand right now. Ed, I think, is about to get bogged down, especially if JJ decides to go revenge against him here, and it kind of feels like that's what's going to happen. So yeah, I would put Morgante first and Liam. Liam. See, the thing about Liam's position is that Austria's not a problem, Russia's not a problem, and so he will have a stab opportunity against England. The question is whether it's sooner or later he'll outguess Russia and get one of those dots, unless Turkey ends up getting the units up there to help out. But yeah, I actually like Liam second, but still Morgante. Morgante's got explosive growth and little to stop him, really.
All right, winter of 1904, we've got two French disbands armies, so that definitely shows us who JJ is upset at. We've got a army build in Munich from Germany, army build from Hal in Italy, fleet in Cannes by Morgante, and army in Moscow by Steve. Anything stand out to you, Chris?
Army Rome is interesting. Why Rome rather than Naples? I can see the army. I suppose that way you're covering Venice and Naples. Yeah, okay. Yeah, that's reasonable. I think we've got the Turkish fleet now. Seems right to me. I think the Russian build is obvious, and yeah, you're right about the French disbands. Say I'm more annoyed with Ed than I am with anyone else at this point, basically. So I'm keeping the fleets.
Oh, actually, I thought that was sort of friendly to Ed because he could have popped Brest.
Yeah, but I mean, you could easily have pulled off Tunis, because Tunis isn't.
Yeah, that is true. Yeah, so Tunis, you think, is headed to West or North Africa here?
That's what I would read that as. Yeah.
I wonder if JJ is thinking he'll hole up in Portugal, Spain, and try to survive this as the Iberian Kingdom.
All right, spring of 1905. Brandon, what do we see?
All right, so my eye is drawn to a number of things here. It really is a bit of a whirlpool. So let's break this down piece by piece. The RT does, I think, the optimal things here, and it gets the fleet into the Adriatic, but it's all very Turkish friendly. Might have attacked Budapest here with support. Needing the support into Albania wasn't really needed. France is really interesting here. France has decided to play vassal, and must have decided to convince Ed that the way he's playing is just going to let Morgante get big. Whether Ed has agreed with that or not, I don't know, because Brest to Gascony is it's an aggressive anti-French move here. And there'll be some guesses there to try to get for JJ to hold on to the Iberia if that's what he wants to do. Let's see. Liam gets into Warsaw here, which was going to be inevitable this year. And I actually kind of like this because now Livonia actually has some purchase on Berlin. It's not going to matter because Liam did the right thing defensively and moved Holland to Kiel so he can cover it. But there's just lots of stuff moving around here. So the alliances should be becoming clear here. And I'll take a stab at it here. The Western Triple is sort of back on, with Germany extending a finger into Picardy here. The AI continues to lose ground. And it looks all to Turkey's benefit to me.
And Burgundy is the one that stands out to me. I'm not sure whether I like Burgundy supporting Gascony into Marseille.
Because it goes against the pro-Italian logic.
Yeah, I think it looks to me like Italy would still be a useful ally for Germany at this point, and that's probably throwing that away. I mean, he's guaranteed to pick up Paris, but he was pretty much guaranteed that anyway. So, yeah, I don't know.
Moving on to fall of 05.
Oh, this is me still. So great turn for Turkey. You can just see it right off the bat. Turkey has moved 2 armies forward towards the line, picked up 2 builds, got 2 more fleets further out. So there are now 3 fleets either in or touching Ionian. The army in Apulia was sacrificed here, but that's not such a terrible thing because the Italian dots were going to be hard to pick up here anyway. So it's really Turkey's going to win this board by picking up Vienna, Bulgaria, Serbia, and then stopping Germany at the line. So that's what stands out to me first of all. So let's see. The English don't attack the French centers, but instead move fleets forward, which, Ed is, I think, burnishing credentials here. Ed is saying, I am an alliance player. Here it is, painted on my forehead, printed on my t-shirt. It's even on my socks. Look. Whereas Liam is taking Paris and Warsaw here and making a move. This is a power move, in my opinion, for Liam. The only way it works, though, is through the English dots. So the question for me now is, does Liam turn on England? That is the only way that Liam is going to top this board.
And to me, it feels like Ed is pulling back too. Like the repositioning of his units, that will definitely make it more difficult for Liam to make that move. And then I will also say I am not so sure that this is alliance play. This could just be smart. I'm moving to get position now while I've got someone else pushing forward. I can get those dots at a later time towards the back half of the game. So, I mean, he's looking at Turkey exploding. Hey, let's get some position. Let me get something to slow that down, and then I can go get those Iberian dots at the end of the game. I think maybe it's alliance play, but I would argue it's just smart play.
Yeah, I would say there's no point in picking out those Iberia dots now. If the French fleets are further into the Med, he can't really defend Iberia in the future, right? Particularly with the only home centre being Marseille.
Yeah. The risk, of course, being if Liam does turn on Ed, then maybe he'll wish he had those dots. So we'll see. Moving on to winter of 05, we've got two builds from Liam, Army in Kiel and Munich. We've got a dual disband from Hal in Lyon and Piedmont. Morgante building three builds, Army in Caen, Army in Ankara, Fleet in Smyrna. And poor Matt, this has not been his game. He's done well to hang on at this point, but down to one, has to disband in Galicia. Brandon, what stands out to you with these adjustments?
So the thing that I see, first of all, is that Liam did not build a fleet, and maybe Liam felt like couldn't because that would telegraph too much that he was coming for English dots, and that's potential problem with England or with Germany being an alliance with England, with a solid England. So that's one of the things that stands out to me. And Morgante, I think these are the right builds. Having Serbia taken off the map here, this is Morgante's game to lose, in my opinion.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, spring of 06, Chris.
I'd like to point out that keeping the Russian fleet is the right thing to do. The northern fleet, once you remove it, you can never get it back. So keeping that is very, very friendly to Turkey as well. So. Okay. Unfortunately, the Russian fleet disappears at this point. Good job for keeping it, but unfortunately, didn't keep it a little bit longer. That's solid play by Germany and England there to actually kill that fleet, recognizing the threat that it poses. Because once it's gone, the two of them have basically got the north safe, right? What else have we got? German armies coming across the line in the center, Bohemia, the two armies in France moving back, Marseille to Piedmont and Spain to Tuscany. That's JJ going all in on this. Okay, I'm working with you guys. I'm gonna, yeah. But does he have a lot of choice at this point? Probably not. So, yeah, you do what you have to. But I mean, a very nice position for Ed again. He's got fleets coming down. He's going to be encircling those three remaining French dots forever, basically. Can pick them up whenever he needs to. You can't read much into Turkey's moves, really. He's just, I mean, yes, he's trying to push ahead along the line, and the three new units are moving up into position. And Hal is in the unfortunate position of being sandwiched between these French units that are trying to become Italian units and the Turkish units that are trying to conquer Italy, basically.
Yeah, this is the position for Italy, why for the longest time it had a reputation for just not being a fun position, fun power to play. As when you get locked between France and a juggernaut, it's just a gross, gross game. And if you can't find a way to flip that diplomatically somehow, you get this feeling of helplessness sometimes. Like, you have to be there, you have to do your part, you have to hold the line, and then you just watch as everybody else gets their dots, and you're just sitting there twiddling your thumbs. It can be frustrating. So I really feel for Hal. Italy's one of my favorite powers to play. I think it's a very dynamic and fun position or power, but anytime you get this situation, it's just bad.
And then you're just waiting for that time when France and Turkey come to some agreement, and you find that you lose a dot to each of them.
Yeah, and there's lots of incentive here for Turkey to strike a deal with France, if France were willing to fight the Western powers, which is unclear. I think we should talk about Liam's play here a little bit, because Liam actually has put himself in position to take a great position in the East here. Galicia is now open for a possible support into it, and assuming that Austria didn't work with Russia and Turkey here, it can be guaranteed. There's two curious things that Liam does here. One, Burgundy goes to Ruhr here, doesn't follow up into Munich, so it's not available to continue sending armies into the west, into the east, which may be fine. Maybe he wants to protect Belgium and Holland. But the other thing that's curious about here is that Kiel stays where it is. You could make a good argument for Kiel to do a number of things, none of which are staying where it is. Go to Denmark so it can go to Sweden, get convoyed into Prussia or into Livonia. I think that either one would have put Liam in a better position here. Now Sweden is actually completely undefended. So if Ed, decided to take his socks off and make a move here, he now has the opportunity to do it. Whether that would hand the game to Turkey or not, open question.
I think that's defensive play by Liam. But Kiel to Denmark would have been much better than Kiel holds, because, as you say, he can't cover Sweden now. So if he needs to, he's in trouble.
Yeah. And I loved the multinational convoy. And yes, Jonathan, Ed does apparently know how a convoy works. So, all right, moving on. We went a little long on that one. Fall of 1906. Chris.
Oh yes, I love Silesia to Galicia. It's a nice. So this looks like Liam has been talked around or has become convinced that Ed is actually friendly, which makes you wonder about that North Sea to Belgium move. What does that do for centre counts? Worry about that later.
At 8-7 Germany to England, but Morgante is sitting at 8 as well with 2 dots available.
Ed's positioning to take Moscow. They can guarantee Moscow next year now. They should be able to get Moscow. They don't need a guarantee, but they should be able to get Moscow next year. Hal gets lots of supports from everyone. He's in that horrible position in the middle of that sandwich that we talked about. Morgante does take Belgium. Oh, that's reasonable, because the unit was lost in the north, and Russia only has the one home center, so Russia only needs 2 dots at this point, because he can only ever have 2 units. So it makes sense to take one of those from him. Yeah, that makes sense. The big deal to me here is Silesia to Galicia. That's going to make a big difference. Morgante is going to be wishing he got to Galicia first, I suspect.
Yeah, I think that's right. The shifting of the dot from Germany to England here is great for England, not great for Germany. If I'm Germany here, I say to Ed, I know I'm 3 ahead of you, and that seems unfair, but I have pushed all of my units to the east. I have 1 sitting back now, and that's just the price that we have to pay for the moment. We can rebalance the alliance later, but not now.
Yeah, particularly with England being behind the German lines, basically. If you're the one that's pushing this way and your ally is behind you, you want to have the reassurance of being the bigger one of the 2 in that situation.
Exactly. And now the advantage has shifted very far to Ed. Ed has Portugal and Spain. now is Belgium. You know, he can sweep up some German dots anytime he wants.
Yeah.
And this disband in Prussia is big. If Liam ever wanted to make a move against England, it's gone. That will never happen at this point. So any growth that Liam's going to have will come from the east. And Ed still has position to move against Liam's dots. So if I am Liam, I am not happy with this turn. I know this looks like it was agreed and it was negotiated. I don't like it. I don't like it.
Oh, if it was agreed, then Ed came out ahead in that agreement by a long shot.
Absolutely.
Morgante, I'm also not sure I like that as well, because you know, my growth prospect, Germany has committed so hard against me that my growth prospects are now smaller than they were before. And Ed on the other side, his growth prospects have increased dramatically. So,
well, Ed effectively has got all the French, 3 of the 4 French dots anytime he wants them, right? That's what you have to. That would be my negotiating position if I was Liam and Ed came and said I need to take Belgium. Was be, well, look, you've got Portugal, Spain, and Marseille whenever you want them, right? So you're effectively on whatever the count is with 3 more.
All right, so Ed builds fleet London. Liam disbands the fleet in Prussia. Morgante builds an army in Ankh, probably wishing he had a fleet in black to convoy that. That's the hard thing when you don't have that fleet as Turkey, is just how slow it is to get those armies out. I think that's it. So moving on to spring of 07, Brandon, why don't you lead us off?
All right, so well done, Stephen and Morgante. The right thing to do here was to give up on Moscow and retake Galicia. This was the way to solidify the line. And they did it. So Liam helps Ed into Moscow, betrays his erstwhile partner in Vienna for what's going to be a very short-lived stay, because the RT can now guarantee that they take Vienna, and I'm pretty certain that they will. Let's see. Elsewhere, Venice is attacked by France, doesn't fall. So France has failed to make a deal with the Turks, which is what they need in order to remove Italy from the equation. If I'm Morgante, I might. The problem, right, is that France doesn't seem like they want to fight the West, so that would be the big sticking point there. Elsewhere, Ed does the really copacetic thing and moves the fleets west. So Ed is foregoing the potential stab opportunity on Liam, keeping very much alive the potential stab opportunity on France. So that's going to be the thing for me to look out for the fall here. But this looks, by all accounts, like it's shaping up into a simple decision between Morgante and Ed that will be resolved by their cunning. And because Morgante has shown more cunning in the past, I want to give him the edge, even though I think Ed probably has more dots available to him. But there's Vienna and Serbia, so I don't know.
Fall of 07.
All right. We do see the Turks get Vienna here. The Russians lose one of their 2 remaining units, are alive still because of Serbia. And so the question for Morgante will be whether they can get Russia back into Moscow so Morgante can take Serbia, or whether just leave Serbia in Russian hands. Ed takes Spain and Tunis. All right, so finally, the Dewclaw, the Ed Sullivan Dewclaw has been extended, and we see some knives being stuck. This is the power move by Ed that we wanted to see in order for Ed to take a shot at the board top here. I still think Ed's going to have to take German dots in order to do that. So let's see, the Turks, the Turk-Russia line, the Juggernaut loses, the erstwhile Juggernaut, I should say, loses Galicia. So I'll have to look at the tactical situation, but I think this could become a problem actually, because they don't have. So this was a mistake on their part. They took Vienna from Trieste, not Budapest. So they are going to have a tactical problem here, given that there's an army in Tyrolia and nothing in Trieste, and in Galicia as well. Yep, this is a problem for them. So Liam's not dead in the water. So this I think Liam has a bit of an opportunity now, given that Sullivan is going to allow him to have one.
It's not as big a problem with some French units disappearing, though. The Trieste thing. because some of those units that are helping hold Italy up aren't needed anymore because the French attack is going to disappear.
Yeah, France is going down to 1 unit here, isn't it?
Yeah. So the Fleet Adriatic can defend Trieste rather than having to prop up Venice.
Yeah,
like that, right?
but Vienna can't be held now. That's what I'm talking about.
Right, Vienna can't. Yeah.
Right. So I think Morgante is going to have to give up on Vienna and just pull back to Trieste here.
Yeah.
All right. Well, in winter of 1907, we've got 3 builds from England: Army Eddie, Fleet Liverpool, Fleet London. We've got 2 disbands from JJ. I'm curious to see if that army can be useful to anyone, or if that goes next year. We've got Steve alive with 1 in Ukraine, supported by Serbia. Morgante builds an army in Caen, and Liam builds an army in Kiel. What stands out to you, Brandon?
What's going to happen in the West? That's the question for me. What are Ed and Liam going to fight here? So the reset here is we've got Ed and Morgante even at 10. We've got Liam at 9, and Hal is still a potential problem here. He's a fly in the ointment, I think, for the others, and a potential kingmaker because of it. We'll have to study the tactical situation here, but the fact that Liam built Army Kiel here definitely indicates that he does not want to be roadkill in Ed's path. So it's not aggressive towards Ed, but it's definitely defensive against Ed.
I think that's the right build for him at this point. You don't need another army down on the line, really, but you do need to keep Ed honest. Particularly if he's got 3 builds. You
could argue for a fleet there, honestly, actually.
Yeah, you could make an argument for a fleet, but it's Kiel for sure, right? Kiel is the place to build.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah. So, Brandon, put you on the spot here. Right now, Morgante's got 29 points. Probably not enough to get him the league win, but he's comfortable. But Ed at 29 points and Liam at 16 points. They're both sitting right on the edge. Do you know if that's going to be enough for them to crack the top 7 as it stands going into this game?
All right, let me see. So Ed at 29.
Ed at 29.
Right, plug this into my little Excel spreadsheet here. And a 29 would get Ed to 95.7 points, which would, given no other changes on the board, get him on the standings, get him into the top board.
So theoretically, he would not need to make the stab on Liam if he's able to hold the tide, the split top. He wouldn't need the all-out top to move up to that position.
Assuming that the other 4 games don't produce scores that also pass. So I would not be comfortable with a 97 here, personally.
Yeah.
By the way, 29 would get Morgante into first place.
Oh, wow. Okay. I was not expecting that. So a lot on the line here.
But I feel like if you look at the position, both Morgante and Ed have got 1 dot they can pick up from France and from Russia, respectively. But Vienna is the key because Vienna can't be held by Morgante. So Morgante is effectively 1 down on Ed there because of that. But then the Italian dots come into play as to what happens with them. But Morgante's been propping up Italy. So,
and man, JJ's 1 little army there. He could be the difference on who ends up with those Italian dots. So
and it's hard for Morgante Morgante needs that army really at the moment. So it's. I guess you've got an army. Yeah, it's hard. It would be hard to justify taking the Russian out at this point as Turkey. I think. I don't know.
All right, and then Liam's just 1 back. So lots still up in the air for this game. Spring of 08, Chris, lead us off.
Okay, so I guess Liam was happy with Ed's build, is the way I read Kiel to Munich. I might have kept Kiel in place for another turn, just in case one of those fleets went in case Fleet London went to the North Sea, but it didn't. So that all's well that ends well, kind of thing. Vienna does indeed fall. They guaranteed that, which was smart because you don't know that you can do it next turn for sure. Naples falls. That looks like that was Probably a range.
How pops the French army?
Yeah,
that is vindictive right there.
that really is. I'm going to give up Naples just to get rid of that last French unit because.
Although maybe he worked out a deal with Morgante where he'll keep the fleet and they'll have three.
Yeah. And I mean, it's the spring turn as well, so it's even possible that Naples could be supported into the Tyrrhenian or something in the fall. Yeah. Although it's hard to see that going, but who knows?
Big diplomatic win for Morgante if that's the case.
Yeah.
I think it stops the English advance here, which I think is smart.
Yeah, it's a tricky decision for Morgante is whether he wants to take Naples or not, right?
Oh, I would if I were him. I think they can do without the army.
I think you have to, but equally, having the remaining Italian units be friendly is very useful when the English are so close.
Yeah, but I think you could talk Hal into letting you have Naples and still being on your side. The big problem here for Morgante is that the tactics around Vienna and Trieste are just not what you want to do here. You cannot let that army get popped. You have to support it into Trieste from Adriatic. I think this is what I said last turn. Budapest has to support Romania into Galicia here. It just has to. You have to take Galicia, and you have to keep that up.
I think you're right, actually. Having that army popped is very bad. Vienna probably should have moved to Trieste. Recognize that you can't hold Vienna, but you need the army. So,
exactly.
Yeah, that's a good point.
So now Trieste could have been under threat if Bohemia had been the mover here.
But they had to guarantee. The only way to guarantee Vienna was for Tyrolia to be the mover, because Venice could have got Tyrolia, right?
Yeah, I guess if you're worried about Venice.
And most of our VDL games, they do have a time limit, but it's a fairly long one. So most of our games have been going to the 1910-ish time frame. So I would expect the game to go at least to that distance unless they draw early. So there's still time for them to take Tyrolia. It's fall of 1908. Chris, what's going on?
So Naples is changing hands, not even an attempt to move out. I noticed in the comments, Stephen says at this point, both Italy and Russia were trying to make Turkey top due to the standings, which one of the things that comes into play, particularly towards the end of a league and the end of an event, right? And it looks like the Russian is no more. Bulgaria moves into Serbia. That's the judgment call that the dot is more important than the unit, which is, you can hold that line without Ukraine at this point. It's not as nice, but you can do it. The risk is it's looking a bit hairy in Austria and the Balkans, to be honest, with the German being able to move down into Ukraine. Then you have problems with Romania being tapped, but Budapest starts to get much harder to hold, which is, it comes down to what we said last term, that army of Vienna really needed to be kept.
Yep.
This is the German English are doing all the right things, basically pushing forward along the line and making good progress. Portugal doesn't go though. That I find surprising.
Yeah, that's a mistake.
I don't know that it's necessarily a mistake, because there's time to take it. Do you need the unit anywhere?
You don't need another unit in North Africa here. You've got all the.
But then you don't. Yeah, that's the other point, though. You don't really need Mid-Atlantic to North Africa. That's not an important move. So it probably is a mistake.
In fact, a stab of Germany. Honestly, sorry, I keep pushing a stab here, but like somebody has to stab somebody else in order to top this board, right? So you take Portugal here, you take Marseille.
No, Ed topped this board without stabbing anyone. Because Morgante is losing Vienna, right? Morgante's. Oh no, but he's picking up Naples. No, he doesn't. No.
But Liam is the one that. Yeah. So Liam, right? So this is where tribute is supposed to, or our hope with tribute was that it would increase the tension between alliances like this, because the stakes are now very high. They've gotten big enough that either one stabbing the other will be worth a lot of points. Mm. So, either one can cement their spot on the top board by stabbing and successfully, right? The thing is, right, is that if they decide to do a split board top and both get mediocre scores, they might both get on the top board, but they won't guarantee it. Whereas a lone board top at this point would guarantee the top board.
Well, let's see.
And I think you probably have to assume that those Italian dots are more likely to be Turkish than anything else at this point. So the board top, even for either of the Western powers, isn't guaranteed, right?
Yeah.
All right. In winter of 1908, we've got another army build in Kiel by Germany. We've got the disband of the army in Tuscany by Hal in Italy. We've got Army Khan Fleet Smyrna in Turkey. And that's all of our adjustment. Disband by Ukraine. We say farewell to Steve Hogue. Lots of fun to watch this game, Steve. Well played. Sorry that it did not work out for you. Better luck next year.
I'm looking forward to the long convoy of the Army Wales into Tuscany.
Could happen.
Oh, I hope that happens. All right, Brandon, lead us off in spring of 1909.
It was attempted. Why didn't it work? Did Piedmont bounce it?
Did Piedmont not support it?
It didn't need support. It just needed. So Wales, Tuscany, Wales, Tuscany, Wales, Tuscany, and it was supported as well. Huh? One of the players, tell us why this didn't work. Actually, because Army. Wait a minute. What is Mid-Atlantic doing? No, that's right. It's convoying. English Channel.
English Channel didn't.
English Channel went to Belgium.
That's a last-minute change. The convoy was all set up, and then at the last minute, there was an agreed bounce in Belgium, or Liam said, "I'm taking Belgium," or something.
Or maybe
that's what that looks like for me, anyway.
I got a little bit nervous there. But this could be Liam's taking, going for it here. Liam has now such good position in the east with his armies that Morgante is stalemated, can't go anywhere. Even if I assume if Ed used those two armies against him, they would be able to push him back. But it would take a while for him to lose Warsaw, I believe. I think there's a stalemate for the other Turkish spots. Just at a glance here, I don't think Germany can make any more headway unless Turkey makes a mistake. So the question is going to come down to Belgium here. Do English and Germany fight? And maybe does one of them talk the other one into letting them split the board top with Morgante, or does Morgante win the championship here?
There's also Moscow. Liam could guarantee Moscow at this point, probably, depending on what Sev does, but it seems quite likely that Liam could guarantee Moscow.
Good. Absolutely right.
Fall of 1909. We're coming down to the wire here.
Oh, so, okay. This looks like a stab, taking Belgium with the retreating armies. I don't understand the retreating armies. Actually, I don't. I think take Moscow. Take Moscow 100%. In fact, if you're going to stab, you have to stick the knife in as far as it can go. And the other thing that's bad about this is that you leave a vacuum now that Turkey will only be too happy to fill. With armies in Galicia and Ukraine, Turkey will take German dots, and Ed will be happy to help him do it. So this looks like a misfire on Liam's part, like the boldness, but you got to stick the knife in as far as it can go when you do it.
I think with Moscow as well, it's decent, but without Moscow, as you say, pulling those armies back is not going to lead to good things happening.
Yeah, you take Moscow, you put down 2 fleets, or maybe you need an army in Munich to go into. I don't know. Either way,
yeah, you probably need an army in Munich.
I do love the move, though. Appreciate the attempt for sure. Do you feel like the movement from the English fleets in the Med, is that going to be enough?
No, it shouldn't be. No, the weak point is Venice here, because Trieste and Adriatic are the only ones that can hold it. So, but you need an army in Tuscany. So there's just not enough armies around there to make the assault. So,
yeah, to actually hold that line for sure, there needs to be a unit in Apulia supporting Venice. But as you say, without an army in Tuscany, you can't break it from the other side.
All right, winter of 1909, we've got Liam building an army in Munich, and everyone else stays even. Chris, lead us off spring 1910.
Yeah, so the army Munich has to go west to try and cover Paris, basically. Both armies have to do that. The bounce in North Sea, yeah, this is all the right stuff from Liam, but it's more defensive than anything at this point, right? It's not really an attack on Ed. It's a defend Marseille, defend Paris, don't let him into the North Sea so I can hold on to Denmark and everything. So it's unfortunate because it could have been an attack at this point. We do see the Turkish army come up to Ukraine, but this is a very passive move from Morgante, really just holding back and waiting to see what happens, I guess, which is probably reasonable given what's going on between England and Germany. I don't know where the time limit is, but to an extent you can afford to sort of sit back, let the two of them get really embroiled with each other, and then look for your opportunity to pick up Venice, Moscow, Vienna, Moscow, whatever it happens to be, right?
It's got to be close for time.
Right.
I would have liked to have seen a supported attack on Galicia here, and then a negotiated attack on Ukraine with England.
Yeah, I'm kind of surprised that Sev didn't go to Ukraine and follow up from Armenia, because Armenia is not needed if you're in Ukraine, right?
Right.
Mm-hmm.
But, look, these are players who are negotiating and working out tactics. So apologies to the players. We are giving you, much less pressure-filled advice.
And oh my God, I wish that I was sitting at the negotiating table here. This has got to be such an exciting moment in the game. You've got so many stakes on the line here. Ed, if he does not tie, probably does not make it into the top 7. Liam's tied gives him a shot. I think he'd like more if he can get it. It's going to be hard, but he's got a shot at the top here. Morgante is safe, and I mean, I think we did the math. This might actually be enough with 32 points for him to take the league championship. This is, or not the championship, the lead for the end of the year standings. There is so much at stake here. There's so many units, and the tactics need to be perfect. This has got to be really tense for all of the players. Yeah. Fall 1910, Chris.
Okay. So the question is, Rome changes hands. Now that's interesting.
Oh, dear.
And Rome didn't have to. Naples didn't support Rome.
Oh, they are negotiating a 3-way tie. I would not have done this. I would not do this if I were Morgante.
Yeah, you're right. Or
Liam, to be honest.
Yeah, if I'm Morgante, I'm not letting England take Rome.
Yeah, no way.
Otherwise, Liam basically covers the dots that he needs to cover, but does allow Ed back into the North Sea. Yeah, I guess Holland has to go either to Belgium or the North Sea. Yeah. It turns out it was, I guess I would argue in this case that was probably the wrong guess. As Ed did go to the North Sea, you probably wanted to stop him actually getting there. But the armies now are trying to go back where they came from. So that kind of shows that they shouldn't have gone that way in the first place. Right? Morganti's getting to a nice position in the east where he can start to threaten Vienna or Moscow or Warsaw.
I think the game's going to end here. I don't think it's. I think we're going to get another game. That's why it's even more.
I think you're right. I think that looks like an arranged hand over the center to England, and then let's call it 3-way 11-11, 11-1.
So, Dave Moletsky, yes. Morgante, most likely, barring some really, really weird stuff, like throwing 7 solos or something. Morgante's almost guaranteed to be on the top no matter what. But what is at stake for him is potentially finishing this season in first place.
Yeah, the regular season championship.
Yeah. So that's a pretty high stakes for Morgante here, if that's something he's interested in.
All right, let's confirm this is the end of the game. I assume it is.
All right, winter 1910. We've got an army build in London, and spring 11 game is over. So we end with a 3-way board split. 11, 11, 11. England, Germany, Turkey, each earning 29.2 points. This is going to be close. This is going to be a really interesting case study. What happens if you take this split versus what could happen if you go for it? And I guess we'll just have to wait for the rest of the games and see what happens.
I'm gonna put these numbers into my little spreadsheet here. I can tell you at least where these guys moved up into as far as this game goes.
That was a fun game, though.
Oh my God, yes, so much fun.
I really enjoyed that.
All right.
So Chris, while he's pulling those up, just overall thoughts on the game. Before we get in the numbers and the standings and all that, let's focus in on the game.
It's very hard to fault any of the three board tops play, really. I mean, there's some details like it would towards the end there. It would have been really nice to see Liam take Moscow. I think that could have been a game changer. There was the odd place earlier on where Morgante maybe made a tactical mistake that cost him a little bit of position, but no, I like the way everyone played. I like the way Ed advanced past Iberia. We talked about it at the time as to whether that was a mistake. I think that was the right way to play that. Yeah, you can't really argue with these three players topping this board as a reasonable result for that game. They all played very good, strong games. Yeah, it would have been nice to see a little more conflict at the end, but that's more from a what do I want to see to comment on from a point of view of what's the fair result for this game. So.
I think this game is we were talking about this before at the top of the broadcast about the two different strategies here. One is to play it safe for a mediocre score and hope it's enough, or to go for a big score, which would guarantee you getting the result, getting onto the top board, which is what you're aiming for here. And in this case, these players, for whatever, whether they did it willingly or were forced into it by the way that the play ended up happening, they went for the mediocre result. And it moves all three of those players up. So Ed and this moves Ed up into 6th place. It moves Liam up into 4th place, and it does move Morgante up into 1st place by just a few points for the moment. If I am Ed Sullivan, though, I'm sitting here at 96 points, which is not a secure. We just saw how easy it was for him to move up from, what was it, 11th or 12th up into 6th place. We got 4 other games to cover here, so yeah. I would not feel comfortable about that right now.
Yeah, I think what you were saying about the way they approached this game, I don't know that Morgante really had a chance to sort of take that gamble and push really hard and go for it, but both the other two definitely did, and seemingly consciously decided, no, that's not what I'm going to do. I'm going to play it a little bit safer.
Well, this to me is why I love league play diplomacy. It is a variant. It introduces factors in players' decisions that are outside of the position on the board for the individual game, but you have an entire season where you've built relationships with players, set a reputation, and you come down to these final games. You cash in all your chips, you make your moves, and it's not one game. It is a giant. I look at the league as a giant season. You're playing game after game, and it's going to be really curious to see whether or not the moves that were made in this game will be enough to for Liam and Ed in particular. Yeah.
That last turn with Morgante, where he could have supported Rome, that would be like from a tournament point of view or a league point of view. How do you make that call? You've got the possibility of reducing Ed's score significantly, right? By not letting him, by leaving it on 11-11-10-2, right? But then, are you still facing him on the top board, and is that then going to hurt you on the top board?
Yes.
Not an easy decision to make, for sure.
Well, we are going to wrap up VDL game 33, and we are going to say farewell to Brandon for a moment. Brandon, we're going to give you a break, and we are going to welcome onto the stream Dave.
All right, I'll see you guys in a bit.
Thanks. Mr. Hood, welcome.
Hey, fellas, how you doing? That was a fun one to watch, let me say.
So much fun. That set a high bar for the rest of these games. What do you say we move on and see the next one? All right. All right, for game 34. In Austria, we have Craig Mayer from Billings, Montana. In England, we have Ivan Chetsnikov. Do not have Ivan's location. We'll see if we can find out what that is. France, we have Jackson Roberts from Orange County, California. Germany, Karthik Konath, also from California. Italy, we have Tommy Anderson in Massachusetts. Russia, Dave Roberts from Snohomish, Washington. And Turkey, we have David Miller from Maryland. David, we'll start with you. You're newest to this broadcast. What stands out to you? Any matchups you're looking forward to?
Well, I guess it stands out a little bit that Jackson and Dave are on the same board, being father and son, although I think in past games where they've played together, that doesn't necessarily meant anything, but we'll find out. We'll find out here. David Miller has not played much, but he is obviously a very dangerous player. Had that one really big result earlier. So the fact that he's Turkey, in right next to Craig Mayer, who's a strong player, Tommy Anderson, Dave Miller, actually this whole board is a bunch of strong players. It's going to be great to see these matchups. Karthik is an extremely strong player himself in Germany.
Yeah, in England, Ivan, I don't know if we've seen Ivan play. He has not scored within any of the DBNI standings, at least, which is why there's no rank. So this is a board of Sharks. I feel sorry. It'll be interesting. Sometimes when there's a new player, the player who can win over the new player, an ally, that can make all the difference. And other times, the new player just has a bad time of it.
I think he's played at least one VDL game before, which would mean that it still wouldn't have a score yet because those ranks are from the DBNI ranks.
Yep, that makes sense. So, Chris, any observations or predictions for this game?
Yeah, the father-son thing is interesting, particularly as they're Russia and France, because Russia and France, a lot of the time, tend to either both do well or both do badly. So be interesting to see whether that works out well for the family or badly for the family. But yeah, otherwise, I think you've said it. There's a lot of strong players on this game. In this game, it should be fun.
All right, let's get right to it. And David, you're newest to the stream, so we're going to let you lead off. VDL game 34, spring 1901.
Okay, well, we get standard openings from the English and the Germans. We get the I'm running away from the line opening from Jackson. What else are we getting? I would say argue relatively standard openings. You've got the one unit into Trieste move from the Italians, which is probably not anti-Austrian. The way these guys have played in the past, in the past would make everyone think that's an arranged deal. So really nothing terribly surprising here. Russia doesn't go north; they go south. You've got the bounces in Galicia and Black Sea, which as you know, in some previous tournaments lately, we've been seeing a lot of DMZs, but not this time.
Chris, anything stand out to you?
No, nothing very exciting this turn. We'll wait for ball.
We continue to see Venice going to Trieste. This key opening, I would say, has most likely become the default opening for Italy and Austria in most of these games. If not default, at least a 50-50. That trend continues in this game. Fall of 01, David.
All right, well, you have a bounce in Belgium. You have the Russians getting into Sweden, which probably makes sense given the bounce in Belgium and the fact that that there's no obvious EG friendship. Let's look at the East for a minute. Supported into Greece. You've got the move from Trieste to Vienna, of course, is somewhat puzzling. It's kind of hard to see what the theory was there. If you're going to do something screwy, then go to Budapest, which isn't even screwy. That's another good sort of variant of the key opening, is to put your guy in Budapest. Can't really figure out what Tommy was doing there. The only thing I can think of is he was expecting Vienna to leave, and he wanted to get the Austrians out of position by taking Vienna. That would be the only thing I could think of. But otherwise, I'd say most of these moves are pretty standard. And if I could respond to one thing in the comments very quickly, Dave Miletsky, you can't wear a seersucker suit in December. It's against the rules. Seersucker cannot be worn after Labor Day or before Memorial Day. Over to you, Chris.
I'm curious about the French moves. I've just keeping the fleet in mid-Atlantic and moving the armies to Portugal and Spain. I mean, you said about moving away from the line in spring. This is moving all the way away from the line in fall.
It really is, yeah.
More common, I would say, would be to take one of the Iberian dots with mid-Atlantic. Keeping it in mid-Atlantic is interesting. It gives you, it maybe makes Italy a little bit happier than putting it into Spain's south coast, but it's not very pro-England, right? Because if it's in Iberia, it can't move into Irish in the spring. So I'll be interested to see what the plan is there with that mid-Atlantic fleet.
It's definitely intended to keep your options open. I mean, this is why I'm famously against sending all your French units that direction. Now you have to send them all the way back. It's sort of like going to Siberia. Now you have to get back.
Nice from Germany's perspective, right? Germany doesn't have to worry about any French armies getting to him anytime soon.
It's certainly the definition of a slow play. I mean, you can obviously convoy one of them out with the Mid-Atlantic Fleet, but still.
Yeah, it might have been fun to let's see, might have been fun to see Mid-Atlantic move into Irish if you're going to do that. And then I'm curious to see if we see a fleet build in Brest. And we do. So we've got two fleets. To me, that says anti-English. We'll see if that ends up being the case. Ivan builds fleet in Eddie. We've got a double fleet build from Italy in Rome and Naples. Turkey builds fleet Smyrna. We've got a double army build from Russia in Moscow and St. Pete. And Germany builds Army Munich and fleet Kiel. David, anything stand out to you here?
Just the Army St. Pete, keeping your options open, not committing with a fleet. That would be the only thing I would say there, and really not a surprise. That's has become more of a thing, I think, lately, is for the Russians to build that Army St. Pete and not do the commitment. We're a bunch of commitment phobes in the diplomacy hobby these days.
Yeah, I like the Army St. Pete, I must admit. The North Coast is just a little too much for me. But yeah, the French position is nice. Still very pro-German, but looks like that's reasonable in the situation. And Germany's got the option. The fleet Kiel could be anti-Russian or anti-English.
Yeah, I will say, though, if Germany decides to move in on France here, there is nothing that they can do. So hopefully, if you're Jackson, you're hoping you're winning that diplomatic game.
Well, they can only move one army into Burgundy, and the French armies can be back in Gascony and Spain. So it's not terrible, right? It's not good, but it's not terrible.
Spring of 1902. Chris, why don't you lead us off?
Okay. So Mid-Atlantic goes to Irish, which we said was a possibility. But then Brest goes to Mid-Atlantic, which kind of, surely if you're going to do that, Brest should be going to the English Channel. If you're going to commit against England, let's commit against England. And we do see the German fleets, the supported move to Heligoland. So this looks like FG moving against England, except that Brest messed up. Marseille just holds, which is probably reasonable in the circumstances. The Tunis tries to go into St. Petersburg. Yep, okay, good one, guys. England loses Norway to that army because, England saw the German attack coming, tried to bounce Heligoland, possibly wishing that they'd supported Norway instead. What I'm curious about, Norway moved to Skagerrak. That could then have been arranged to some extent, at least, or at least England. Ivan had obviously made the decision that he wasn't going to try and defend Norway. He's going to use everything to deal with Germany, and therefore move to Skagerrak. Wouldn't be too surprising to see some cooperation between Russia and England against Germany in the fall. Maybe we'll see. Looking down in the south. This is your fairly standard AI versus RT things going on here, as far as I can see. Bouncing Galicia, Ionian gets into the Aegean, but Smyrna gets into the Eastern Med. Yeah, nothing stands out as particularly exciting in the east here, to me.
Yeah, I was going to say the fleet move to Mid-Atlantic is probably about convoying one of the armies, but even given that fact, I don't understand why you would do that as opposed to English Channel. Fine, you have a guess on a convoy into Liverpool or Wales. Great. Why don't you go to English Channel and then you've got purchase on London, and where you can support yourself to Wales or all sorts of things. So I understand the theory behind it, but I still don't.
Yeah, I mean, I think that would be different if there was no English army there. If there's no English army, then convoying an army is very powerful, and that would then make sense.
And
but
maybe
as long as there's an army there,
maybe he thought the army was leaving. I don't know.
Mhm.
Yeah.
All right, fall of 1902, Chris.
Okay, so now, is that cooperation between Russia and England or not? I guess not. No, definitely not. Because if Sweden hadn't cut Skagerrak, then Denmark would have fallen, right?
Yeah.
Mhm.
So that's Russian helping out Germany, if anything. So now instead, the North Sea has fallen to Germany, and we do see the convoy, but it fails. So, yeah. Whereas if you were in the Channel, you could have sent one into each of Liverpool and London, and yeah. So I think that was probably not the best way of playing it. Still, I mean, you've got the position. England needs an ally at this point, and they haven't got one. So that doesn't bode well for their long-term prospects in this game. Interesting stuff in the south with Trieste, Austria forcing Trieste. And what happened with Aegean? That must be the Austrian fleet supporting the Turkish fleet into Aegean. So Austria has turned. Austria has cut a deal with Turkey. Apparently Russia is not in on this because Russia's still moving into Galicia. So this is a gamble from Craig. You really don't want to be the A part of the RT. But that's what this looks like at the moment. So we'll see what happens here.
Yeah, that is a gamble, but sometimes that's what you got to do. As opposed to getting into a long AI versus RT slog, you take a shot and see if you can shake up the board a little bit.
That's true. Yeah.
I mean, I guess the one argument I would make for that, and I'll be upfront, I don't love it, but you do have France that seems pretty committed to moving against England, so you probably do have some time to go and get those Italian dots. So maybe it will work out.
I mean, it's Craig's attempt to unhinge the RT, try to entice the Turks to eventually also turn on the Russians. We'll see.
Yeah, and the Italians are kind of out of position with the army over in Tunis. So, yeah.
All right. In winter of 02, Ivan disbands the fleet in Eddy in England. We've got Karthik building German army in Kiel. Craig builds an army in Vienna. Dave builds an army in Warsaw. Anything stand out to you, Chris?
The Russian army build is interesting. That kind of says that they're not planning to get any of England that they're kind of done in the north. They've got Norway and that's it. The English disband is probably what I would have done. You keep the fleet that can annoy the German and the fleet that can annoy the French, and you keep an army back home. The fleet Edinburgh isn't really all that much use at this point. The German army, I guess there's going to be a convoy of a German army over to England, and that's to compensate. Germany, it's tough to know what to build as Germany here. You don't really need a fleet to kill England, but you don't really need an army either. So you're probably looking at whatever's next from that point of view, I think.
Yeah, I think actually if you built a fleet, you might be jeopardizing your arrangement with the Russians. So my guess is it could be that these two armies in Kiel and Warsaw are being built to fight each other, but my guess is they're being built to both go south.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I don't see them fighting each other. Right? The Russian-German relationship so far seems to have been very, very agreeable. So
I think they're going south.
Well, let's find out. Dave, lead us through spring of 03.
Or they're going nowhere in the case of the German guys. They're just sitting there. But the convoy does happen, as you predicted. And, of course, that was definitely the right. The only question was where to convoy. Do you go to Edinburgh? Do you go to London? Or do you go to Yorkshire and assume that the English army is going to be moving? I tell you what, the French convoys continue just to take a shot at it. Let's do a 50-50 and see what happens.
Well, I mean, with Germany and France both doing it, the army's covering one or the other, and one of them goes, right? So
yes,
and then in the fall, whichever one goes to support the other one in. Right?
France has got the short end of the stick so far, but they can always work that out later. Look at the Italians moving back, which obviously makes sense given the rapprochement between the Austrians and the Turks. Russians are ordered to Bohemia. They're at least trying to still get position on the Austrians, which I think is obviously what was predicted and what is almost certainly what they're doing. Continue on to try to get centers in the south.
Romania could have supported the move to Galicia rather than supporting Bulgaria. That's an interesting call.
That really is, because why would Khan need to support Aegean? It's a little strange. But as I think somebody said in the earlier game, it's easy for us to sit here and say that we're not under the time pressure of the 15 minutes. But I agree, that's a suboptimal move for sure.
All right, fall of 03.
And look, the Turks did unhinge from the Russians. So Craig's little gambit worked, or maybe that was the deal from the beginning. Who knows? But however it has arisen, you've got the Astro-Turk coming into play here. The Turks go into Armenia and Black Sea, and the Austrians taking Romania. So nice move, Craig. Nice move, David Miller, assuming this continues. Although, what's this going to Greece thing on?
With Italians.
He did support the Austrians to Romania. It may be that the Austrian deal with the Turks was, I don't really need my fleet. So we could maybe get the Italians on side if you do it that way. Maybe get the Italians to go west, and that might have worked here. Who knows? But I think
that's sort of look arranged, doesn't it?
It does, yeah. Because he's supporting the Austrians to Romania. I'm not sure why he would do that and just sort of stab him for Greece. That would not be a David Miller move by any means. The Germans took London and the French took Liverpool. So thanks for playing, Ivan.
Yeah, that was a very short game for Ivan.
It really was quick. I think the question becomes now, what do these guys do? Which is always the question when England is killed with coordination of FG, or at least tacit approval of the Russians. What do you do next? I mean, the typical move for Germany is I stab the French or I stab the Russians. Building that army in Kiel and moving it to Denmark doesn't really tell us anything.
I've got to admit, if I'm Germany at this point, I would have been very tempted not to actually support Spain into Liverpool and instead to move to Picardy and Burgundy, set up to move on France next.
Yeah, if that's I agree. Unless his theory is going to move against the Russians. I mean, you got to do one or the other, or you make some kind of weird deal where you go south. With league play, as Brian is going to point out, league play is a little different from an individual game, and there may be some league meta consequences here to what's getting ready to happen.
You read my mind, David. We've been doing this long enough. In fourth and fifth place in the standings going into this game are Dave Roberts and Jackson Roberts. So they currently have spots in the top 7. I don't know that I would be comfortable with those scores. I think they're around 96 and 94 points each. We're predicting that they probably are going to need around 100 points as our cut line. So they'll probably want to see if they can increase those scores. But if they don't, they just need to fend off the rest of the board. You've got a pretty big gap. David Miller is next. He's in 14th place, but David only has one score. It's a monster, 71.9, the biggest score of the season. But one additional good top here for David would put him in a threatening position, like a 30-point, 40-point board top, and he's probably in the top 7. So playing defense against David Miller will probably be important for Dave and Jackson. And then also on the board, Karthik is in 18th, and Tommy and Craig are in 29th and 30th. So just keep that in context. They've all got opportunities to increase their score, and then Dave and Jackson are probably playing defense.
Well, and don't be people watching this should realize that some of these players may actually not care about what we just talked about, and they may be playing this much more as a straight up game. Craig may think he's not really in contention anyway, so he's going to play this as a straight up game. And so we'll see how that goes.
Yep, that's part of the fun of playing in the league, is figuring out what are the motivations of your player, and that's a secret to any diplomacy game. Yeah. All right, winter of 1903. Poor Ivan, thank you for playing. We've got a disband in English, Yorkshire, and Skag. Jackson builds an army in Marseille. We've got Dave building army in Ankara, and Karthik builds fleet Kiel and army Berlin. David, what do these adjustments tell you about this board?
Well, if you're Germany, you build fleet Kiel probably regardless of which direction you're going. Because if you're going after the French, you're going to need another fleet. And if you're going after the Russians, guess what? You're going to need another fleet. So you'd build Kiel probably either way. Although
it does say that you're not going south, probably.
You got two armies that can still do something. I mean, who knows? I mean, would Germany go south in this situation in a normal, straight up non-league game? Almost certainly not. So almost certainly they're going to go one direction or the other, unless league meta considerations get Carthage to do something else. So I guess we'll find out. The army build in Marseille is interesting, because that certainly says, obviously it could be defensive as well. But if you think you're getting ready to have a big fight in the West over, between the French and the Germans, for example, the French probably would like to build another army in Paris or something, or a fleet in Brest, even if they wanted to be totally wild. So I think the army Marseille is interesting. Is it defensive, or is it going to go into Piedmont with support?
I think with the other French army up in Liverpool and just the army Gascony, an army is a sensible build there.
Oh, I agree. Yeah, I agree.
And given that the unit that's right next to your center is Piedmont, Marseille seems as good a place as any for it.
All right, Chris, lead us off. Spring 1904.
Okay, Italy is going back the other way again. So Italy started off going east and then turned west, and now it's turning east again by the looks of it. So the fleet up into the Adriatic, this is looking very anti-Austrian to me. But given the French moves, I wouldn't be surprised to see them turn back around again and then cover themselves against France. But they've managed to position themselves. Tommy's going to lose Tunis here, right? Because Tunis is now guaranteed for France.
Yes.
So the German fleet went to the Baltic, and this is an all-out anti-Russian move from Germany here. Munich to Silesia, Berlin to Prussia, Kiel to Baltic, and north to Skagerrak. The only thing missing is Denmark to Sweden, which would have actually been a really good move, as it turns out, because Sweden's empty. So, but you couldn't have predicted that, so that we'll let him off that one. And meanwhile, the Turks do continue to move against Russia, killing off the southern Russian fleet, which is always a nice position to be in, not to have to worry about that southern fleet anymore. Even if you don't take it any further, it's nice to take Sevastopol and kill that fleet. Russia is still trying to attack Austria at this point. There's not even a support for Sev to hold, which I guess maybe is reasonable, because it wouldn't have, you were guaranteed to lose Sevastopol. But then why not support the fleet into Romania? I don't know. I'm not sure what the Russian moves are about. The moves of all those southern units are very weird. And actually the northern units are pretty weird as well. So.
Yeah, getting the army back to St. Pete looks like a sort of a capitulation. I need that army down south to, backfill Moscow or something, so I'm going to get it. So, and maybe he was assuming the Germans would attack, and didn't care. The German attack on Russia makes the most sense. Would have made more sense than stabbing France here, I think. So I like Carthage's move.
Yeah, I think if you stab France, you do it the turn before, as I said. You don't let them take Liverpool and you move on them in the fall.
That's right.
Here.
Yep.
Which means that the move on Russia, if you're Dave, you probably expect this to at least some extent.
I would think so, which means the ineffectual attack on Vienna, which was never going to work.
Yeah, I would probably have wanted to move Bohemia back.
Yeah, go to Silesia or something, try to bounce this, unless he just doesn't care. There may be some meta consideration here going on. Oh, seriously.
Fall of 1904.
Okay, so wow, Turkey's not letting up on Russia at all. Russia is looking not long for this world in this with these moves, really. The only thing stopping Germany taking Warsaw is that Army Bohemia, ironically. Although, oh yeah, did Tyrolia support Bohemia to Munich? Yes, it must have done. So yeah, that's 2 supported moves to Munich. So Karthik saw that was coming and realized that he needed 2 armies to cover Munich. So well played, Karthik there.
That's astounding that he foresaw that, though.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm thinking that I would not have foreseen Russian or Austrian cooperation here because we haven't seen it at all so far. But he gets into Sweden, which he could have walked in the spring, but still he gets in the fall. Doesn't get into Norway. But he's still well positioned. He's in Livonia. It looks like he's in a good position to pick up both Norway and St. Petersburg, I think, from here. The only question being, though, whether David Miller in Moscow lets him or not. Italy, sure enough, starts to shift the fleets around to the west, and this gives the Turkish fleet the opportunity to get into Ionian. So I really like this Turkish position. He's slowly creeping forwards in every direction, which is a great way to go as Turkey. And he's picking up 2 builds this turn, so he'll be up to 7, 9, and hasn't got any enemies, right? So that's great. Sure enough, Tunis falls to the French. Venice doesn't, which is not particularly surprising. That's a weak attack on Venice, rather. I think I probably would have put Piedmont to Tuscany and Marseille to Piedmont and given myself a much better chance of taking it in the fall rather than an unsupported attack in the spring. And the French and Germans are looking very nice now together. There's much less way for either of them to stab each other at this point. So this is looking like a Western triple where they took out England very quickly.
Yeah, that's really true. Nothing to add there. In the interest of time, I'll just say ditto.
Chris, one question for you. At this point of the game, I've seen this a few times. If you are Germany or Turkey, are you allies working together to dismantle the center of the board, or are you enemies trying to slow each other down?
Yeah, that's why I said it. Whether Germany takes the north of Russia kind of depends on Turkey. Generally speaking, I think you're more likely to be enemies than friends because ultimately you're both competing to top the board, right? And any dots that Germany takes makes it that much harder for Turkey to top the board and vice versa. So you may well see some support of Russian units that are under attack from the other side, I think. That would be my prediction.
All right. In winter of 1904, Jackson builds a fleet in Brest. Tommy disbands the army in North Africa. Sorry, John Jameson. We've got David Miller building double fleets in Cannes and Smyrna. We've got Karthik building an army in Munich. And Dave Roberts disbands the Northern Fleet in Norway. Chris, what stands out for these adjustments?
No, I always hate to see those fleets go as Russia. Now Russia's a land power with no fleets and 3 armies and can't defend Norway. So, yeah, I mean, that army in Warsaw could hang out for quite a while, but I don't see a very long game for Dave from here. This has definitely turned into quite a nice AT. And part of the long-term thing as AT is often that Turkey's the fleet power and Austria's the land power, and this cast my mind back to when we saw the Turkey take Greece in the first place. That could have been part of this whole arrangement right from back then. Yeah, you get rid of the Austrian fleet, you give Greece to Turkey, so they've got free access into the Med. So that could well have been the signal that this is now an AT from both their perspectives.
Yeah. And I brought up the comment from Jonathan about Russia being more upset with Turkey. I read it the same way. And I think that's one of the fun parts for me about playing the game of diplomacy is sometimes how you go about getting those dots is just as important as which ones you're getting, and it can have some ramifications. So.
Well, it makes a lot of difference if someone moves out rather than you have to actually fight for them.
Yeah, my only comment at this point is, man, wouldn't it be a better position for Jackson if he had gone to Tuscany and Piedmont instead of that sort of ineffectual daisy chain he was trying to do?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and the build in Brest, whereas otherwise it could have been in Marseille.
Yeah. Good points. All right, so before we reveal the spring of 05, let's play Who Do You Like? David, we'll start with you. Who do you want to be on this board?
When you say you, do you mean me or Chris?
You, David.
Okay. Let's see. Well, any of the three major powers have their advantages. Frankly, I'm not going to say David here. I think that the FG has, even with the poor positioning of France, is still in decent position. So I'm going to go with Jackson here, I think, and say the French.
I'm going to go with Karthik. I think the Med is kind of bogged down now. So we're going to see a lot of non-movement in the Mediterranean, I think. The nice thing from Karthik is he's got the two Russian dots that he can pick up fairly easily, whereas there's not a lot that anyone else can pick up fairly, unless Turkey decides to turn on Austria, which is a possibility. But I kind of feel like he needs Austria at the moment. So yeah, I would prefer to be Germany over France, I think.
Well, let me say that a reason that I say that is because I think France has later on a decent shot of catching the Germans unawares. Now, the Germans right now can catch the French because of the situation in Burgundy if they wanted to. So if they talking about or moves now, would they do that? Probably not. So the reason I'm looking at France is later on they probably will have a better shot if the Germans completely commit to the east. The French will be able to maybe do something screwed, but we'll see.
Yeah, but if I'm Germany, I'm trying to keep those units in Ruhr and Munich for as long as I can.
Well, at some point, you're going to have to fend off the Austrians.
Yeah.
I mean, they're going to be coming.
Well, let's see how that plays out. David, lead us through spring of 05.
And he does try to at least bounce the Austrians in Bohemia and gets into Galicia. So the Germans have definitely committed south. Look at the Russian taking Moscow back because, by God, what did you do to me, David Miller? Shakes his fist. How about to help with the Germans? Can help me take your stuff back, and I'm going to do it. And also, he supported the Germans into Galicia, so that's kind of a fun situation. Look at all the German holds there in the north and west. Probably because he's now made a deal with Dave to be the tip of the spear. So he's actually convoyed to Prussia just to totally get away from Scandinavia. The French actually take Rome here, because Naples is used to try to get into the Tyrrhenian. So the Austrians, on the other hand, decides we don't need this Italian puppet AT, so we're going to take Venice ourselves, which they do, and that kills the army. So that's interesting. Otherwise, I think that all the rest of the moves are just sort of moving to the front, other than, as I said earlier, the holds in the north, which is some sort of diplomatic thing.
I think the convoy from Sweden to Prussia is a really good move because you don't need that army up there in order to take Norway and St. Petersburg if you decide to go that way, whereas the army is very useful in Prussia.
Oh yeah, there's no question about it.
This is interesting. It almost looks like a position you'd see from a Western Triple a little bit, just with Germany playing Russia playing the position of England. It'll be curious to see how that plays out. Fall of 05.
Yeah, just not going to. I was going to say, how much of Russia do you need to keep? And the answer is they don't. They only need maybe two, or don't want the Russians to build a unit. So you took Norway to give you the build for the Germans. The Germans do get into Bohemia and are able to move the FG units in general get to the east. Look at that. Tyrrhenian, Tyrolia, Piedmont, Western Med, Bohemia, Silesia, just really getting the jump on the east, the FG Continental getting the jump on the east here with Russian help, which was to be expected, as we pointed out. Revenge is an important motivation. And Russia says, look, Turkey, you're not going to get the benefit of this. Someone else is.
And Bulgaria to Serbia is the most interesting move to me out of that lot, I think. That says that presumably says the AT is no longer a thing.
Are you sure about that? Because the Austrians couldn't, they couldn't build for Venice anyway. They couldn't build for Venice. I think this is totally AT.
No, you're right, because Austria's picked up Venice. I missed that. Yep.
All right, moving on to winter of 05. We've got France building an army in Marseille, Germany building an army in Kiel, Italy disbanding a fleet in Naples, Turkey building an army in Ankara, and that's it. Chris, David, what stands out to you?
Well, neither FG build is a tip-off of any kind of stab, which, considering the progress they're making, I don't argue with that at all, because they're just in good position. The FG's in good position. Why would they do that? Otherwise, the Turkish army build is absolutely necessary, I think. Well, I don't know about absolutely necessary, but you can see an argument for it because the Russians are essentially the tip of the FG spear, as I said earlier. So there's some army issues.
But you're, in essence, capitulating the rest of Italy by doing that, correct?
Well, when you say the rest of Italy, do you mean Naples?
Yeah, mainly Naples, yeah.
I mean, the Naples is gone anyway.
Yeah.
And Italy's made that decision by pulling Naples rather than Ionian.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Well,
it's not like there's even going to be a bounce over it.
Well, either way, it was going to be difficult to keep the French away from Naples. So, I mean, one could make an argument for a fleet here, but I think the Turks are essentially now thinking, well, FG's already broken in. Yeah. I need to hunker down, and I can hunker down better with another army.
Yeah. Chris, spring of 06.
Okay. Ionian tries to get into Naples, which I think is interesting. I wondered if that might go up to Adriatic. I wouldn't have been surprised to see a deal between Italy and France, whereby France at least tries to keep Italy alive in one of the Austrian dots, but doesn't look like that's the case. So France does pick up Naples. The Turkish army moves to where it can be of use, and the fleet moves forward to Ionian. But Turkey's pretty stuck now, right? There's nowhere he can really move. Vienna goes. That was inevitable with the situation, I think. Because once you lose Galicia, you usually can't hold Vienna. Yeah, not an awful lot to talk about here. This is just the weird Western triple, as you say, pushing forward as they should. They kind of reached they're getting close to the end though. Vienna, Venice, and Naples. I don't know that you get much further than that. They should pick up Venice in the fall, I think. But then the question is, what happens next?
Mm-hmm.
Well, remember that the Turks only have 3 fleets, and eventually the French could get a fleet into Apulia and end up with 4 fleets. I mean, this is not
it's a long grind, but
it's a long grind. Yeah,
it is only 1906, so yeah.
Yes, well, that's what I mean. It was such a quick move by the FG into the east. They may have time to do some grinding here.
Yeah.
Even with the time limit, their position is just amazing.
Yeah,
I'm sure this is very frustrating for Dave Miller. That the FG is not stabbing each other. That's probably very aggravating to Miller.
Yeah, Dave Moletsky points out Germany could have had Paris and Brest, which is interesting. I'm really curious to see where this game goes. Partially because just from a pure gameplay standpoint, it's going to be interesting. But Carthage needs a good score to move up. Jackson and Dave are just both playing defense. I want to see, is Carthage going to make a move or not? And I think he's got the position he could do it. But we'll have to see how that plays out.
And maybe Jackson won't care if he does.
Yeah.
And if I'm Carthage at this point, I'm worried that France has got the easier growth path than I have. If you stick with the alliance, it's more likely that France is going to grow than that you're going to grow. So I would be very tempted to stab France at this point.
Well, that's assuming you don't take the Russian centers yourself. If he gets into the right position, he could do that.
Oh, I'm kind of assuming he can pick up the Russian centers whenever he needs to anyway.
Okay.
Yep. And then it is always worth keeping in mind there are other games played as well. So sitting in a position in a end of year event like this is not always the smartest idea. So everybody probably needs to get some points here. Fall of 06, Chris Brand.
Yes, Venice falls, Vienna stays German, Naples stays French, and basically nothing moves. That's it. Just and yeah, this is pretty much stalemated. Assuming no alliance change, this is pretty much stalemated, I think. Apart from what David mentioned, where you can crawl the French fleets round into Apulia and then you can eventually take Ionian. But even then, do you get any further than Ionian?
Well, he can crawl that around right now.
Yeah, but what does it get you? Does it get you a dot? I don't think it gets
eventually, if the Turks lose the Ionian, that's not good.
I don't know. It's terrible though, because Ionian retreats to Albania, and then I think, Ionian retreats to Aegean. Sorry. They might be out of position. They might need a unit in Albania.
I mean, Trieste is now would be under threat. Now, is there time for in a real, sort of what I would call a real game from the old days, where you're going to play it, until 1916? Yes, FG's position is great. One of them's going to stab the other. In this league situation with a time limit, obviously not. That's not really the consideration here. I will say one thing about the whole FG thing. Jackson must not be too worried about Carthage, or he would have insisted at some point that Carthage take that fleet North Sea and move it somewhere else. Mm-hmm. So either he doesn't care that Germany can stab him, or Germany has basically said, I'm leaving it there, do something about it. So it's interesting that they still have such a good relationship, but that German fleet is sitting where it really shouldn't be sitting.
This is an interesting place. It looks like they're setting up for a draw to me. Fall of 06 would be early. Most of our games are getting in the 1910-ish time frame. So, and I read this as a ton of play left on this board.
Well, maybe it is going to head to maybe the idea is Carthage is going to top. Jackson doesn't care about that, and David Miller can't do anything about it.
That's how I'm reading it. And
I mean, with the moves this turn, that kind of looks like a wrapping up sort of turn almost. But
yeah, but I don't like that as I was rooting for Jackson to make it to the top 7. Predicted that in one of our countdown segments. I am nervous about that decision if that's how this ends up, because I don't know that Jackson's score would be high enough to protect him from the other games that are playing.
Apparently, you are more nervous about this than Jackson himself.
Well, we'll see. We don't know yet, right?
All right. So Jackson builds Fleet Brest, Army Paris. We've got we say farewell to Tommy, disbands the fleet, and Carthage builds an army in Berlin. Chris, anything stand out to you here?
Yeah, I mean, those are you can argue that Jackson doesn't need any more units in the south, but equally he doesn't really need any units in the north unless he's attacking Germany, right? So the Fleet Brest, I think, following on from what David was saying about the North Sea, you can argue that's justified. The Army Paris, maybe less so. I don't know. It'd be interesting to see whether those could be defensive units, but they could also be offensive units. And the contrast with Carthage building in Berlin, which is the most pro-French build you could do, pretty much. Yeah.
This just looks to me like FG friendship, and France is just building these units because he doesn't really need them in the south, and he's making sure that Carthage realizes that he can't really stab him. But I wonder if Jackson really doesn't care whether Carthage tops the board. We're going to find out pretty soon, I think.
Well, David, lead us off through spring of 07.
Those bounces in Burgundy and in English Channel, I think, are almost certainly arranged, because you've got the French supporting the Germans into. I said Trieste was in risk, and here it is already at risk, because it was that way they were at risk anyway. They did try to move to Apulia. See, I think I would have gone ahead and supported the move to Apulia from Venice, and worry about taking Trieste later. But what do I know? They can do it. They can do it now. Eventually, that fleet's going to get into Apulia, and there's going to be 4 French fleets, and they can force the Ionian. But the fact that I guess that you've already taken Trieste is not a bad thing. It's not lost on me that that's important, because centers actually matter in this game. But otherwise, nothing else going on here except for the Turk taking Romania is interesting. I'm trying to figure out if there was some argument for doing that from an AT perspective, but I'm not sure what it is. I guess covering Romania. No, because Romania wasn't going to move.
No, not with.
I don't know. That's interesting. I just find that interesting. Why would you want to put the fleet in Romania instead of leaving the army there? Unless David is just sort of getting jumpy here and just going after centers. I don't know.
But the retreat's horrible. It retreats to Bulgaria. Yeah.
I mean, that's what makes you wonder what's going. That's why I was thinking it must have been some kind of deal, because you wouldn't want that retreat. So what's the theory behind putting the fleet there? And I'm not having a hard time coming up with the theory.
Yeah.
But I could be missing something for sure.
Fall of 07.
Wow. The theory is that you don't. Oh, I know. I see what it did. David Miller's just throwing up his hands and saying, fine, I don't care anymore. I'm just going to leave. I don't care. I'm going to take my pieces, what little I have, and go home. And Austria, why don't you take my stuff? You take Con. You take Greece. I'm going the other way. I'm going backwards. Russia, why don't you take Sevastopol? I'm done with this game. That's what's going on. That looks like frustration because there was no FG stab. And so he's just mad and he's going to do that.
Yeah, that definitely looks like
lots of positional moves here that are FG just continues to march and roll as long as it wants to. And now David's made it assured that that's what's going to happen.
Winter of 07, we see 2 more German army builds. We've got David disbanding all of the units, keeping 3 fleets. Got Dave building an army in Moscow. This is looking ugly for the East, so we'll keep going. Chris, lead us off spring of 08.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, this feels like a game where they've decided on an ending and they're going to just get there. And it looks like the ending might not include any Turkish or Austrian centers. Yeah, I mean, we see that same arranged bounce in English and Burgundy. Otherwise, we've got the fleet Norway to St. Petersburg and the convoy into Livonia. Could say that this is the time that the Russian dots start going to Germany, but again, that could well be arranged even there, right? Because Dave's not topping this board anyway. He knows that he lives at Karthik's, as long as Karthik wants him to live. So, that might just be I'm taking your dots now. Yeah, okay, nothing I could do about it. So sure,
I think this is the question now. It's spring of 08. Let's say we get 2 to 3 more years. Does Germany have time to solo?
What's he up? He's at 14, and he's picking up Serbia, St. Petersburg, Warsaw. That's 17 there, isn't it?
I wonder if there's just some kind of deal where they've just said, Karthik, we're going to let you solo. Make sure you get on the top board. I mean, don't count out the possibility in league play of just basic king making. Karthik, we like you. Let's put you on the top board.
That's a huge gamble for Jackson, though, isn't it? Because it might mean he doesn't get his place on the top board.
Look, your points right now. Dave Roberts has 96.6 points in 4th place. Jackson Roberts, 5th place, 94.5 points. Anything that's putting anyone else above them, that's a dangerous choice, particularly when you understand there's other games being played today that it's very likely somebody from those other games will have a chance to move their position up above you. That's a big gamble.
Well, I mean, Dave Roberts may not have had any choice. He's been a puppet for a long time. What was he supposed to do about any of this? Jackson really hasn't had a good stab opportunity in a while against the Germans. So let's not. I mean, this may be a deal, and it may be a deal that they're going to let Karthik get a big score that's not a solo, and then Karthik's going to take that and assume that he can use that to get on the top board, and that may just be the deal right now. Period, as opposed to any solo talk. We're going to find out soon enough. But I think if France was trying to stop the solo, I'm not sure what else they would have done up to now that they haven't. I mean, it's not like they had a great opportunity to do anything about it. Maybe they will in a minute, but I'm not sure I really blame Jackson for this.
They could have swung a fleet or two back to the north, but yeah,
it would have taken a while.
And it doesn't make a lot of difference necessarily. You're probably quicker to take something in the south and build back home, right?
Well, no matter what, I think we're going to look at a really good score for Karthik.
Unless he's ready to get hit in Trieste or something by the French. I mean, we'll find out.
Maybe. We'll find out. Chris.
So he sits in St. Petersburg. He does take Warsaw, which I think he guarantees Warsaw. He tries for Moscow as well, but that doesn't go. That would have been the 18. Oh, he gets into Silesia, but he loses Romania. Not Silesia. Bulgaria, but he loses Romania. That's okay. I would take that if I'm Karthik, because I can pick up Romania later. There's Dave is fighting back at this point, but there's really not much he can do about it. Karthik lets Paris into Burgundy, but that's okay. I think he doesn't need that right now. I mean, it would be nice if it wasn't in Burgundy, but he can live without it. Yeah, this is looking like Karthik's got a very good solo shot. I mean, he should be able to pick up Moscow, Romania, and Sevastopol from this position. He's got a bit of trouble back home, but not that much.
Winter of 1908, we see all the armies from Germany, and Dave Miller disbands keeping the fleet in Albania. The fun option. I want to see that do something. We'll find out. And Karthik gets one step closer to the first VDL solo that we've ever seen. We'll see if it happens. Spring of 09, Mr. Hood, lead us off.
Yeah, he's going for it. Moscow, Galicia. I mean, I think the question is, are the French trying to stop him or not? I think is the question. The Burgundy to Belgium. So that's an argument for yes. Did he try to support himself to Trieste, which, of course, David Miller foiled and allowed the Germans to take Venice? French are going backwards, so they realize that something's up. So I think maybe France is trying to fight back here.
Yeah, I think he is. But as you say, he's so far out of position. There's not a lot he can do.
What he can do, yeah. I mean, it's going to be tough. The Germans take Moscow. They're going to lose Bulgaria. Obviously, they've already lost it, but they take Venice. Now, this is interesting. It'll be interesting to see if he can do it this turn or if he has to wait. His position's great, though. I mean, France can fight back if they want to, but the position here is pretty decent.
Well, right now, Karthik, if the game were to end here, has the largest score of the season. So it's going to be a big one no matter what happens.
Yep.
Fall of 09.
Wow. So the Germans don't keep Venice. They lose Trieste. They lose Serbia. They do take Romania. The Turks are gone. The French are indeed fighting back and certainly preventing a win this year. I mean, Karthik's going to be, what is he going to be at? Well, we're going to find out in a minute. There's no point trying to do the math here. Let's just wait.
Too many senses changing hands to count.
Yeah, let's just. The viewers don't want us to sit here and watch us try to do the math. We'll just let the program do the math. And
we'll just make fools of ourselves if you try and do that.
Yeah, we've no reason to. But it's certainly interesting. It's interesting that Karthik got into this position. He got into this position because Dave Roberts helped him get into this position. And Jackson either didn't care in the early parts or couldn't do much about it. You know, he was doing his best to try to keep up in the race and just couldn't quite do it. Because the Germans also, of course, took Belgium as they were going to do, given the number of units they had next to it.
All right. Winter of 1909. We see that Karthik did go down one center. The result is 2 builds, Kiel and Berlin. Jackson takes his dot that he gained and builds an army in Paris. We say farewell to David Miller. That had to be an extremely frustrating game. I have been there and played well. Craig is the new turkey, and we continue on in 1909 or 1910. Chris, lead us off.
I'm just counting dots here. Germany picks up Liverpool, but I don't know what else. It makes it into Sevastopol. That looks like it shouldn't have happened. But then the retreat to Ukraine is horrible. So be interesting to see how that goes in the fall. I would have expected. Oh no, Austria is helping Germany at this point. That's how he got into Sevastopol.
Wow. Because
he's cutting Sevastopol and cutting Serbia. Although the cut of Serbia didn't help because Serbia was the mover. This doesn't look like a great turn for Karthik. I mean, he is picking up Liverpool, which was guaranteed. He is picking up Sevastopol, but then that retreat to Ukraine is horrible. Mm-hmm. The stray army in Tunis doesn't do him a lot of good. He gets into Burgundy, which is helpful, but is it enough? I'm surprised Spain went to Marseille.
Yeah,
I feel really Spain should have gone to Mid-Atlantic.
Yeah, that doesn't really make sense, honestly.
Yeah.
I don't even understand Liverpool ordering to Wales. I guess because he thought he was going to lose it. I don't know.
If you know you're going to lose Liverpool and you put it into Wales, then you force him to either cover London or the Channel, right? You can't then cover both.
It's worth saying this is the only game I've commented on anytime recently where the big battles are not on the stalemate line. It's because the FG got so far into the east that the stalemate line became irrelevant, and now you've got sort of battles all over the place that are not typical traditional stalemate line battles, and it's absolutely fascinating to watch the tactics. I mean, the Germans, the reason they haven't already won this game is because they've had 3 armies popped in the Balkans in the last 2 turns. That's the kind of tactics that really matter when you're this far away from home. You try not to let your armies get popped because it's so painful to try to rebuild them way back in Germany. But it's
now we're running up. It's fall 1910. We've got to be close to the timeline. I would say it could end this year. It could end in the next couple of years, but we're running out of time.
It kind of feels like Karthik needs to get lucky at this point.
Chris, 1910.
Let's see. So Sevastopol is still Russian. It's the first thing to notice, with Austria's help. So Austria, at this point, has said, actually, maybe this doesn't have to. I don't have to lose to a solo here. I could actually get into a draw here. That's the way I would read that, anyway. Sever is going to remain Russian. Romania is going to become Russian. A bounce in London and a bounce in Mid-Atlantic. Munich goes to Bohemia. That's interesting. I guess that makes sense.
Where else?
Hard to see how many more armies you can fit over there, but I can see that. I mean, this is tactics around the Balkans and Austria more than anything. I feel like Karthik did okay on this turn, given the position.
Yeah, I was going to say the move to Marseille, I guess, was because of the way the French had their other units going. That was the only person. I mean, they were trying to make sure Burgundy couldn't slip into Marseille. So going Spain to Mid-Atlantic would have allowed the Germans to slip through there.
And they do have Brest to cover Mid-Atlantic.
They do have, I think that was probably the French thinking. There's not going to be time for Karthik to force this win, but man, what a good shot at it.
Yeah.
I mean, I think he got outguessed in the Balkans with all those armies getting popped. That was kind of the end. All those armies getting popped was sort of the end.
Yeah, I think that was the key turn, really.
Winter of 1910, we see disband of the army in Wales, and Karthik builds Munich and Berlin. Moving on, spring of 11, David?
Yep, that must be the time. Yep. I mean, this is the kind of situation where if Germany eventually wins this fight, if the time keeps going, Germany wins this fight because France can't really defend them in the West. But given the fact that this is a time-limited game, this was a valiant effort by Karthik. I salute that. It was awesome. And as I say, is this Jackson's fault that Karthik had a shot? I mean, maybe, but it's not like Jackson played poorly. He was doing the best he could to get centers himself. It was really the fact that Karthik had Russian help to get him that far over the line was the real issue.
So we've got Karthik ending the game with 62.5 points and 16 centers. That will be one of the highest scores, I think the second highest score of the league. That should be enough to secure his position in the top 7. When we bring Brandon on, he may be able to help us look and see how that impacts things. Besides that, Chris, anything else stand out to you in this game, just to wrap it up?
I love Craig's position. He's got 3 armies and 5 centers, and 2 of his units are in Turkey and the others in Serbia. I mean, that's just one of the weirdest Austrian positions I've ever seen, I think.
And I think for me, I think this is right around the time here of 2007 when Karthik is able to get Jackson on side. That made the difference to me. I think at this point, leading up to that, I would have probably picked Jackson. I liked that position better, but when Russia got on board, that made all the difference. So I think a big diplomatic victory here needs to be pointed out for Karthik.
I'd also like to remind everyone that David picked Jackson and I picked Karthik. So.
I don't think anybody needed reminding of that, but I'm glad. This was also the turn, perhaps, Brian, where you could have said, Jackson, what are you doing? Why are you helping the Germans into Trieste? The answer is because he thought that they still had a deal and that he was going to be able to make some progress. But I guess that could be, if you wanted to point to a mistake that Jackson made, maybe it was here. Although, again, what's the alternative for Jackson here? You don't help the Germans. You can't really do anything to the Germans because you don't have enough units to do it. So are you guaranteeing that the Germans come and fight you if you don't help? I don't know. I mean, that's a good question.
All right. Well, at this point, I'm going to bring Brandon back on, and I will say farewell for a bit. Brandon, welcome back.
Thanks. And we'll see you in a bit.
Yeah, absolutely. Would you mind updating before we start the next game, running through how this impacts the standings? Because I want to know.
I'll tell you right now before you take off. So the that board top was worth 62.5 points, and that is enough to move Karthik Kaneth, who started the day in 18th place. It moves him all the way up to 4th place. Nice. He is now just 18 points behind Morgante Pell, who is the current clubhouse leader. A solo would have taken Karthik all the way up to 150 points, which would have put him in commanding position for the regular season championship. That does allow Karthik to pass both Jackson and Dave Roberts. If they had gotten zeros there, they would have been in extremely precarious position. I think now they are simply in precarious position. Dave has now fallen into the 7th spot. He is 1.4 points behind with 101. He is 1.4 points behind his son Jackson, who is in 6th place, and he is just half a point behind Liam Stokes, who is in 5th place. So the 3 of them, I would not feel secure in any way with still 3 games left to play on this docket.
All right. Well, thank you. And these games have been so much fun. I can't wait to watch the rest of these. I will see you all later.
See you, man.
All right. See you in a bit, Brian. And Chris, we're going to give you a little bit of a break here, and we'll see you again for the 4th game of the evening.
Okay, thanks.
Right, enjoy the break. If I can figure out how to... There we go. Let him go. Okay. Now, welcome to the broadcast for the first time ever. A brand new DBN commentator, a longtime Windy City weasel, and someone who's well known to a lot of people in the hobby, has been a traveler. Please welcome to the stream, Kevin O'Kelly.
Greetings, gentlemen.
Hey, Kevin. How you doing?
Good. What a great game. I'm sad that my first one has to follow that, so we'll have to do good work here.
Hey, Kevin, your video looks a little bit wonky right now. Would you mind just restarting your browser and coming back in?
Sure.
All right. While we're doing that, David, why don't we have a look at the cast for the third game of the evening.
Let's do it.
All right, let's see if I can operate this little monkey. Can I do it? I think I got. There we go. That was almost slick enough. Okay. In Austria, we have the person whose name has become a verb, Jason Massbaum. And not just a verb, but a verb with two meanings that are both diametrically opposed. Hopefully, we'll get a chance to use at least one of them. In England, we have Evan Sweetheart coming to us from Cincinnati, Ohio. In France, we have Tibor Kordic. I hope I'm saying that right. I'm certain I'm not. Coming to us from Zagreb, Croatia. In Germany, we have the infamous John Anderson coming to us from Utah, sitting with the gaudy second rank in the DBNI standings, and coming into today in second place in the VDL standings, now in third place after first two games have done. All right, Kevin O'Kelly's telling me he is back on. Hey, Kevin.
Is this better?
I think there's not a big delay, so we'll go with it. But the video, there's something a little bit, the frame rate looks low in the video for some reason. All right. So John Anderson, Germany. And Italy, we have Riaz Varani coming to us from Vancouver. In Russia, we have Eric Tilbert, who is, I believe, playing his first VDL game. And in Turkey, we have Ben Kelman coming to us from Philadelphia. Ben is currently sitting, he came into today in 12th place in the standings. John Anderson was in second. Jason Massbaum was also fighting for a spot on the top board. He was in 21st place, but with 58 points, just about 30 or so behind the seventh spot. And Evan Sweetheart, let's a little bit further down. I'll find out the exact number in a bit. And Ben Kelman already said he was coming in 12th place. David, what stands out to you from this lineup?
Well, what stands out to me, of course, is John Anderson. I think you said the gaudy number. By the way, if you're a viewer and you're just joining us, those rank numbers over there are not VDL rank numbers. Those are the rank numbers for the DBNI, the Invitational tournament in February. So don't get confused by that. I don't know the last time we saw Riaz Varani play in the VDL, but Riaz is one of the best players I've ever played with, so it'll be fun to see him play this game. And Ben Kelman's played some really good games lately that I've commented on and observed. So lots of good play here. And then there's Jason Massbaum. So I just thought somebody needed to say that. Since Siobhan's not here to do it.
Kevin, so first of all, tell us a little bit about yourself. We'll give you the opportunity. Tell us how you got started in diplomacy.
Absolutely. And hopefully I have a fellow NIU Husky or two in the chat tonight that's going to heckle me as I go through. But I learned to play in college with a group of guys I'm still friends with today. I've joined with the Windy City Weasels in the inaugural year. Jim O'Kelly found me on an old Yahoo group where I spent days losing to current awesome player Christian Klein, and have stuck around ever since. Kids and family life have slowed me back a little bit, but the group here and playing virtually during these pandemic times has been a nice relief. So great to be here, and I'm humbled to be as part of a good team. David Hood is the John Madden of DBN, and I'm the Rich Miller. The Dennis Miller. So,
so you've got a pile of obscure historical references to confuse us with.
Yes.
All right. Sweet. Looking forward to it. So on this board, are you familiar with any of the players?
Obviously, John Anderson winning our own tournament. Ben Kelman has played, I think, a few games with us, and of course, everyone knows Massbaum. So we will do our best to do some nouns and verbs with his name today.
All right, good. Evan Sweetheart, by the way, came into today in 23rd place. So he and Jason Massbaum are in similar places on the standings. And with that, what do you guys say we have a look at some moves? If I can click the right button. All right, here we go. Spring 1901. David, we will start with you. So you will handle 1901 moves. Okay. And we will turn to our resident scholar for some tips on them afterwards. So here we go. Spring 1901 moves. David Hood, tell us what you see.
The German move to Tyrolia to bounce the Italians is a thing that jumps out at me because that's a little unusual. It could have been arranged, honestly, to sometimes the Germans want to do that to make sure nobody's there. Otherwise, do I see anything that's of great surprise? Not really. The Russians do the most common Russian opening. The Turks do the most common Turkish opening outside of Chicago. The Italians, did the thing I just talked about. The Austrians did the most popular move. The French do the move where they have a shot at taking 3 centers, and leaving Burgundy open is pretty trustful of the Germans. And the English did, again, the most common English opening. So over to you, Kevin.
Yeah, I'd be curious to see, obviously, with John Anderson ranking second in both VDL and DBNI, you've got a large player on the board. So does that factor into EF? Yeah, sadly, Ben Kelman did not pick up any tips to go to Armenia, so we'll see about that. And everything else is pretty straightforward. We'll see what fall brings.
Well, Kevin, what do you make of that bounce in Tyrolia?
Just happened to us in Chicago, I think 2 or 3 months ago. I was Italy. I told Germany I was going to go there, and he didn't feel comfortable with me there, and didn't tell me he was going to bounce. It set me back season or two, but I think, like David mentioned, he brought it up, mentioned that keeps the pace and play, and maybe that allows Germany to more focus on the West, as opposed to having to worry about someone on his border early on.
Sometimes this happens because the German actually goes to the Italian and says, "I'm ordering a Tyrolia, so you better bounce me there." And the idea is that the Germans are making sure that that there's no threat to Munich. And sometimes the Germans are intentionally slow playing there. They don't want Munich to go anywhere, but they also don't want to have to worry about somebody being in Tyrolia in case they want to go somewhere in the fall. So sometimes that's the way it gets arranged.
Or have a unit supported into Munich, which you don't often see, but good. So, all right, Let's move on to the fall, 1901. David, tell us about it.
All right, a question in the West, I always like to say, who's going to get Belgium? And the answer is France is going to get Belgium, because why not? That gives them 3 builds, and that seems sensible. The English didn't even convoy to Norway. Went ahead and just said to France, I am so happy that you're going to go to Belgium that I'm going to support you there for no reason, and leave my guy in Yorkshire. And that's just a strange way to do that, honestly. The Germans letting the Russians into Sweden, of course, has become a little bit more usual than it was earlier in the season. The Italians go ahead and take Trieste. That can be with the consent of the Austrians, as we've talked about many times, and probably is here because the Italians do the little beat move where they go into the Aegean and get in there quickly because they're getting the build from Trieste anyway. So that means it's almost certainly arranged with Jason to allow that, jump on the Turkish position. So, Ben, hate to see that for you, man.
It's quite a risk to do that in the spring, wait to the fall to do that, because you could get bounced out and not get a build at all.
Makes it seem more prearranged.
Kevin, what else stands out to you on this board?
Turkey takes Black Sea as Russia forces Romania with no contest. Another bounce in Galicia. I know that David does not like units not moving, and that's 2 turns of 4 units staying place. So John takes his 2, seems comfortable in his position, as you mentioned, with not bouncing Sweden, and I am very curious to see why that army is staying on the island. We'll see as we get into 02.
You got to feel happy if you're Russia. This is a pretty nice way for this to have turned out. Obviously, the Turkish fleet in the Black Sea isn't great, but you don't have the army in Norway, and you get 2 builds.
And the biggest thing I see is France gets 3.
I have to say, it's nice to not see a possible Western triple on this, on a board, just for variety.
Never say never.
Wait, what do you mean you're not seeing a West? You don't know. This might be a Western triple. What are you talking about? What are you talking about?
Please don't be a Western triple. Please, please, please. I mean, France should never get 3 builds in a Western triple. Let me just put that out there for the universe.
I agree. Well, there should never be a Western triple. Let me put that out there for the
Fair enough. All right, the builds find England putting down Fleet Edinburgh, which seems a little optimistic considering the French fleet in Brest. France, for their part, decides to put down all 3 units, and the third one is an army, not a fleet. Germany does the safe and ambiguous thing with a fleet Kiel and army Munich. Elsewhere, we get 2 armies from Eric. Eric Tilbert in Russia definitely had a choice of what to do with the St. Petersburg unit. and chose the sort of most flexible, but also sort of less, it slows him down a little bit if he had a strategic direction to go in. Okay, let me turn to you guys. Kevin, what jumps out at you? Anything special about these builds?
I think the two armies in Russia were similarly built last game. Is that right, David? I think I joined in mid-game on that one. So we'll see how if that pattern plays out the same as the last game. Obviously, Fleet Smyrna with the Italian fleet already moving on. I am surprised about the army in Budapest. I mean, shocking build there. Everything else in the West. I couldn't tell if Tibor, and I did Google that to see what the common pronunciation is from someone from Croatia. Tibor seems to be accurate, so we'll compliment you, Brandon, on that. It seemed like he hadn't played in this, so I don't know if he's a newer player in general or not. Again, if he knows how good John Anderson is, putting down two armies as a more defensive position, that's if I'm reading that board, I see it as defensive rather than maybe an attack on Germany.
Tibor has played he has played a couple games already, and he has a friend who joined with him who's also in Zagreb. And
Okay.
by the way, Tibor, his handle on Backstabber and Discord is Leto II. So definitely a Dune fan, David Hood. I'm glad.
Yes.
I assume you're glad to hear that.
The spice must flow.
All right, let's push on ahead here. Spring of 1902, and this time, Kevin, we're going to give you the first analysis. So. Here are the spring 1902 moves, and tell us what you see.
Wow. So England moves to Wales for, I'm not sure, any apparent reason yet. Goes to Norwegian. It looks like they're turning a little bit, but then also to Norwegian. So interesting there. Maybe EG, maybe EG at this point. Nothing into Burgundy, moves back. That's all. Setting up in the west. In the east, holds in the north. Sweden, St. Pete, Moscow, Denmark, maybe a tap onto Sweden. Not sure if he's picking two battles, going to Baltic to secure at least an opportunity on it in the fall. Let's see about in the south. Is that an explosion of Bulgaria, it looks like, with did Romania help in on that? I can't tell the order.
Yes.
Okay, so all turning on the Turk at this point. So, EG in the west and crush the Turk in the east.
David, any follow-ups?
I mean, Ben, what'd you do, man? You must have said something really terrible. all these people jumping on you. I mean, let me go back to the West for a minute. When the French built the third build, which of course is a choice you make anyway, if you got three coming to you, really put all three down. When the French put down the army Marseille, I thought, that means they're going to support to Burgundy. They're getting ready to, they assume that an EG is coming for them, and they are right.
But he got the support. It's interesting because he did get the support into Belgium. Was that a false sense of security that EG was trying to deliver?
Well, it may have been that there was negotiations in between those two events, and that may be something that he sniffed out. I don't know. I mean, Evans' moves have been a little bit back and forth, but somehow Tibor must have sniffed out that this was coming. And of course, it's Tibor. It's the same Tibor as Tibor Machan, the famous political theorist from the 80s, right? Anybody? Only me knows that. Okay. Keep going.
Which one of you was Dennis Miller again?
I got to come up with the comedic references, not the astounding historical facts.
Tibor Machan. Look, everybody go look it up.
Yes, please. Everyone else go look it up. Kevin, tell us about fall of 1902.
So France makes Burgundy this turn with the 3-on-1. It looks like Germany brings Munich east, takes Sweden as looking at the setup. North Sea makes it, removing the fleet from North Sea to pick up a center. That's needs one maybe. While the French fleet takes the Channel. EG stays together in the east. No more progress against Turkey, but piffed one, down one, so the position will hold. Russia sees the oncoming German attack and starts to pull away from that. So Ben Kelman may breathe a sigh of relief and the Italian will get Tunis to make it to, is that the 5th build that all Italy's need?
Yeah, Italy's gotten the 5th build here. Austria is getting the 5th build. England is getting the 5th build. There's lots of 5th builds going around. It's the turn of that.
And Italy and Austria also go towards the middle. Maybe the John Anderson effect is starting to build up.
Well, in addition to the fact that their original target is about dead, so you got to figure out what you're going to do next.
David, what do you make of England being the one to get Belgium here?
Pretty much had to be, because the Germans were going to take Sweden. It would probably had to do with alliance parity. English needed to build because the French were going to force English Channel, which they did. So it makes perfect sense, since the English are not getting Sweden, that they needed to get Belgium. And of course, from John Anderson's point of view, you want to get the English fleet out of the North Sea and give it somewhere else to go, because that's less threatening to you. It's just a good EG alliance play. The Denmark fleet is the one leaving, so now nobody's, the Germans are not touching North Sea, and the English are out of the North Sea, which is pretty much what EG wants to do going forward.
Yeah, but the French are touching North Sea, so
the English are building, and they don't need Norwegian. That can come down. I mean, there's all sorts of possibilities here if the alliance sticks together.
All right, let's check out some builds here. If there's maybe Army Liverpool, that would be the biggest shocker.
Wow.
Indeed, not Army Liverpool, but Fleet London. The Germans surprised no one by putting down an army in Munich. Eric in Russia does the fun thing, but also most likely the appropriate thing, and pulls Fleet Sevastopol, keeping Fleet Bothnia. It's a tough call, given that you've had hostilities with Turkey, and Turkey is sitting with a fleet in the Black Sea. That would have been my only reservation with making this pull, especially since that fleet in Bothnia can only slow down Russia. Kevin, let me turn to you. What do you think of that decision on Russia's part?
That was when I think David made the comment about almost being done down there. I think Ben breathed a sigh of relief as the attack kind of paused on him. If he could survive, I mean, the Italians have no pressure from behind, and the Austrians have no pressure anywhere, so they can try 2-on-1 to eliminate Turkey, but it's hard 2-on-1. You need all three to get down there, and that fleet pull, while I think is the one I would have done as well. It'll be interesting to see what Ben can do to come back from this, because Ben is the closest to the top 7. If John Anderson commands this board like he does on every other board he's on, there won't be the type of metagame I think that we've seen in the previous 2 games. Whereas, trying to work, you need to work with John, you need to work around John to move up. So I'll be interesting to watch Ben as this game moves forward.
All right, and it's worth pointing out here that there are 3 people on here who, with a decent result, can move up into the top board, and that's Evan and Jason and Ben. Riaz would need an especially big score, and Eric and Tibor would need basically gigantic scores, if not solos at this point. All right, let's push ahead into spring of 1903. And David, you are on tap. Tell us what you see in spring of 1903.
Well, you see why the Russians left that fleet in the north hoping they would have some diplomatic ability to maybe work with the English or somebody, but it didn't work because the EG is sticking together, at least for now. The French move to the Irish couldn't be stopped. In fact, North Atlantic might have been a little bit better from a flexibility point of view. But here come the Italians. What have they decided to do? They've decided to go west, young man. And again, is the AI sticking together? Going, yes. I mean, they're taking Munich, going to Galicia. As you were saying, Kevin, because the Russians kind of backed off of the thing on Turkey, the AI is a little bit backed off in the sense that they didn't send either fleet to the Ionian to then go to the Eastern Med. So maybe their theory is just to contain Ben for now and go do things in the West because they're worried about EG, getting too powerful. So the AI is going to counteract that. And frankly, they're doing it pretty well.
Kevin, talk to me about France here. So France taps Burgundy. France uses Burgundy to tap Ruhr, which enables Munich to fall, but sees the Italians coming at them. Do you think Tibor just got played by the Italians here?
It seems to, unless the tap on Ruhr was meant to be to tap any support into Belgium is more how I would look at it. I can't imagine unless they tricked him into it. But I think focused based on his initial builds, it seemed more defensive. He was locking himself down, maybe mentally and diplomatically, he locked himself down too. I hope he didn't get played, but if he did, AI did a good job at it. I see it more defensive, but we'll see.
And it happens to the best of us, Tibor. All right, let's keep on moving here. Fall of 1903, and David, you're up.
Well, as you can see, the Italians actually had no hostile intent against the French, and I wonder if Riaz, in his very, very understated way of speaking, because he's very good at this, well, I wasn't there to attack you. I was there to help you, which apparently he was. But now look what happens. Italians go to Vienna. Italians go to Greece. Riaz is over there saying, Jason, I'm here to help you. Wait, no, I'm just going to take your stuff. It's a fall turn. So way to go, Riaz. In addition to the fact that Mastbaum loses Munich,
wow.
Siobhan Nolan is on, probably, I'm looking at the chat right now, but I'm sure she's happy about this.
No, we're just waiting for the delay pass.
Oh my goodness. Yeah.
Comment can come in.
Jason, you're in a little bit of trouble. Black Sea goes ahead and slips into Sebastopol. Now that the pressure's off, Ben is coming back here. And why not? Now that the Italians are hitting the Austrians, why not do that? The Russians are wondering why he's sitting in Romania and not doing anything, but I guess he's getting ready to maybe pull that guy. If he wants to be a northern power, maybe that's the theory. Austria, Jason thought everything was going copacetic. He takes Silesia with support, putting him in completely terrible position to defend against Riaz in 1904. Really just sort of amazing that Riaz was able to get the jump there. And the French really did think the Italians were coming. You can see that from the moves. So it's interesting that did not happen.
Any surprise here that Riaz did this?
It's a little surprising to me, honestly. It's a little bit out of character for Riaz, but by God, we shouldn't stay in character in diplomacy. If you think you're known for one thing, you should be a little unpredictable. That'll make you a better diplomat going forward. At least that's my opinion. So I'm not arguing with what he did. I think it actually makes some sense because.
Yeah, and I think the same thing you mentioned. I heard a comment about Ed Sullivan. We know what a great alliance player he is, and he kind of shifted things around, took off his socks or something like that, I heard. But maybe they're stretching. Riaz knows he needs a big number. Jason knows he needs a number. And so Jason stretched out. He had no defense and had to trust an ally and hoped he had a similar alliance that what F&G had at the beginning of last game. So I think that the players who have potential to move maybe took a leap, and sadly some didn't have a lot under them.
Jason's going to get a number in this game. The number's probably going to be a 0. Well, but it's going to be a number.
The question I have for you guys is this, are we witnessing a mass bombing?
Yes.
I think Riaz's moves are the bomb.
All right, let's push ahead here. Winter 1903 sees Jason give up on Army Silesia. It also finds Eric giving up on that fleet. Finland as Ben's move into Sevastopol didn't get a lot of love from us, but it's certainly entertaining. Italy, Riaz for his part takes a stab and turns it into a fleet and an army, and that does it. Let's play a little bit of who you guys want to be. Who's got the inside track here to topping this board? David, start with you.
You mean other than John Anderson, who by definition has the inside track to top every board that he's on, and sometimes even a board he's not on? I would say, I really do like Riaz's position, assuming he can cut some kind of deal with Ben to mop up the rest of the Balkans and then pivot. I like Riaz's position. I really do like John's position because he's just John, and he still apparently has Evan on his side, and there's no reason to think that that EF warfare is going to stop. They're a little bit mixed up with each other, so in that sense, John's in good shape. The Russians are not really a threat to John, so I would say probably John or Riaz, and I'll give Riaz the edge just because I really liked his move.
Kevin, what about you?
Yeah, for dramatic theater, neither of us should pick John. But if we were going to Vegas, I think both of our money would be on John. So we'll leave that. Outside of John, my dark horse, and I said it last year, is I'm going to keep my eye on Turkey. I like the Italian position. I don't want to come on here and just agree with everything that David says, even though he'll probably be right in the end.
I wasn't right last game, so don't go with that.
I'm gonna stick with the Turkish. I don't like the French and English positions. The Russians did exactly what happened in the last game with both fleets being gone. He still has home centers to rebuild them, but I just don't like that position. And there's no amount of money that you could give me to pick mass bomb in this position.
All right, let's keep going. Spring of 1904, Kevin, you're on tap here.
All right, what do we see here? So Russia, is again similar to last game. Now has shifted south to punish the Turk for some attack. Obviously, the taking of Sev. Makes his way to Bulgaria with Italian support. So I think, David, you got that right there, as they seem to patch things up, although he did move Smyrna to AG, and I wonder if that's just to secure the southern part of the Balkans, or if that's just getting out. My guess is that's friendly to the
cutting off the potential retreat.
Excellent. Yep. All right, so I go there. So that's there. Germany, of course, got to see what he's doing, is still pushing east here. Maybe he has a support from Burgundy, so maybe FG have settled things out a little bit. Or this is just the ugliest Western triple we've ever seen.
You got to love John Anderson playing both sides of the EF conflict here. I mean, obviously you're setting up some sort of naval Maginot Line. But it looks like John is poised to either help or get help from both of them. David, what do you aside from just assuming that John Anderson's going to top the board? What do you make of his play here? Is he being too smart by half, perhaps?
No, I think he's doing fine. He wants EF to keep fighting and let him take advantage of the chaos in the east to get some centers, and then decide which of E and F he wants to throw in with. Then I think the most interesting move on this entire map is Marseille to Piedmont.
Yeah.
And I'm trying to figure out a good reason for Tibor to do that, and I am failing to come up with one. I'm sure there is one. I'm sure he had a theory. Maybe he thought the Italians were going to go to Piedmont themselves. But why in the heck would you think that after they've stabbed Jason? And I don't know what the point of that is, because now you've made it tempting for John to say, I guess I'll throw in with the English and take Burgundy. I mean, I'm not saying he's going to, but it would be a temptation. And why give anybody that temptation? You're not going to get much out of that, I don't think. So anyway, that's the only other thing I would say.
The problem here, though, is that England can't take Brest without leaving Belgium exposed. So this would, an entertaining outcome here would be for John Anderson to cover Belgium and get it anyway. All right, Kevin, you're going to tell us whether it happens and tell us about it.
Well, it didn't happen. He covered, but Burgundy had some ideas about it as well. Wow, convoy to Brest, support from Picardy, and made it all the way around. So England did crack the mainland. That is a shift. That is a shift in the game. So maybe John, who was hoping to have them fight for a little bit longer, maybe John now has to be forced into a full EG. And does that put some pressure on him from behind? So we'll see. If Germany did support him into to St. Pete, so the EG has solidified. Maybe tactical help, pulling away Burgundy. Maybe someone, when you guys were talking about Piedmont last time, maybe someone suggested, wouldn't it be good if you can go, help out a little further east as opposed to staying home to defend on the mainland. So in the south, the Italians realize, I think, maybe what's going on. Not sure if it's EG or France or someone they're fighting against, but they need to be cognizant about what's going on in the southwest waters and down towards the southeast. Mass bomb at Jason. That's loses Serbia, gets Vienna, get some support from Russia into Vienna. So Jason does have an ally still, but his ally is cracking because Germany picks up Warsaw as well. So no further progress for Turkey, but we'll pick up another one in Bulgaria. So the powers with chances, I think, are growing, and the ones that are not are under a lot of pressure.
Yeah, it kind of seems like the corner powers. This has been a really nice turnaround that continues here. David, what are your thoughts?
Yeah, my only thought here: Tibor must have been snookered into doing what he did. I can't figure out why you would not at least try to defend Brest in this situation. I mean, in the Marseille to Piedmont move was what started all this. It's like, why are you going that way when it's the English that are? So the English must have snookered him somehow. So way to go, Evan, I think.
Well, I mean, wasn't it guaranteed? I mean, so with this set of moves from Evan, this actually wasn't the guaranteed way to take Brest. But, if you're Tibor, you may have assumed that that they would do the guaranteed moves, which would have required taking. Actually, I take that back. This was not guaranteed. Tibor could have cut both English Channel and Picardy. Oh yeah. Huh. Okay.
I mean, I just think this wasn't even an attempt. Maybe you assume the English could do this, Picardy to Brest or whatever, and do it another way and all that. But why would you assume that and do all this move? It just doesn't make sense to me unless he got snookered by the English. I'm not going to do that. I'm going to do something else,
Yeah, that was my comment. Is I would love to know the diplomatic situation of the West at this point. How did this happen to crack the situation?
So here are the builds. We have England putting down a fleet and an army, obviously fully committed to the anti-French attack. Germany puts down an army, obviously fully committed to the Eastern attack, or at least appearing to be, certainly aligned that way. And Italy did not get a build because of all of the dipsy doodle, just ended up trading hands, but did pick up position here, and especially with Russia pulling units, his position, Riaz's position doesn't seem so bad here. Anyone, really quick, let's not spend a lot of time on this, but anyone want to revise your pick for who you want to be? Kevin?
My money is still on John Anderson. My heart's still in Turkey.
David?
Yeah, I mean, I still think Riaz is in a pretty decent position if France will actually turn around and fight. And but do I think their position? Do I think Riaz is in as good a position? No. Obviously, the EG success against France was a little unexpected. I thought France would put up a better fight, and so the fact that they didn't really hurts their position. So. Man, I think you're right, Kevin. If I was in Vegas, I'd be putting money on John Anderson. I wouldn't be getting any money back, though, because the odds would be so poor. If you want to get any money back, maybe put some money on Ben, like you were talking about.
And Ben, for his part.
Not that I'm a gambling person.
Hey, no judgment, David.
Okay.
It's legal everywhere now. So
yeah, exactly. Ben put down a fleet here, which is not unnoteworthy. That suggests that more worried about the Italian here than about mopping up the Russian dots or fighting or pushing back the German.
Brandon, you made a very good point.
I'm sorry. I apologize deeply.
You did.
Also, I do like to gamble. David, tell us about spring of 1905.
So do I. All right, spring of 05. Yeah, let's see. Well, it looks like that the IT war really is already happening. I mean, they're bouncing in Romania. Instead of making a deal about splitting these centers up, they're having a fight about it. I'm not sure I agree with that. Although once Ben built the fleet, I guess there was no way around it because that was really a commitment there. John Anderson takes Moscow, which, of course, can't be undone given the fact that he's bounded by fleets. And he has a shot now taking, I guess he's theoretically going to take Warsaw back, maybe. Depends on what happens with the Russians and the Italians and all that. It was a good move by Galicia going to Silesia to block the Berlin deployment to the east. That was a good move. John, of course, fully commits into Burgundy, which makes sense. Look at the fleet to English. I mean, guys, the fleet Picardy goes to Belgium to prevent the French from going there. That makes sense. Yeah, this is just EG success against the what was turned into a terrible French position after he kind of misplayed it. No defense, no offense to Tibor. Sometimes it just happens. But the Italians going to Spain, Italians going to Western Med. They're setting themselves up to try to be a stopper. Because they can't. I think their theory is they can't really count on the French to do it, so they're going to have to do it themselves.
Kevin?
Yeah, I question the building of the fleet in Smyrna, and I saw that, of course, after I spoke about keeping my pick the same. But it's building that alliance with Italy from there, and if you want to come after them later on once Italy's pressed up into the middle, it's frustrating. But they're going to grind down. At this point, can we just fast forward to nearly the end of the game? Because it's just going to be John Anderson at some huge number. The only thing is maybe if England can keep pulling maybe a spoil here or there, maybe John has to watch his backside. But at this point, we could.
Well, I'm not counting Evan out here either. I mean, it's a possibility he could end up with a good stab potential, but it really would have involved Turkey helping to keep the Germans from taking over all of Russia, and Turkey has simply not done that.
Yeah.
But it is an interesting diplomatic equilibrium that's developing here. You've got four powers that have a shot at the board top, it seems to me. England, Germany, France, Turkey, and Italy. Yes. And you can get interesting dynamics going with four players. Several of whom have something sort of interesting in the metagame to play for. Riaz, is going to go for the biggest score he can get, even if he's not in position to make the top board. All right, let's push ahead here. Fall of 1905. David Hood, we are still with you. What of interest happens here?
Riaz actually decides he's not going to take Spain away from the French. That was just positional. He's going to move to the mid-Atlantic instead with support. That, of course, means there's a retreat to North Africa, but, that's a
oops.
Foregone. Yeah, that's just something that happened. Actually, no, Spain supported Portugal in the mid-Atlantic. I'm sorry, I misread that. Yep. So Spain did stay in. The Italians did stay in Spain. That was me just misreading that on the board. The Germans did, in fact, take both Moscow and Warsaw, as I thought they might, because the Russians decided they would use Galicia to support the Turks into their last center. So interesting choice by Eric. Jason decides to take Trieste because Riaz doesn't cover it and goes to Apulia instead.
Mass bomb.
What is happening?
He builds.
He did support the deal. He made a deal, support the Italians into Bulgaria. So they made a deal is actually what happened. In which I guess Riaz didn't have any choice but to let Jason back up off the mat because Ben, committed against the Italians. That's fun. For everybody except Siobhan Nolan.
I don't know. This gives more drama.
I'm excited to see. So Jason had been mass bombing, but now he has the chance to mass bomb someone else, if I'm using the verbs correctly. All right, let's keep ahead here. Winter 1905 finds Jason mass bomb growing from 2 to 3 units, dropping an army in Vienna. Riaz puts down a fleet in Naples, which will come in handy in a couple different ways. Tibor pulls the army in Gascony. We say goodbye to Eric Tilbert. Thank you very much for playing. I assume Eric just wanted to end the game there. He just wanted to leave. He was ready to be done and wanted to make sure that his dot got taken. All right, so what we find here now is we'll do a little reset here. We've got John Anderson and Riaz Varani tied for the board top at 8. We've got Evan Swihart at 7, just one behind, and Turkey Ben Kelman at 5, sort of lurking. This kind of feels like anyone's game. England is by no stretch of this out of it, as far as I can tell, but it does seem that Evan is dependent on John for some help in growing further, and doesn't have a clear stab opportunity. We'll have to work to make a stab happen. But Holland is also sitting there, right? Might be able to slip in there in the fall. All right, let's push ahead here. Spring of 1906. We go back to you, Kevin O'Kelly, for the first read of the board. Why don't you tell us what you see?
All right. Well, where the controversy is in the southeast, it doesn't seem that the Italians and the Turks have made up. Jason seems to be putting up a defense against Germany now. So Italy and Austria seem to have maintained. Sure, Puglia was going back to cover just in case Jason got a little grabby, but all seems in line there. England looked to with France being back in the Mid-Atlantic, securing the fleet position, so pulling even further away from John. Like other than the German army in now Gascony, I don't know if a German army is anywhere near anything else on the board. German unit is near anything else on the board. Although he does take St. Petersburg.
Yeah, let's talk about that. David, what do you make of that?
Well, John's not a one daughter, so I'm trying to figure out what kind of deal that could be. Maybe because he's going to put the English in Paris or something. Although the English could just take Paris, they don't need the Germans to do that. I don't know. That's an interesting situation. Maybe he thought that he was supposed to bounce the English there, and the English pulled away. Although, why would you do that if you're moving your fleets to North Atlantic? I don't know. I have no good explanation except the two words, John Anderson.
Indeed.
It's interesting that the Italians got into Mid-Atlantic here because the English did that move around instead of supporting themselves in Mid-Atlantic. I just find that very interesting. One other thing before that, this is the third game out of 3 in which we've had a strong German assault on the stalemate line in the mid-game. You know, it has been a good day to be Germany in the VDL.
Yeah, got Warsaw, Moscow, an army in Ukraine and Bohemia. All right, let's see what the maestro does with it. And Kevin O'Kelly, tell us about it.
Oh, further progress to that stalemate line, like you just mentioned, David, with Ukraine supporting Warsaw into Galicia, the southeast, which is probably the most interesting portion of the board, is still a lot of red anywhere. So. No turning around there. I think they want to finish second to John Anderson, but from a scoring perspective, I think, like we mentioned, that's not going to get anyone any higher. So if they're just playing this board to be second to John, then that's the pride they'll walk away with. Yeah, not a lot of anything. The English do get Paris. Like we mentioned, so maybe that was that trade. And if John has the leverage, he could say, "Look, I control it. I'm getting one or the other. I'd rather have St. Petersburg. Why don't you go fight south where you're not going to make any progress, and then I'll stab you later."
It is a curious set of moves, England's and Germany's together, isn't it, David Hood? You got Gascony going to Brest. Ruhr goes to Burgundy here instead of, you'd think. If it was a stab, then you'd go to Belgium. I'm not, what can we make?
I don't think it was a stab. I think it was I'm going to take this, right? And okay. I don't think it was a stab.
Why would you take this deal if you're England?
Well, I'm not sure it was a deal. I think he just was told by John that John was taking St. Pete, and he decided he couldn't this immediate turn do anything about that. Because he wanted to take Paris first, etc. But I agree that the moves are a little weird. I mean, Gascony and English Channel go to Brest. I guess under the theory that you might let the Italians leak into English Channel otherwise. Maybe that was the concern from a positional point of view. And Riaz is a crafty tactician. Let me tell you, again, really one of the best tacticians I've ever played with. Really good gunboat player. So he might have done that. He might have gone to English Channel, assuming that there would be some coverage issues from English Channel to Brest. So maybe that was a smart move, but it seems like a missing beat. It seems like something else he could have done with Gascony would have been to hit, Spain. He couldn't be sure which one the moving unit was. It's just interesting.
Yeah. Okay. And then also, North Africa going to West here instead of supporting North Atlantic into Middle. Just a little.
Okay. Yeah, because David, that pops possible. If he taps Spain, Mid-Atlantic gets dislodged. England does make to Brest, and he retreats to the Channel. That maybe is they don't want forward retreat.
Yeah, maybe.
That makes sense. No, that does make sense.
Yeah.
But still, yeah, North Africa.
It just seems slow, though. Honestly, it seems a little bit cagey, but that's fine.
All right, let's push ahead here. We've got Winter 1906 sees another army from John Anderson, whose tentacles just seem to spread further and further across this board. That looks like it's the only adjustment. So let us go ahead here into spring of 1907. And David, we are back to you.
All right, we do finally see some black arrows in the Balkans, and that's because John Anderson's involved, surprisingly, supporting the Turks into Bulgaria and to Budapest, and then Romania in behind that. The AI is doing what it can to try to block what's going on, but man, if the Turks are on the German side, there's not much the AI can do about that. Western Med's already there hitting Tunis. So this is, again, I feel like a broken record from the last game. It's just a very quick Western assault on the stalemate line. They're already behind the lines and causing all kinds of havoc for the East. The difference in this game is it's the Turks, which, frankly, if you're going to be an Eastern power and the Western powers are coming, you want to be the Turks. At least you get something out of that. In this case, they're getting a lot out of that because they're working with John. That can only last so long. I mean, once Budapest and Romania are Turkish, guess what? Germans are now touching all your centers, Turkey. So I'm not sure exactly what the long-term play is there. The English did get into the Western Med. They were going to do that, and they did. Yeah, it's just continued Western domination of the East as it has been the last two games.
The thing that confuses me here is why aren't England and Italy getting together and working out a deal? Why are they still fighting each other while Germany is just growing?
2 words, John Anderson. I mean, the west hitting Tunis taps it to push the Turkish fleet into Ionian. It's a coordinated effort of EG at this point, and I think Turkey realizes, look, I can't win this battle against Italy alone. I think they're going about it the wrong way. I think I'd love to have been a fly in their Discord room, listening to IT at this point. Like, were either of them the voice of reason, and one of them just kept walking away and saying no? If they break, there's no reason why John can't get to 18 by the end of the game. He doesn't need it. He's clearly number 2, and even a minimal score, I think, pushes him up to number 1. But if you've done everything else and you topped every other board, why not solo to put a cherry on the top?
Here's my response to this league business. So what? Take 18 centers, and if you can't get it, get as close to it as you can. I don't care what the situation is. I'm getting as big as I can in every freaking game I play.
I've watched enough of these before coming on. I know I just got to get David talking about 18.
Here. Just have to drink to that.
Yeah, it's like you're drinking water, though, so that's not all that.
It's all fun. It's all something else.
Oh, okay, good.
How about fall of 1907 moves? David, tell us about him.
Yeah. Jason takes Budapest back. What? With
Germans' help.
Yeah, with Germans' help. Again, this is exactly what I was saying. I mean, the working with the Germans can only last so long before the Germans start working against you, Ben. I really wonder what would have happened early on if Ben had built the army instead of the fleet, moved it to Armenia, switch the fleet around, and just throw in with Rios to try to set up a line against Germany. I just wonder what would have happened in that scenario. I mean, maybe they would have lost to John, but in this situation, they're losing to John for sure. But let's look over at the West. Anything happening here? The English fleet goes to Belgium. Maybe worried that there would be another St. Pete situation. By the way, Evan, it's on my schedule. I'm taking another one of your centers this turn. So maybe Evan decided that was not going to be on the schedule. Let's see. The Germans take Marseille because, by God, they need another center. So I'm glad they were able to do that with the help of the English fleet in Western Med hitting Spain.
And getting Vienna.
Yeah, that's what I mean. The Germans are definitely winning this game. You and I tried to give somebody else the nod because we were trying to use our hearts, and we should have just used our heads all along, Kevin.
Ben does pick up 2 here. Does that? And plus, he's got a rebuild, so he's going to be putting down 3 units.
Okay.
maybe helps the army situation against the line. And
I mean, listen, John is on his side. He supported Romania. John is on Turkey's side. So there's nothing for Ben to worry about here. Nothing at all. Pay no attention to the man behind the fleets and the army.
All right. There still seems like there's a possibility for play here, but Italy and England have to stop fighting. Yeah, for me,
I'm glad you think there's a possibility. I'm glad you think that, Brandon. You're great. You're a great fan.
There is a spot in the multiverse where something else happens. Here we get the foot on the accelerator. We've got 2 fleets down from John Anderson, who has no need to hide his intentions.
2 fleets.
No need to hide his intentions at all.
Oh my gosh.
Turkey puts down a fleet and 2 armies, which is fun. We'll see how long he's able to hold on to Sevastopol. Although with John not sending armies over there, he's unlikely to be able to maintain an assault on the Turk, and won't need it to top the board.
Wait, you don't think 2 armies? I think the 2 armies is the right answer here for the Turks.
Oh yeah. No, I'm saying it's John. He's clearly showing that he doesn't see Turkey as the source of his next dots.
I see what you're saying. Yeah.
And he may have a problem, if Turkey decides to get Hungary. Like that's a possibility, a possible way to rebalance the board here. All right, let's keep on.
One question. So what is that Red Army in Budapest doing? He received support from Germany to get in there. He was allied with Italy. Does it become part of the line on the green and gold side, or is he fully locked in with Germany at this point?
What's your prediction?
None.
David, do you have a prediction for what order that Red Army writes?
I predict that Jason will try to move somewhere with somebody else's support. That's my prediction. As opposed to sitting there and being supported, that's not really his style. He's going to try to convince somebody to let him move somewhere. So we'll see if it works.
All right. I think probably Vienna, but I kind of want to see it go to Romania with support just for the hell of it.
He could go to Serbia. Who the hell knows?
All right. And Kevin, you're going to tell us about it.
Serbia. He tried to go to Serbia.
Went to Serbia.
You won, David.
I was hoping that it would be piffed. Actually, it is piffed. So they took care of him. So
we have the final mass bombing.
Yeah. Well, and not necessarily. John could walk out as a positional play, but we'll see that. let him rebuild. So Turkey, obviously, we're seeing a realignment of the forces. Ukraine actually supports him into Romania. So
he is friendly to the Turks. I'm telling you,
he is friendly to everyone, and then puts the knife into the back as he's patting them there too. So the Italians, I think, maybe have I don't know though. So Tunis goes to Ionian. Maybe he thinks the attack's still on. I'm still not seeing any IT team building in the northwest. It's just a march to build a line. So we'll see. We'll see what we see. All right. So the English go to Lyon. Maybe to put up a front against it. So maybe it's an everyone against Germany moment, but Italy and Turkey aren't on board with that yet. I want to see if all 5 of them, or how many ever left, 4 of them, are in the same chat room, or are they still fighting? That's what I want to watch. David,
yeah, one tactical criticism of John here. I think I would have moved Kiel to Helgoland, Berlin to Kiel, to get both of the fleets back out. Yeah. Fine. If the English go to Holland, who cares? Because now they're not in the North Sea. I'd rather them be in Holland than the North Sea. I can kill the guy in Holland or knock him out of Holland again with all that position. Having that fleet in Berlin not having anything to do is a little bit of a tactical boo-boo, I think. But again, it's a quibble on a really good game by John so far. I think you're right, Kevin. The question is, are Riaz and Ben able to somehow bury the hatchet now at this point and at least make sure that Jason's dead, bury the hatchet in him or something somehow, make sure that he's not a zombie apocalypse coming back.
But they're not getting his dot though. It's John, so we'll see.
I mean, John now has 3 on Trieste, right? That's guaranteed unless Turkey gets involved. I'm sorry, it's not guaranteed.
No, it's not guaranteed.
There's 3 Italian ones there. All Okay, let's keep going ahead here. We've got fall 1908, and this is back to you, Kevin.
Jeez, well, it's guaranteed when Turkey is still against you. So John now picks up Budapest, Trieste. In the north, he picks up Norway. Holy cow! Picks up Belgium. Oh my!
Loses Sweden.
Oh, he loses Marseille. He loses Sweden. So I think he's still net positive too. And I would again be betting in Vegas that he picked up position on that. It's if there's no collaboration between everyone else on the board, he's already at 11 going in. If he's a net +2, that's 13 with the dysfunctional.
No, he picked up 3 here because he's got Belgium, Budapest, Trieste, and Norway loses Sweden. So he's up 3.
And Marseille.
Oh, lost Marseille. Thank you.
Lost Marseille. Yeah. So he's net 2. North Atlantic, Portugal, and Western Med are self-bouncing in an area where it's only non-German fleets. It's the dysfunction of this board, whether it was created by John or the other personalities. Again, I would love to have be a fly on the wall for that, but it's a rolling of the board at this point.
David, anything to
say, I thought, all kidding aside and coolness aside, I thought the 2 building of the fleets by John was a little bolder than it needed to be, honestly. I wonder if he really needed to do that. I wonder if Evan was going to turn on him. Maybe he thought Evan was going to turn on him anyway when he saw Evan go English Channel to Belgium the term before he did the build. I don't know, but I thought at the time, wow, you're going to do that because now you're really blowing that up in a way that. Now I was expecting there to be some coordination in the East against the German possessions, and I was wrong. So maybe John knows what he's doing.
It's not too late. All right, for it to happen, we do have another army in Turkey, which will be of some use. We got another fleet from Germany. That's a bit of a surprise. Wow. That now feels like overkill. You could make a good argument for another army in Berlin to head east to keep Turkey in check here.
Yes.
But maybe since the English fleet got inside his line on Sweden, maybe he thought he needed it for tactical flexibility or something like that. In any case, we have Italy pulling a couple Eastern units. So whatever John's needs were in the East, they just got a little bit easier. Gosh, this sure to me looks like a solo that's just going to run out of time.
Which would be the second one tonight with a German.
Indeed. David, tell us about 1909.
But the Turks do make some progress here. In the sense that they've moved a bunch of armies up and they've taken Trieste. Now they've taken Trieste because the Germans are leaving, but still.
And supported in.
Supported into So they've made some kind of deal. That's why Ukraine went back to Warsaw. Surprisingly, this game's called Diplomacy. It's not called Tactical Move Fest. It's actually called Diplomacy because talking matters in this game, surprisingly. What is Riaz doing? Riaz is going to Mid-Atlantic.
You gotta love Riaz's moves here.
You really do. I mean, he's doing what he can to be relevant. And I'm sure there was frustration not being able to work something out with Ben, and who knows who the culprit is. There could be both of them or whatever. But it's certainly interesting.
I feel like Riaz's moves are spelling out the letters F and U on this board. Kevin, anything to add, or shall we push ahead here onto fall of 1909?
Yep, let's keep going.
All right. Fall of 1909. Kevin, why don't you call these up?
All right. So Turkey took the one-turn reprieve as Ukraine vacated and convoyed over to Sev. So that's nice to see a little pressure on. He takes Budapest, walks into Vienna. Didn't have anything else to follow up into Trieste, but that's two nice dots away from John there with position next time. And I agree that excess fleet build, he was weak of armies in the north, and maybe he thought the diplomacy would work with Turkey. It seems to backfire for now, but certainly not game over yet. John does pick up Venice, Let's see if he picked up anything else. He has picked up Sweden. He loses Norway. So he might be net. He might be net zero this turn.
I think he's
down.
down 1.
Yeah.
What did he lost 2?
He lost Vienna and Budapest.
Oh yeah. So he's down 3 and up 2. So he's net -1. Okay, so they've made some progress. The question is, with Ionian still going to Greece, though, Italy and Turkey just still haven't patched it up. Italy does pick up Portugal, and that will say goodbye to the French. But England and Italy seem to have patched things up, but Italy and Turkey have not. So there's play left.
Turkey has a chance to top this board.
Ben, all kudos to Ben, because I thought he made a mistake earlier in the game by not working with Riaz. I think John made a mistake by turning on England when he did with the 2 fleet build. I thought at the time it was a little too bold. The issue with that is if you can use that to take over the West, then fine, because you're not going to be able to keep the East in that scenario, which is fine if you can take over the West, but he wasn't in good enough position to do that. His fleets were too far away from the North Sea to be able to do that. And then, in my opinion, he had that tactical boo-boo where he didn't get into the Helgoland early enough. And so that's really slowed down his fleet move. So I don't know about this for John.
Yeah, he really needed to play defense on one front while playing offense on the other. And it seems like he just ended up playing defense on both and is losing on one front. Okay, let's push ahead here into spring of 19. I'm sorry. So I skip over the builds. It's 2 armies from Turkey, no surprise. And John, just pulls one of the fleets he just built, right? So he just may have helped Turkey too much in the end, interestingly enough. Okay, let's find out what happens here. Spring of 10 rather. And why don't we switch up spring and fall here? Kevin, we'll do spring with you.
In the spring. Okay, well, Germany's trying to reposition for defense as Turkey makes progress with his newly built armies. Everything is moving nicely. Trying to push. Yeah, there's no Italian. What did the Italian build, or was it net? Did the Italian build anything? I didn't.
No, I don't think so.
No.
What did he must have lost something in between.
Lost Venice.
Yeah, okay. Oh yeah, that's okay. So the Portugal was net neutral. So Italy has no armies, 5 fleets. So Venice is seemingly safe, at least for now. But so did Ionian and Apulia bounce in Adriatic?
They did, yeah.
Oh gosh! Again, if these 2, I mean, at this point, maybe it is a stop because it's 12-10. Germany, Turkey, and Turkey has a chance for it, and maybe Italy says you didn't work with me all game. I'd rather work with John. So, but he's going after England. So Italy now turns and takes Marseille. Wow. So,
it's a lot, isn't it?
It's fluid. So there's still play here. I don't have anything else.
Let's look at the tactical situation here. The question is, right, if you think this is the last turn, maybe, does Ben have a chance at picking up? He only actually needs to take 1 off of Germany.
He's gonna top this board. Ben's gonna top this board, and I'm gonna say, "Great to go, Ben."
Moscow's guaranteed. Yeah.
Well, Moscow isn't guaranteed, but John can't protect both Trieste and Moscow because Galicia has to choose. Right. Between them. So
no, because doesn't Ukraine move and Sev supports? That's unstoppable.
Well, no, it could be a pull through unless Romania could
Romania hits Galicia.
Yeah, you're absolutely right.
But he has to worry about Warsaw.
There are guesses over Vienna and Budapest, right? So he needs to make sure that he takes one. Anyway, it's doable.
Obviously there's guesses here, but he's got a shot. Now, it looks to me like the Germans, though, right, John could take Norway. He'd have to cover St. Pete for the retreat. And since he knows he's going to lose Moscow anyway, why would he not do that? Cover Moscow to St. Pete. There's 3 fleets on Norway.
Okay.
So he's going to take that. So maybe I'm wrong. Maybe John does hold out here and get the top.
Unless Ben can get 2 off of him.
Yeah, which is conceivable if he guesses right somehow.
And if there's time left, there's no reason why Turkey is voting for any draw until time runs out. He's got no threat.
Yeah.
We haven't seen very many get past 1910 though. From the time, I think maybe it has happened some, but I guess we'll find out in a minute.
Yeah.
All right, you guys ready?
Sure.
Ooh!
Oh my
no!
Ben. Oh no.
But so I'm sorry. So Ben doesn't do.
Ben.
Yeah, Ben. This is unfortunate. Had he taken Moscow, he needed to take Moscow and guarantee Trieste, even if he lost Vienna, right?
Yes.
So he would have done it because Norway was held.
He didn't take Norway. Yeah. Wow.
That's why you bet with your brain, not with your heart.
Wow. I thought he had it because he could Vienna to Trieste with support of the other two. Romania hits Galicia, but then I thought, well, maybe he doesn't have it because the Germans are going to realize that Moscow's going to fall. And they're going to take Norway. Gosh, it's an interesting situation.
Italy builds. Nope. Or does England get into?
They lost Rome.
Lost Rome.
So John ends on 13, which it's because he picked up. We thought he was going to lose one to Turkey, and instead he picked up one. That still feels like we're miscounting, but anyway,
we must have miscounted somehow. I thought Ben was going to take that back, and frankly, I thought there was some chance that because the game was going to end, that Venice would be maybe at risk from the Italians, but it's probably not sensible for me to think that.
Yeah. Okay. So,
well, I mean, we don't know for sure the game is over. I guess we need to find out.
No, it ends here.
Okay.
Yeah. So, okay, they just haven't. They didn't actually technically end the game. Let's see how far they went. And then there were some moves as well.
Wait, what happened? They kept going?
No, so the GM didn't end the game, and so some players, it looks like a couple hours later, started entering moves because the game hadn't actually ended. Let's see how far this goes. There we go. Finally, someone realized it. Okay, but and so this, I'm actually going to have to do a little special sauce in the database when the time comes. But so this is where the game ends with John Anderson pulling a 13 center board top in a 4-way draw. That nets him 50.5 points. Ben Kelman with 9 picks up 18.5 points, and Evan Sweetheart picks up 16.5. Riaz ends up with 14.5. If you guys will analyze, provide a little post-game analysis for a second, I will type these scores into my spreadsheet and give our viewers an updated standings going into the last two games. David, let's start with you. Is this the right result?
Yes, even though I thought John was taking a risk with the 2 fleet build, and that's because there just simply wasn't enough coordination. And this was probably a diplomatic coup by John to keep Riaz, on his side instead of on Ben's side. And that's probably how this worked out. I think Evan did as well as he could in defense. He probably made a few tactical miscues. But I still wonder what would have happened if Ben and Riaz had worked together much earlier in the game and blunted John's ability to go to the south at all, get some armies up there and put a line up. This obviously would have been a very different game had they been able to work that out.
Yeah, and even that, so the build of Fleet Smyrna, I think it was the second Fleet Smyrna, changed the path down there, but it worked out for Ben. He got to the point where, if you scroll back one season to fall 1910, if tactically Ben works this out, he's either tied or maybe even taking the lead at this point. And we don't know if they voted it or if time ran out, but if there was time to go, does he run to a board top? So I agree, David, it's the right result. We were saying up until about 1907 or 8, John was running the board, but Ben came back and had that chance. So it was a very enjoyable game to watch. But
well, I think I said kudos to Ben for getting back into this kind of position. I mean, in some ways it was helped a lot by how John played this. If he had figured out a way to stick with the English, then there would have been a different situation in the Balkans. But you certainly can't argue with this result for John. And way to go, John.
Yeah.
All right, I have crunched the numbers here, and no surprise with that 50.5 point board top, John Anderson has moved into first place in the standings and staked a claim to the regular season championship. Interestingly enough, he's ahead by enough points now that even if Karthik had soloed that previous board, John would have moved ahead of him by about 7 points. Elsewhere, Ben Kellman does move up from 12th to 10th, but it's not quite enough to get him in position for the top board yet. Let's see, Evan Sweetheart moves up from 23rd to 19th. Obviously not close enough, but there are 2 more games left to go. So anything can happen. Some of these, I think at least one of these players actually did get into the second round. As it is. Nice. Well, with that, let us bring back to the stream Mr. Brian Preble. Brian, welcome back.
Thank you. Yet another great game and another impressive show from John Anderson. At this point, it should be no surprise to any of us.
Indeed. All right, I'm going to hand things over to you, Brian, and I'll see you for the last game.
Fantastic. All right. Well, Kevin and David, thank you for your analysis on that game. It was a lot of fun. Let's go ahead and bring up our next game. All right. So that would have been awesome if I had done it right. There we go. VDL 36 in Austria. We have Morgante Pell. England, we have Karthik Konath. Is this is the game we just looked at, right? No.
No, there's a new one.
Yeah, new one. Some returning players. Fantastic. France, we have Arch, who appears to be a new player. Germany, we have Ed Sullivan from Houston. Natty Schaefer in Italy. Russia, we have Jackson Roberts from California, and Turkey, we have Jason Massbaum from Los Angeles. And also welcome back, Chris Brand. Sorry, I forgot to pull you in there.
That's okay. I was waiting patiently.
We'll let you take the lead for this game. And anything stand out to you? Any of these matchups you're excited about?
We've seen a lot of these names before today, haven't we? Morgante, Karthik, Ed, Jackson, Jason. Yeah, there's a lot of people who've played a lot of diplomacy today, I guess, is what it comes down to.
Yeah.
A number of these were on the same board earlier, right? Which has got to be interesting. The one that Karthik nearly soloed, who was he against? He was definitely Jackson. And was that Morgante as well, or was Morgante the other one? I lose track.
I think Morgante was on that one also, but yeah.
Yeah.
So
it was interesting when you have like a rematch almost, see whether things fall into the same tracks or whether they go completely differently.
Kevin, anything stand out to you?
Yeah, in the Weasels hobby, we play a league like this that goes throughout the year. And at the very last game of the season, the Weasel Pile, we have a second chance, a last chance board. So I'm excited to see Jackson and Ed and Karthik, who just pulled in, but you never know with these other scores that come in. Morgante, I know, is pretty high up there too. So there's going to be a lot of meta in this game, I think.
Yeah. So yeah, that second chance board, oftentimes fatigue becomes a factor. That is something to keep an eye out, especially those who played earlier rounds. So let's not waste any time and get right into it. Chris, why don't you lead us off in spring of 1901?
Hey, what stands out? Oh, Venice to Piedmont. That's unusual these days. We don't see that very often. Yeah, that'll be interesting to see what's going on with that. Combined with Rome to Apulia is particularly interesting. Is that going to then be a convoy to Tunis? Yeah, be interesting to see what's happening with that. Bouncing Galicia. English opening is the sort of eastern opening, but fairly with the army going to Yorkshire, so not completely pro France. Turkey doing the sort of weasel standard there. Yeah, it's really only Italy that stands out as particularly interesting, I think.
Kevin?
Jason must have knew I was going to be critical in his first game because he opened with the Sunstrom. So we'll see how that plays out. Although he did slide the fleet to Khan instead of there was a bounce in Armenia. So I'm not sure how standard. Not sure how standard that is. But
no, I completely missed the bounce in Armenia and Ankh Khan. Yeah, that smells like it was arranged then, doesn't it?
Yeah. And then elsewhere, just Marseille walking to Burgundy, while Paris goes to Gascony. That's the only other, diplomatic background I'd like to know.
And we'll just pause here before we go too much further. Just want to give some updates on the standings for all of our viewers to keep in mind. Morgante was in first briefly, I believe, and has been bumped down to second place. So for him, the stakes of this game is, could he return back into first place for the regular season? Karthik is in fourth place. Ed Sullivan is the one to really keep a close eye out. He is in eighth place. So Ed will need a score to make it in. We were questioning earlier in the game whether that split top would be enough, and it is not. So Ed will need some more points. Jackson is in sixth place. So he is also going to probably want some points in order to feel safe. And with points this tight, something to keep an eye on would be the average. So even if Jackson does not top, keeping his average up may influence his standings. Natty Schaefer is in 58th and Jason is in 22nd. So both of them would need pretty large scores to crack the top 7. So just keep that in mind. Moving into the fall. Go ahead, Chris.
Let's see if I can pay more attention this time. So Smyrna makes it into Armenia. A bounce in Romania. The Austrian and Turk working together to keep the Russian out of Romania, which means Russia doesn't get a build because they were also bounced in Sweden. And Con does go to black now. So if that was a deal between Russia and Turkey in spring, I guess it's not on anymore for fall. Piedmont tries to be clever and force the French army into Marseille, but the French army just doesn't go. He just leaves Marseille completely vacant. Very brave move there from Arch that pays off well. And we do see the convoy into Tunis. Hard to see. This feels like an Italy who wants to play in the West, but it's not very clear at the moment. And the English convoy into Belgium with support from Germany. So Germany didn't want 3 builds. Quite happy to have an English army over there. That seems reasonable to me.
Kevin.
England and Germany seem tight from the beginning. We know, again, Ed Sullivan is a fantastic alliance player, so maybe the conversations in 1901 led him to believe that England would be the better ally. And I am on Jason Massbaum's bandwagon to start. This is a fantastic opening. Austrian support into Romania, has Black Sea, has Armenia. I can't wait to see what he builds.
Winter of 1901, we see Karthik building 2 fleets, signaling very hard, not even trying to hide it. Fleet Liverpool, Fleet London can only go in France's direction. We've got Fleet Brest and Army Paris from Arch. Ed builds Fleet Kiel and Army Munich. We've got Natty Schaefer building Fleet Naples in Italy. Morgante builds 2 armies, one in Trieste, one in Budapest. Jason builds Fleet Smyrna. And that's all of the adjustments. We'll start with you, Chris. Anything stand out?
This says to me that France knew that the EG was coming for them, basically. So there's no huge surprise. Given that, there's no huge surprises, I don't think. The Fleet Kiel is a little bit interesting, but I suspect that's going for Sweden rather than anywhere else.
Kevin?
I agree about Kiel. The most surprising one, I think, is Fleet Smyrna. I guess the convoy maybe is enough to scare him into it. It seemed with a good alliance with Austria, probably didn't need another army up there, so we'll see how that works out.
Yeah, I would always want to fleet Smyrna as Turkey, almost always, anyway.
All right, spring of 02. Kevin, lead us off.
All right, spring of 02. So self-bouncing Aegean to make sure none there, but Naples to Tyrrhenian. That's wanted to get it out, brought the army back home. Bouncing Venice, so AT is certainly locked in. A forced move to Galicia, so that's locked in. The English fleet's moving out. France getting prepared. A 3-on-1 into Burgundy. So EG and AT. That's what I see to start, and then it's supported. Wow. So Bothnia bypasses Sweden, and Norway supports Denmark in. So EGAT.
Chris, anything to add?
Yeah, I see the Turkish move into Romania works this time. Leaves Bulgaria a little vacant. Although the Russian fleet was hoping that the army would be convoyed over from Armenia, but Turkey seems to be committed to the anti-Russian move here. The French fleet to Spain is interesting. I guess it's fine.
So just talk to me about that, because that was the one that stood out to me too. What's the pro or con of that choice?
Well, either way, it can support mid-Atlantic, which is probably what you're thinking it's going to need to do, given the two English fleets. I guess the advantage of it being in Spain is it can do other things as well. It can, if you're still worried about the Italian, it can cover Western Med or Lyon possibly, or cover Marseille even. So yeah, I think it's a good move. It's a little surprising because it could just have stayed in Portugal or supported Brest to mid-Atlantic, but or you could of course put Portugal up to mid-Atlantic with support from Brest. So it's kind of playing. It's not a strong commitment to defending in one direction, I guess, is the main thing.
All right, fall of 02.
Well, so Mid-Atlantic gets to North Atlantic, ordered to North Atlantic, so that will present some headaches for the English. Piedmont walks into Marseille. There's a lot of black in the west. Mm-hmm. Belgium makes Picardy. Picardy covers Brest. Gascony to Paris. Burgundy to holy cow. So the German armies probably have a stranglehold on the French homeland. The fleet action will be fun to watch in the next little bit. Italy covers Venice because of the previous bounce. Maybe there was enough where Morgante may have left, but now they're pushing on Germany. They realize EG is very strong. Italy turned west. The bounce in Aegean again is to make sure, and Romania makes Sev and stays open. So we will have a neutral going into 1903.
Yeah, the French moves are a little weird to me. I don't know why. I mean, Spain went back to Portugal, which there doesn't seem to be much of a reason for that. And Marseille to Spain is horrible, surely. I can see Gascony covering Paris, but those are strange moves that I don't really understand. And interesting that Norway didn't try to take St. Petersburg, meaning that the Russian fleet moved back to St. Petersburg. I guess it wouldn't have gone anyway, so it doesn't really matter, but it's still interesting to not even try for it. Norway just sat there doing nothing instead.
In winter of 1902, we have France disbanding an army in Spain, Italy building fleet Naples, Turkey building army Ankara, Austria building army Vienna, Russia disbands the Northern Fleet in St. Pete, and Germany builds army Berlin. Kevin, what do you make of these adjustments?
I will be interested to watch Naples because if there's a little chaos in the West now, maybe does Italy start turning back towards AT, realizing AT is so strong? That would be the one I watch. Everything else, Spain, I don't have any commentary on after what the French did last time. Probably the one I would have pulled as well, but that would be the other one to look at.
Yeah, my problem with the French disband is, assuming Germany and England are continuing to work together, both Brest and Paris get disbanded in the spring, don't they?
Yeah. Brest would have probably, after looking at it, there's no way to stop that one.
Yeah, I probably would have
His
put Brest
position.
instead, because Spain, at least you stand a chance of keeping the unit. I'm not a lot of chance, but some, yeah.
Yeah.
Jackson in 6th place coming into this game, not looking too good. So unlikely to top the board, could potentially hurt his average here. So it'll be interesting to see what impact this game has for him. Spring of 03, Chris.
Are we finally going to see Rum go? That's what I'm wondering. We've got another Turkish army in Rum in the spring, so that's promising, but no guarantee apparently. Yeah, good defense from Jackson, I guess, is what we see there. And still, at this point, England not going for St. Petersburg makes sense, because you might as well let the Russian units hang out there as long as possible. They're obviously just leaving it open for you to take whenever you feel like it. But those armies down there are slowing down this AT, which is a good thing for you at this point. And the Austrian army comes up to Bohemia. So this is Austria starting to put the pressure on Germany in the center, which is going to be interesting to see where that goes. Whereas Germany plays it a little bit cautious, a self-bounce in Silesia just to stop any Austrian coming up there, but doesn't actually want to be there himself. And France, we do see Paris disappears. Brest survives because there's some messing around with Wales and Liverpool and stuff. Yeah, okay.
He needed to bring Channel or Convoy Picardy back up to without losing Liverpool. They can take it back, but
I think I wouldn't have worried too much about Liverpool at this point.
If you know you're getting Brest out of it, you can go back and get it later.
I think so, yeah. And you're going to be building in England at some point, right? Hopefully.
And Portugal makes it out to Mid-Atlantic as well. So now Mid-Atlantic could technically cut North Atlantic. So so now North Atlantic has to be the mover. And
you might end up with the worst of both worlds here, not taking Brest and losing Liverpool, which is not what you want at all.
Fall of 03.
So England does get into Liverpool, and that fleet retreats to Clyde. And is it going to stay around? Yes, is going to stay around. Hopefully France keeps that fleet in Clyde that can then still cause England some trouble, because there was a bounce in Portugal. So that's good. Brest does go to the English with the Germans' help. So there's not any big surprises there. Germany's on the defensive, having to support Munich against those Austrian armies. And we have an Austrian army getting into Moscow this time. Yeah, Jackson tried hard. And the Norway goes to St. Petersburg, which is smart at this point, because you definitely really want that build back home to deal with that French fleet. That's probably going to make the difference, actually, because that can be a build in Edinburgh, which will deal with that French fleet. The Turkish fleets are heading towards the Mediterranean because they've done their job where they were, which makes you wonder what's going to be happening in the Mediterranean. Is this going to be it seems like Italy is probably the next target for Austria and Turkey, but hard to say for sure. Those Turkish units could go many different directions at this point.
Romania would have walked out again if the Russian orders had succeeded, but Jason will pick up another build. So he's strong through the first 3 years. Austria does not pick up anything else. Got held out of Munich, keeps Trieste after a bounce. So we'll see. So Turkey building one, England building one, Germany building one.
Austria picks up Moscow.
Oh, yes. Excellent. All right. So then all four of the EGAT pick up one. So what I'll be looking for is which alliance breaks, if any. Again, strong alliance players on the board. But at this point, last chance of the season, you're not playing for an alliance. You're playing for a win.
So we've seen Turkey have success quite a few games today, but we've also seen Turkey get stuck in a box. This seems like a position that could go either way. Chris, do you think Jason makes it out of the box?
It's a little unfortunate to have put the Austrian into Moscow, because that cuts off a fairly short route, but still a route for expansion. That's why I like the fleet moves here, because where you really want to be going is pushing those fleets through the Mediterranean. You don't have to worry about French fleets. There aren't a lot of Italian fleets at the moment. It could go either way. I'm going to say I have confidence in Jason. I think we're going to see him managing to get those fleets out into the Ionian and start to see some play in Italy.
And Kevin, if you're Natty, do you want that?
Well, no. If I'm Natty, I don't want that. But I don't think Natty's had a say in it. It's never seemed that Italy and Turkey were on the same page. Maybe it was the convoy to Tunis in 01 that. I know if I'm Turkey, I always talk about that convoy in every opening conversation I have with Italy, and that might have been the deal breaker. Look, Jason didn't come right at him. He built, Fleet Smyrna to start with, took it north and did his thing there, and his play has been extremely efficient at this point. And now that he's let it out, he's got some chance. So I'm curious. I assume with the Turkish build, it'll be a fleet and. We'll see the IT conflict starting in 04.
All right. Well, as predicted, we do have the fleet in Smyrna. We've got a fleet in Naples for Italy. We have France disbanding Mid-Atlantic and Gascony, holding on to the fun option of the fleet in Clyde. We've got Carthage building a fleet in London and army in Eddy. And Ed builds an army in Kiel, and we say farewell to Jackson, Livonia and Ukraine disbanding, and we get the rare Austrian fleet build in Trieste. Always like to see that. Although with the buildup in France and Austria, I'm curious to see how this plays out. That's going to be a storyline to keep your eye on for sure. All right, spring of 04. Kevin, why don't you lead us off?
All righty. So AIT, yeah. So they forced their way into Venice. Jason is moving out. He's got Aegean. He goes to Bulgaria's south coast, although I guess that's where you have to go because the sea spots were taken. They don't get into Ionian. They didn't have a chance. So, but Italy gets Adriatic, so that'll at least make some play for Venice in the fall. Marseille heads back to Piedmont, and Germany doesn't attempt it. Starts to walk back, realizing maybe Germany realizes AT is stronger than EG position wise, or they've just dissected their opponents and it doesn't matter. Spain walks into Portugal. That's really the question. Now England can pull everything south, and Italy's fighting on both sides at this point. It has a build here at Portugal, but what happens next? Everything else is fairly straightforward.
It's a nice position to be in if you're Carthage, because you can sort of pick your enemy now. You could go after Italy, you could go after Germany, you could move down through Russia. You sort of got lots of options at this point.
And Chris, if you are Carthage, what decision are you making?
Yeah, it's not easy because the problem is if you go against Italy, are you giving more dots to Austria-Turkey than you're picking up yourself? My gut feeling is you probably are, because you're getting Spain and Marseille, but you're probably not getting as far as Tunis. I would probably be tempted to go into Germany at this point, to be honest, because I think you don't give as many dots to Austria if you go into Germany as you give to Austria-Turkey if you go into Italy.
But if you stab Ed, I don't know. I don't know a lot of his history other than everyone talks about an alliance player. If he's stabbed, does he stay with the alliance or does he pull everything off the line? And Bohemia, Munich, I mean, everything could walk. Germany crumbles quickly, but who does he make pay for that?
Yeah, you're right. That's also a big consideration.
That's when playing the player is a big part of developing your skills as a quality diplomacy player. And if you are Kevin O'Kelly, I know the answer. You would have the revenge factor. So we'll see, if there's a stab, and if that stab happens, what does Ed do? Fall of 04, Kevin.
All righty. Let's see. We get to fall of 04, and All right, so France is eliminated. They keep France out of Norway. The alliances hold up. England makes it to the Western Med. Turkey makes it to Ionian. Austria holds. Oh, so Italy will not get that build. That's right, because I forgot about Austria. Austria loses Venice, so Italy will get that build. Austria retreats forward to Tuscany, and Turkey steals one. No, he walks out of Moscow. The alliances hold there as well. So progress from both alliances, and Italy is just getting squeezed tighter and tighter.
I like the English play here, putting the fleets around into the Mediterranean. Ideally, you get one of those up into Tyrrhenian so that you can then prop up the Italian position in Italy, and you can pick up the Iberian and Marseille later. Right?
Yeah, don't go for the one dot in Spain this time. Get the position.
Yeah, you definitely want Italy building here.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
All right, winter of 04. We say goodbye to Arch in France. Thank you for playing. We've got Natty building an army in Rome. Definitely the build I think I would have made. We've got, that's it. Those are our adjustments. Chris, do you agree with the Italian build?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I think an army is the right build at this point. You're kind of reliant on the English fleets to give you the force of the naval force that you need, and the army can support Venice, which is probably the key defensive thing that you need at this point.
Yep. All right, spring of 05. Chris, lead us off.
Yeah, sort of confirming that the Italians see the English as friendly, supporting them into the Tyrrhenian, which is not a position you want to be in as Italy, but beggars can't be choosers, and often Italy finds themselves supporting someone they would rather not see next to their dots. Lots of vacating of the French dots. That's a bold move of Ed's there to leave Paris, and with Brest still in place there. He's obviously feeling comfortable. The army moves up into St. Petersburg, which is, it's not going to cause the Austria and Turkey a problem right now, but it's going to tie up a unit to cover Moscow, and they might have the problem where it's the fact that it's an Austrian dot that they're trying to defend causes problems, because it looks like it's more of a Turkish army that they've got spare to cover it, and you don't want to end up with a situation where you accidentally take a dot, unless you can swap it over elsewhere. Yeah, play around the stalemate line, but I think the Turks getting into Silesia and the Germans getting into Bohemia is not hugely significant from what I can see. Yeah, that's why Paris came back, because he's worried about he might have to defend Munich. And Budapest holds. That's unfortunate. You probably want Budapest to Vienna at this point.
Is AT starting to crumble with the Budapest hold, or was it maybe a late order that never got in?
It looks to me like a bit of over caution from having a Turkish army in Galicia. Yeah. Which, I mean, that army in Galicia can cause you all sorts of problems, so it's fair to be worried about it. Yeah. But then whether you're covering Budapest or Vienna maybe doesn't make much difference anyway.
And I think maybe the gamble for Moscow, if Ukraine has to be the one to cover it for Austria, maybe you're okay if Austria pulls Greece and Turkey rebuilds another fleet in the south to make up for it.
Yeah, and actually with Budapest staying where it is, you've got the possibility of Budapest to Romania or something like that as well.
Yep.
So we forgot to play Who Do You Like? So we'll go ahead and pause and do that right here. Kevin, we're going to start with you. You get to pick any of these powers to step into. Who would you want to be?
Without a doubt, England at this point. Turkey, as much as I was rooting for him early on, I think England's just gotten so spread out, and potential to get the centers from Italy, maybe a stab on Germany when ready. Jason is in a fantastic position too. If I could bet on two, I would take him. But if you had to tell me I got one, I'm taking England right now.
Chris?
Yeah, I kind of hate to agree with Kevin, but the corner powers are the witches seem to be the ones with the play here in this game, really. And I've got to agree that I think Karthik's got the better position than Jason, just because he's already over. Well, he's sort of at the stalemate line on both sides, whereas Turkey is still a little bit back from the stalemate line. It's Austria that's right up at the stalemate line in some ways. Both of them have the potential to take a lot of dots from their ally. Yeah, I think I'm going to have to agree with Kevin.
Jason has a lot he can go for. That's the thing, is if you could push Austria right up to the line, you could start pilfering. But if EG holds strong, it'll be the same thing as we mentioned on the other side. Germany will just come down and get a lot of those frontline dots before Jason can even get his armies up, to make any steals at that point.
Yeah, I mean, it probably is. If you're going to stab an ally, then Jason's the power you want, right? If you'll say you pick a power and you have to stab your ally, then you absolutely want Jason's position, because he's in a much better position to stab Austria than Karthik is to stab Edge. So, but the question is, can you afford to do it, right?
Mm-hmm.
All right, fall of 1905, Chris.
Okay, wow, there's not a lot of movement there. Is that it's not copy an NMR from England because St. Petersburg went to Moscow. But every other unit holds. Okay, I'm surprised to see that. I would have thought you'd at least want to bring Mid-Atlantic down into Western Med or something like that. Huh. I mean, if you're going to move one unit, that's probably the one to move, but still, I would have thought you'd want to move more than one. So let's look at where the actual movements did happen. Livonia, Bosnia comes down to Livonia. That's smart, because that's hopefully going to swing the that mess around Prussia and everything to your side rather than the Austrian side. And then we've got Adriatic dislodged, retreating to Albania. That's going to be a little bit painful, because there's the army up into Tyrolia. This looks almost like Italy's got a good positional advantage here now, with a fleet in Albania, army in Tyrolia, army in Venice. Yeah, I kind of like Natty's position here now. I'd be a little bit worried if I was Morgante. I think it's hard to tell exactly, because you've got the arrows rather than the units where they actually are. What have we got? Yeah. Because you can cut Adriatic. You've got 3 on Trieste. You've got to worry about Venice a little bit. And of course, that was fall anyway. So,
Kevin, anything?
Yeah, my frustration, and again, I don't know the diplomatic situation, but there's too many English fleets not moving. Even if you made an alliance with Natty to try and help out, and you've got position. You got to put the foot on the pedal. And I mean, what is Norwegian doing? North Atlantic, or slide down and get to Channel. I know maybe you don't want to put pressure on Ed, and I get it, but North Atlantic, I mean, what are you doing with Norwegian? Maybe convoy more armies over on the top, but I don't think that's where your gains come from. I think if you're picking up in the south.
Yeah,
you don't need those 3 fleets set up there. You maybe need 2, but yeah, you don't need 3. You're right. Norwegian should have gone to North Atlantic. I think would have been the right move.
All right, winter of 1905, we've got an army in Vienna, and that is the only adjustment. Kevin, why don't you talk to us about spring of 1906?
Spring of 06. Well, North does go to Channel this time, so a little delayed, but doesn't fill back into North, and maybe that's the agreement with Ed. Pull out, you don't need it. Convoys to Portugal, so that would be the way, and that's why I think Mid-Atlantic was holding and not going to Western Med, was you had nothing behind it in case Spain did slip north. Well, now being in Channel, Portugal, Spain is uncontested at this point, so the stab happens now. I think, again, the stab could have happened in the fall and you get your builds out of it, but maybe patience was playing off. Maybe he was working with Ed. He had to figure out a way. He didn't want to scare Ed. Ed moves down into Marseille. Spain South Coast holding had happened a couple of times. I wonder where the miscommunication happened there. Tunis moves forward into Ionian this time. So again, pulling those Italian units away from. I mean, he's got three centers over there with only one unit holding it, and now at the end of the turn, there'll be zero centers over there. So in the East, nothing. So we'll just leave it there.
I still feel that if Mid-Atlantic had gone to Western Med, then Italy could now guarantee Tunis. And Tunis is much more important to you than Portugal. You want to pick up Tunis and hold it, and then pick up Portugal later.
Yeah.
So I really think that Carthage missed out by not pushing Mid-Atlantic to Western Med and Norwegian to North Atlantic, and then you've got your cover for Mid-Atlantic as well, right?
Yeah.
And you're picking up Tunis rather than Spain, and yeah, it's just better.
All right.
Interesting that Bohemia came back to Munich as well.
Fall of 06. Kevin, what do we see?
I think with that setup we were kind of talking about last one, getting into this one, is maybe they at this point they just play for an alliance game, grind down the people they don't need, get to centers, and call it. That's kind of how I see the play setting up on this one. So in the fall, so Germany gets both Marseille, Spain. England holds Portugal, but does get into Western Med. Norwegian does make it to North Atlantic this time. Let's see, in the South, Eastern Med makes Ionian because Italy realizes, oh shoot, I got to be worried about my backside now instead of my front side. Ionian's retreating, Apulia cover, nothing else was lost. It doesn't look, although Galatia taken Romania. So
Yeah.
what is there does Austria need one from a tactical? Do they need to shift alliances? I mean, it can't.
They've got nowhere to build anyway, so.
Oh gosh, yeah. So AT falls apart on a stab where you can't use the all right. So EG will mop it up long term. That's my prediction.
Interesting the support for Warsaw to Moscow as well. That, given the move to Romania, that looks like that was arranged with Austria. That there was probably a bounce arranged in Moscow between Austria and Turkey, and then Austria went to England and said, "Hey, could you support me into Moscow?" Because then the follow-up from Prussia to Warsaw gives him push on to Sevastopol and possibly down into Armenia as well.
Yeah.
Even though he can't build, this could actually be quite a decent stab. The problem is, as long as England and Germany are together, you've got to worry about them coming across the line in the middle and you're not actually ending up gaining anything, right?
Yeah, I think the argument there is the units are just going in the wrong direction.
Yeah.
Winter of 1906, we've got Natty disbanding in Tyrolia, Apulia, and Albania. Jason has to disband in Adriatic. Ed builds an army in Kiel. Carthage builds another fleet in London. We'll just push right ahead. Chris, talk to us about spring of 07.
Yeah, does Carthage need another fleet? Anyway, we'll find out, I guess. So the fleets are going down into the Med. I guess they're going to eventually take the place of the Italian fleets is the plan, which is at this point with Austria and Turkey fighting, England should be able to pick up all of Italy, right? So that's nice from that point of view. Greece goes into Bulgaria, Aegean goes into Greece. That's a little bit of a shift around. That doesn't look great for Turkey to me. I think I would. Yeah, I don't think that's probably the move that I want. Although at least he's in Constantinople. And the army in Warsaw gets destroyed. That is painful for Austria there. Interesting that in both cases, Jason chose to pull the unit toward the stalemate line rather than the other way. You could have done Ukraine support Silesia back to Warsaw, or you could do it this way around. And similarly, you could have put Ionian into Greece with support from Aegean, or the other way around. So in both cases, he's tending to push towards the line.
Yeah, Ukraine could have been cut. So maybe that's why I see it from the other side. Maybe he worked out with Germany. Okay, please don't tap Silesia this time. You can go after it next time. The other one though, I am surprised. Why? I mean, I understand Ionian is a very important spot, but if you don't care about the West anymore, and you're coming back, I would have moved and kept Aegean where it was more for defensive purposes at home. But he got in. He took 2 from him this time, so not having that extra unit certainly cost Morgante to start. Although he loses Bulgaria, but he's still net. He's still back at even from the negative dot stab, as Dave Moletsky would say.
It'll be interesting to see what that whether that Greece fleet causes him problems now because it's effectively behind his fleets. So.
Yeah. My position has changed on the north, though. I still like England's spot, but Germany just seems to be the one that's making all the heavy progress. England's getting the fleets around. I'm not worried about Lyon to Western Med. That's a temporary problem, but I agree. How many more fleets do you need? And if you're not going to stab Germany, stab the ally, I think Germany runs away with it at this point. If he's making progress, we'll see.
Yeah, all this going on between Austria and Turkey is helping Germany more than anyone else, and he's come from behind. He's currently topping this board, and I think if he might get a build here. If he does, then we'll end up with a unit mix that I think he could hold off any stab from Karthik. So see what happens. Fall of 07. Chris.
So England gets put down into Moscow. This is where the EG alliance hanging together versus the. But there was lots of supports between Austria and Turkey there. Interesting. They tried to hold the line in Moscow at the same time as they're fighting in the Balkans, and it looks like Jason's winning that fight because he kept Greece and he managed to pop the. Oh, that was probably arranged.
Yeah, because the retreat
like this is them making peace because Bulgaria could have retreated to Aegean, but it didn't.
Yeah. Yep. And Moscow retreating to Sev, so that nets them. Austria is still even from having the one in the bank, and Turkey can rebuild to support Sev going forward.
Yeah, this is the realization that we can't actually afford to fight this anymore. As long as we're fighting, we're both dead. So we have to make peace, and they've done it very sensibly by the looks of it. They lost Moscow anyway, but there wasn't anything they could do about that. What else happened? I guess just advancing the English units, basically.
In winter of 1907, the West, we've got England building Fleet Eddie and Army Liverpool. Ariel has got to be happy. We've got Ed Sullivan building Army in Kiel. Natty's disbanding Fleet North Africa. Jason is building Army Khan. Morgante builds Army Vienna. And Ed builds Army Kiel. Chris, anything stand out about these adjustments?
I'm not sure that an army was the right build for Jason. I mean, if you look at AT as a unit now, they've only got 3 fleets between them. Oh, I guess they've got the Italian fleet as well as the 4th. So that's the argument there, I guess. That makes it okay. Yeah, okay. Other than that, they seem fine.
Kevin, lead us off. Spring of 08.
Spring of 08. The interesting build, I would say, would have been Army Khan, but we see it now moving. We see Bulgaria moving to Rum. There's nowhere for Rum to go, so I'm not sure what that, unless getting rid of Fleet Adriatic, but I think you need that one at this point, like Chris was just saying.
I presume they're hoping to push it up into Galicia or Ukraine in the fall. It does seem like that might not happen.
No, that's just hindsight being 2020. It's here, but but they do make progress into to Moscow. They tactically do that right. They will keep that back this time. Although who knows, with some guessing on it, too many arrows on the board to see that. In the West, it's surgical. The English, although England is convoy looking to move that army over the top. The only way that's going to work for anything is if you're stabbing Germany, and Germany just gave you Moscow that time. You were picking up Tunis. You had 2 builds with German help. I don't see why going that way is beneficial. Like, why go to Norwegian? What do you get out of it? Unless you're stabbing Germany, which I'm excited about. I want to see a stab.
Well, that army's got to be going up into the north. Interesting to see Portugal to Spain as well. I wonder whether that was arranged or not. I mean, again, it could convoy out of there, or it could stay there in the fall. Who knows?
So, Chris, Jonathan says, I feel like this is where Karthik should just stick the knife in and get as big as possible. He's not making progress in the east anymore. How do you feel about that?
Yeah, I'm inclined to agree. I mean, the dots are all where Ed can take them rather than where Karthik can take them. So then you're in that position of, well, for every 2 dots you take, you give me one of yours, and that's not really the position you want to be in, right? He does have decent position to pick up sort of the rest of France and Holland.
Let's see what happens. Kevin.
I feel like the time is soon for something like that. I'm not sure whether it's right now. It might be.
No, after seeing these moves, they grind out Warsaw, they grind out Moscow. They
basically decided where they're going for how the game's going to end, right?
The happiest person is John Jameson at this point. We'll see.
That's so pointless as well. It's a convoy to North Africa.
Yeah, Marseille Burgundy might be the only thing, but touching Belgium. But again,
I'm assuming that's just a support for Munich because there are two Austrian armies there, right?
Yeah.
Germany gets into Warsaw,
and England will get Moscow next time. That'll be the trade-off, and they'll call it a game probably.
And that's basically done, right?
Yeah. I mean, they could push. I mean, there's holes. I mean, England's fleet position. Have they locked it down? It looks pretty close, but Rome's open. You can convoy to Rome. You can. There's a lot that they'd have to guess for, but maybe in a time limited game, they figure it's not worth to try and guess for 2 years only to get timed out.
Yeah, you can force Tuscany. I'm not sure how much that gets you.
And from a league standpoint, if Ed is in with 39.2 points, that might be enough to move him up. He just needs to move one place. He's currently in 8th. And I don't think Karthik, who's in England, needs those points. So they may have some kind of deal worked out.
So Karthik could give Ed a bigger board top at 11 by giving him Moscow as well.
Yep.
Build some relationship, because didn't we see that on one of the other top boards? Then kind of had a friendship kind of going in. So
So we'll see. Winner of 1908, Karthik disbands Fleet Mid-Atlantic. Jason builds Army Khan, Fleet Smyrna. Ed builds Army Kiel. Kevin, anything stand out here?
No.
Yep. All right, moving on to spring of 09. Chris, why don't you lead us off?
North Africa gets convoyed into Tuscany. I thought that might be the case. That's really where you need that army.
That's clever.
This is the play for the Italian dots, basically. Venice gets into Piedmont. That's interesting. I wonder if that was... Yeah, I guess that was intentional by the looks of it. What else? Germany pushes forward into Silesia. They do not get Moscow at this point. But with that army in Silesia, they should be able to guarantee it, because Warsaw should be able to cut Ukraine. Maybe not. I'm not sure that they're going to get Moscow. They might, but I'm not sure that they can guarantee it. It's tactical, really. It's just this stalemate line play, right?
Yeah. And at this point, again, EG has no worry about losing a center. So at this point, it's just gravy to get that extra one. And if they can't get it and they realize why play 30 more minutes, maybe they call it a draw. We'll see.
Yeah. They're presumably running low on the clock now anyway. So.
Yeah.
Fall of 09, Chris.
Let's see. So Moscow doesn't go again. German gets into Galicia now. So now that will guarantee it, because now you can cut Ukraine and then you've got the supports into Moscow. Although it feels like it's a German move into Moscow rather than an English one. But anyway, we'll see. Italy loses the army in Piedmont. That's not good from their point of view, because but it's a full move. I guess it can be rebuilt, can't it?
Yeah.
No actual movement in Italy. Yeah. So the key move there, Marseille moving up to Piedmont helps with put pressure on Venice or Tyrolia. So, yeah, it's grinding down.
All right. Winter of 1909, we see Natty rebuild the army in Venice. We've got no other adjustments. We'll keep on. Spring of 1910, Kevin.
England gets Moscow. Moscow walks out. I'm sure there was probably a tactical play there. I'll have to look at that as we look at the board. Silesia is popped. So Germany making progress. But yeah, being in Galicia, it opened up Vienna. Romania had to be covered. So that if they were truly trying to get the one more dot, but it goes to England. So again, is Ed taking alliance play of shared board tops, and is that going to cost them? Because the number of points, I don't know Tribute as well as others might, but going from 39 to a shared board top will certainly pull down some points. Is that enough to pull up the rest of his score? Turkey walks into Trieste. I'm sure it was a defensive move, but everything else, maybe England's trying to. But yeah, because England could maybe get one on the boot too. Or do they try and put Munich to Tyrolia, and then Tyrolia into Venice in the fall? Let's just see how the tactics play out.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like they were trying to pull the armies back out of. They recognized they couldn't hold Moscow, so they wanted to pull those armies back to keep them alive, basically.
Yeah.
Yep. All right, fall of 1910, Kevin.
Let's see.
Pretty exciting.
I see a lot of dot. A lot of yeah. Is there any movement? Kinda black. So he got black. No, nothing. So it will. So in this case.
They're calling the draw, basically. This is done, right?
10, yeah, but 10-10. I mean, I can't wait till Brandon comes on to see if this works. I will feel terrible for Ed. I mean, I know that, and he said, I think on one of his other when he was an analyst, he said, I play the game. I don't play for standings. I don't play for a lot of this. But if you're playing a second board today, and maybe you had the whole day off and you want to play 2 games, but you're in a position to move up to that final board. So I'll be curious to see if there's any chat in the Discord or some commentary later. But be interesting to hear from him.
And 29.2 could be enough. I don't know the exact game by game scores, and I mean 8th and 7th place have got to be close. I'm really curious to see how this plays out for sure. So just Garrett checking to make sure this is where the game ends. Yes, it does. So Chris, we'll start with you. Is this the right result?
It feels reasonable to me, yeah. I mean, I think it's interesting to see that Morganti suffered for breaking the AT alliance, basically. It was but then that comes down to what we said earlier, right? You've got you can play it safe and stick with the alliance and hope for the best and get your sort of decent result, but not great. Or you can go for it, take the chance and see if you can get a great result, but there's always the chance that you'll end up with a worse result because of it. And in this case, it was the latter. It didn't pay off, but it could have done a different game. It certainly could have done. Or if the EG alliance broke at the same time, then Morganti was probably in a great position.
Yeah, I think that word is perfect. Reasonable. I think fair is a good word to describe it. I'm in the David Hood camp. I don't think it's the right result. There's a lot of play. There's a lot to happen. Ed getting the shared board top. It's a philosophy, and that's his game. I'm not gonna criticize that, but it just seems like to get to 18. It's hard. England had that chance in this one. I think Germany was stuck there, and EG held. So it's a reasonable and fair result. It was EG and AT from the start. EG held together, and so it was absolutely the right result there. I think about Morganti, about the stab. He was stuck in the middle. He wasn't going to get anything without making the move. Jason could hold back and stab at any point. The other England could have held back and stabbed at any point. He made it run at it. He didn't need the points. I think he was first or second, wasn't. So I mean, it wasn't like maybe he played it like in an Ed style. This is the game I'm going to play, and I've got no risk, all reward. So that was the chance, although it didn't pan out for him.
All right. Well, with that, let's go ahead and bring David back on. I'm sorry, Brandon back onto the stream. Brandon, welcome back.
What's up, guys?
And we are going to say farewell to Kevin. Kevin, thank you so much for joining us. If you want to hang out and join us for post-game, you're welcome to. Otherwise, have a great night, and thank you so much.
Excellent. I am gonna watch the last one. I don't think you'll want to hear from me afterwards, but I will be watching. So good luck, guys.
Well, so after we call this last game, we're going to bring Zach Moore on, who's going to call out the best country awards and the top 7. So you're welcome to join for a little interview for him, although it might get a little bit crowded. But either way, if you're around, we'll get you on.
I'll see you the next time, guys. Take care.
All right, Kevin.
Kevin. All right, and we will welcome back to the stream David Hood. David, welcome back.
Hey, glad to be back in this night of the living Germans. EG, FG, EG, complete Western domination. We'll see what happens in Game 5.
Feels like the day you wanted to draw Germany, doesn't it?
It really does. Yep.
So, Brandon, do you have updated standings, or do we want to hold off on that?
I have updated them, but I think we should keep that to ourselves until we've called out this last game.
I agree. It is going to be so close with Ed in 8th. I have no idea if that's enough to move him in, and then we've got another game to play, so we'll watch and see. Okay, so I think at this point, let's see. Bringing up, yep, we're going to say goodbye to Chris as well. Chris, thank you so much. If you would like, we can see you later. If not, have a great evening.
Okay.
Good night, Chris.
All right.
And,
go ahead, Brandon.
Before you call maybe we should do the board call, and then we have a little surprise for our audience.
All right. I like surprises. So first up, let's bring up our board call. For VDL 37, the final game of the inaugural Virtual Diplomacy League season. After 37 games, it all comes down to this. In Austria, we have Ivan Chesnikov. In Austria, we have Pace Rodell. France, we have Chris Kelly. Germany, we have Ben Kelman. Italy, Siobhan Nolan, DBN's own. Russia, we have Craig Mayer. And Turkey, we have Liam Stokes. Lots of familiar names on this board. Brandon, what stands out to you?
All right. Well, coming into today, Ben was in 12th place. Chris Kelly, who is a name we haven't talked about so far today, actually came in 17th place. So he's very much in contention for the top board. Let's see. Craig Mayer came in 30th place, played an earlier game, and that moved him up to 23rd. So he's at 53. He's about 50 points behind. He needs a big score coming out of this. Chris Kelly definitely needs a board top. But the other name here to watch is Liam Stokes, who is came in 9th place. We calculated that he was in 5th place coming into this last game. So he's looking to solidify his spot. And Ben Kelman was in 12th, now sitting in 10th place, looking hard for a spot. So, you got some people here who need results. And then we have the dark horse, the stalking horse, the one and only Siobhan Nolan, who we should say has given out a lot of a certain kind of emotion to players over the course of this season. And so now is everyone's opportunity to give a little bit of that back.
David, what are you looking forward to on this board?
I'm looking forward to Siobhan making every single move perfectly, which I'm sure she will. And I'm looking forward to being able to say that out loud. I'm also looking forward to seeing, some play from the people who are not in contention for the board. Ivan and Pace, why not take a shot? I mean, why not you? It doesn't have to be somebody that's in contention for the top board. Those people could cancel each other out. You could benefit from that. So I'm hoping maybe we see some of that kind of action.
And there are best country awards available, so even the players who can't make the top board still do have something to play for.
It'd be fun to see. It's fun to see Chris back playing in the VDL, though. I can't wait to watch this one.
Yeah.
All right, Brandon, we've got something going on.
We do. We have a little box. I'm going to wheel it out right now and open the lid. Because this is such a special occasion, Siobhan leaving the commentator's booth and popping onto a board and giving everyone the opportunity to give their own comments. We thought we would take one of the recipients of quite a large amount of love from Siobhan and bring that person onto the stream to be a Siobhan-specific analyst for this game. So please, everyone, welcome to the stream, Mr. John Jameson.
Good evening, everybody.
Welcome, John. I am really excited about this. So, Brandon, what we're going to do is we're going to divide up our commentary as normal, and then John will be our Siobhan analyst. So,
I think I speak for most of the viewership of the DBN, saying, "What in the bloody hell just happened?"
All right.
Well, David, what happened was Jason Nussbaum wasn't on the script. That's pretty much what happened.
Fair enough.
All right. John, why don't you introduce yourself, and then we will get right into the game.
I'm the worst diplomacy player in the world. I am. There's another thing.
John, your audio is pretty soft. Can you speak a little closer to the mic?
So I've got it here. Yeah, I'm the diplomacy entertainment legend. I'm also, as I say, the worst player in the world.
All right. Well, with that, we will get right to it. And Brandon, why don't you lead us off in spring of 1901?
All right. Let's see. Oops. Sorry, I think that was me by accident. All right. What jumps out here? Looking over in the east, we got Craig Mayer with a very successful anti-Turkish opening. Liam Stokes has moved to Armenia, but also moved the fleet in Ankara to Constantinople. This could all be, as we have seen in the Weasels, this could all be a preamble to a very friendly Russia-Turkey alliance, but certainly it looks like shenanigans. Craig Mayer may have been expecting Galicia to be DMZ'd. If so, he is sorely mistaken. Ivan Chesnikov opts for one of the more unusual Austrian openings, which includes Budapest going to Romania, not to Serbia. And this is usually something that Austria has come to regret. And a big question, I think, for Ivan is going to be what Turkey does here. Does Turkey get incensed by Russia's opening, or does Turkey try to help out? Elsewhere on the board, we've got, I'm going to ignore those green pieces for now and head on over to the west, where we have yet another very copacetic Western Tripoli looking opening. That's all I'm going to say about that.
David, what stands out to you?
Just one quick thing. The English army moving to Edinburgh is one reason why he just said Western Tripoli looking, because it looks like you're basically leaving yourself the ability to do whatever you want to do with that army. And you're not worried about defending, from a French fleet. But that's really the only other comment I would make.
All right. And John, the long-awaited moment has arrived.
I think Siobhan whispered the word Lepanto in Ivan's ear and probably encouraged him to do this, because this is just not good for Austria at all. Moving to the Ionian, bouncing him out of Greece, just sitting in Trieste, it's just not good for Austria. Bad things are going to happen to Austria, and good things are going to happen to Italy in this game. She hasn't done anything wrong yet.
There's still time.
Yes.
Fall of 1901, Brandon.
All right, fall of 1901. Oh wow, hard not to look at that red arrow in the west right here. Chris Kelly. So he's a player that's really familiar to you and me, Brian, from the Windy City Weasels. Longtime Windy City Weasel, really good player. A very methodical and consistent player. He's often good for a misorder once in a while, and you have to assume this is one of those. Hard to see a reason not to go to Spain here, unless he didn't want to get 3 builds, figured he was going to get Belgium. But, even if that's the case, you'd think you could find a much better thing to do with Mid-Atlantic than misorder to Marseille. Either go to Western Med or back to English Channel, the Irish Sea. Think of a lot of things. Those green units do something really exciting. We may have to start off with a Siobhan analysis, I have to say. in future. But I will talk about the rest of the East, where the red pieces really don't have a good time here. There is a lucky retreat to Serbia, which is interesting because I don't know how necessary that was. You could have argued for Bulgaria going to Serbia here, Constantinople falling to Bulgaria to try to pop the unit. But in any case, it sure looks like a Russia, Turkey, Italy alliance against Austria here. But you're going to have to. I'm be interested to hear what John has to say about the wisdom of this strategy from the green pieces, given that we now have a Turkish fleet in the Aegean Sea, and presumably another one on the way.
Well, playing Italy, I never like to attack Austria because it's just at some point Russia just takes them off Italy. But I think again that Aegean move was a bit strange because she could have bounced them then. So there's that. But you can't argue with Trieste Pod just for entertainment value. It's got something. So that's a +1 for Siobhan at the moment.
All right, you like it so far, John. We are going to need you to speak up, though. We are having trouble hearing you. You might check your settings, by the way, in StreamYard to make sure that the microphone that you are connected to is the one that StreamYard is using.
David,
I'm not sure I've ever seen 1901 where the Italians took 2 Austrian home centers. I'm just not sure I've ever seen that before. That's saying something because I've seen a lot of crap, but that's amazing to me. I would say one thing about Chris Kelly's move. That fleet may not really be a misorder. That may just be I want to stay in mid-Atlantic so that I can go attack the English in 02, but I wanted to have a good explanation for why I'm still sitting in the mid-Atlantic. We'll see what he builds. That's going to be the important thing is what he builds here.
But how does that conversation go, right? I was clicking on, what are you clicking on that's anywhere close to Marseille?
Spain.
Yeah. All right. So pushing ahead, winter of 1901, we've got Fleet. Fleet London, Fleet Brest, Army Paris, Army Venice, Fleet Naples, Fleet Kiel, Army Munich, Fleet Smyrna. We got a disband in Albania and 2 fleets from Russia, Moscow, St. Pete. David, we'll let you start. What stands out to you with these adjustments?
Fleet Brest, because that's coupled with the fleet that he just happens to have in the Mid-Atlantic means you can now move 2 fleets against the English, and that's what I expect to see there. Otherwise, goodness, how many times are we going to see 2 Russian army builds in 01 in these games tonight? Answer, every time that I've been paying attention, that's what the builds have been. Very interesting. Again, wow, Ivan, hate this 01 for you, but kudos to the player who shall not be named by me, but shall be named by another.
All right, moving on to spring of 02. David, go ahead and take the lead here.
All right. Well, a lot of black arrows in the east. I'm not talking about the green ones. I'm talking about the purple ones and the yellow ones. And look at all that movement. Still basically RT action. Even the fleet to Black Sea is an RT move, really, because they're trying to get the army into Romania so that it can move, inland in the Balkans. So now let's look at the west. Instead of doing the two fleet attack, I was thinking that he actually supports the English Channel, bouncing the English, which is also fine because he's going to take Spain this year with the army. So that's why I didn't worry too much about taking all 3 of them the first year. I do note the Germans taking Sweden without a fight because the Russians are taking Norway without a fight. So that's an interesting switcheroo. Very much possibly arranged between Ben and Craig there. Austria is really just sort of losing. I guess there's nothing much I can say about that.
I have to say, I really like Ben Count. I got an echo. I'm going to shut up.
All right, John, why don't you talk to us about Siobhan's moves?
Yeah, Siobhan's move. Ivan's not going to be putting Siobhan on our Christmas list. That's just not going to happen. No, but again, it's just a good play from Siobhan. Yeah. Wait till she starts playing badly, then I'll jump back in. But I like what she's done. I think Russia did miss an opportunity by putting the fleet into Romania, because that would have given them more stuff. But now she's got the three Austrian centers. She's untouchable.
John, you're not worried about helping Italy this much as Italy? You don't think is there a possibility that Siobhan has sort of helped sow the seeds of her own destruction?
I don't, because either an RT forms and she gets run over, or she's part of an alliance with one of the two of them or both of them. In which case, this does not go badly for her. This is good stuff from Siobhan.
So, Brandon, one of the comments that I've said in the past is when Austria and Italy fight early, it's usually best for the juggernaut, for Russia and Turkey. In this case, there is enough tempo that Siobhan, I feel like, has a chance. If you have to choose between Siobhan's position in Italy or Liam, which one do you feel like has got a better chance here?
Can you pull up the current positions now?
Yep.
It's all diplomatic from here. It all depends on Craig. If you can get Craig on side as Siobhan, I love Siobhan's position. If you can get Craig on side as Liam, as long as Craig stays on side, it'll work. You need a chance to get that third fleet in the water, but Siobhan's got enough position that she could potentially hold them at bay. Her problem is where's she going to expand? She'll need all her units to hold them off. Real quick though, I just want to shout out to Ben Kelman. If he understood what all the moves were going to do there and was able to get the fleet into Denmark rather than to Baltic, really well done.
Yeah,
that's why I said I thought it was probably arranged so that they could move all that way.
But it wasn't guaranteed, right? He had to know that North was going to move, right? So just well done on Ben's part to make that work.
Yeah. And Brandon, anything else stands out to you for the O2 moves?
No, that's good. Let's go on to fall.
Cool. All right, fall of O2. David.
I was wondering if the Germans were going to commit this turn, and they do, going to the North Sea. Because when the Germans didn't do anything with Ruhr, I thought, I bet the Germans will get ready to potentially commit as between France and England and the EF war. Maybe they're going to go with France, and they do, which is interesting. In the South, it looks like Craig has not stuck with the RT. So that looks like really good news for the player to be named later. But otherwise, Austria's out of the game as we were expecting, and Germany has made his commitment. So we'll see how that goes.
All right.
Yeah, the word looks good for Siobhan. There is no RT forming, and she gets to pick which side, Russia or Turkey, that she wants to work with, which at this point is probably going to be Russia.
Yeah,
I would think so.
Brandon?
It's a stunningly good opening by Siobhan. I almost feel like we've just watched like 6 years of a John Anderson game compressed into 2.
It's impressive. All right, pushing on winter of 1902, we've got Fleet Brest for Chris Kelly. Siobhan builds Army Venice, Fleet Rome. Liam builds Fleet Smyrna. Craig builds Fleet Sev. And Ben builds in Austria. It builds in Austria. Builds in Kiel. Austria disbands. We say farewell to Ivan. Thank you for playing.
Thank you.
Brandon.
Can we all say that, Ivan, we have all been there. We have all gone. Anyone who's played for at least a few years has gone out as Austria in 2 years. So
yes.
Welcome to the club.
Absolutely. Brandon, anything stand out with these adjustments?
The Fleet Sevastopol is hard not to miss. It's interesting because it's not needed. He doesn't need it to take black, which is usually why you build that fleet. So I have to think that he's thinking further ahead on possibly getting 2 fleets through the Turkish home centers, which is extremely ambitious and potentially threatening to Siobhan. Siobhan's foresighted enough to recognize that as a potential problem.
Maybe he thought that the Turks might build Fleet Ankara.
Good point.
Spring of 1903. Brandon, lead us off.
All right. Well, the Bulgarian fleet does support Sevastopol into the Black Sea, and it makes it. Well done. But things look completely copacetic between Russia and Siobhan and Italy. Liam is clearly hoping that Craig will use him as a janissary. So that's a real nice bonus for Craig, and I think gives Craig a bit of a leg up potentially on the race. In the north, Craig's tactics don't work out as well as he wants them to, because while he advances the fleet, he gets a retreating English fleet into the Barents Sea, and will now have to play a little dipsy doodle to cover St. Petersburg while also covering Norway. The French units advance on the English home centers, while a couple Italian units start heading west. Why don't we have John, instead of, we'll call out the tactics. We'll have John give the analysis of whether it's a good thing or not that Siobhan's doing. So Siobhan sends a couple units toward the west, and otherwise the German units sort of stay in place. Not clear what strategy Ben has here to moving forward. You'd think he's clearly helping Russia, but isn't fighting. It doesn't have any sort of pickup opportunities elsewhere, while Russia's also moving a couple of units towards him. So interesting set of problems here.
Well, the nice thing for Siobhan is that fleet in Budapest. It gives her entirely free to do, Bulgaria. It gives her all the freedom to do with Serbia what she wants. And now she's in Budapest. There's no way Craig can stab her at this point. It's just not going to happen. And wandering into Piedmont and Tyrrhenian Sea is just sending a message to Craig. Yes, I'm on your side. I'm helping you. We'll swap. She's just committing to this alliance with Russia full on. But again, and the Russian move to Bohemia is just a sign of the two of them are working together, and Budapest is just there to play policeman. She hasn't done anything wrong yet. I mean, I don't know what to say.
It's almost a little sad, isn't it, John?
Yeah. Okay, that was me.
Well, the only thing I'll say is the Wintergreen, the IR alliance, is already thinking ahead. Past the Turks, they're already thinking ahead. Piedmont, Tyrolia, Bohemia, Silesia. Which just goes to show you that you've got two good players that have some strategic sense here.
Yeah, this is the first time today, I believe, we've seen the East get a jump on the West and getting position to where I think the East will be across the line before the West. So that'll be interesting to see how that plays out. Liam is still behind the lines, but also in the box. So how they decide, are they going to go for Turkey or are they just going to keep Liam bottled up and take it later, will be another thing that I'll keep an eye on. The other thing that I'm interested in is Chris Kelly. How is he going to react? It looks to me like he should be able to force Liverpool, which will get him a much needed build. But what is he going to do if we've got these green dots moving west? So fall of 03, Brandon.
All right. So real quick, Siobhan does, decides to allow the Turk into the Ionian, which the Turk could only do while sacrificing Greece, which is probably Siobhan probably is willing to take that deal. Interested to hear John's take on it. Craig in Russia sticks with Siobhan. So I think Craig is clearly sort of picking his side and sticking with it. And there's some merit in that. Siobhan tries the unwanted support order to make sure that Marseille is covered, so there can be no fleet build, and didn't need the support order, but got away with that. Still gets the home center occupied, so no fleet build there. Interesting little funny stuff around Norway. So Norway goes back to St. Petersburg to cover, and then Sweden goes to Norway and bounces Barents out. Interestingly, Sweden would have gotten in because it was supported by North had London not gone to North. So England and Germany both are trying to harm Russia, but they're managing to cancel each other out perfectly so that Craig stays even up there. Doesn't pick up Edinburgh because Pace bounces him out there, but Pace is bleeding a slow death at this point. Yeah, that's it.
Yeah, the only thing I'd say, Ben really hasn't had very many choices to make so far. And what little choices he did make, he decided to not make any choices in terms of his armies in Germany. I mean, as it turns out, he needed them for defense anyway, but it's interesting that basically there hasn't been very much movement.
Well, his only possible route for growth was through France rather, but France is his only ally. So yeah, I think he's really been stuck.
Yeah, he really hasn't had very many choices to make.
No. But working out a deal with England might have made sense. If he thought he could break up the Russia, or if he needed to fight Russia, then he needed to get England on side.
Well, it may still be fine for Chris to be his ally, and he gets centers that way. It takes London or whatever. We'll see.
John, talk to us about Siobhan.
Oh, I muted him because he had background noise. Let me.
There we go, John.
Yeah. Again, that walk into Greece is just huge, and then moving to Tunis to get a build, and then retreating back to as if Turkey's going to hold the Ionian. It's just cute. This is just because Siobhan now has the option to go west or east depending on which he's feeling about the world.
This is like the biggest stab of all. Is that we get all excited for to bring someone on to make fun of Siobhan, and she just is running the board right now.
It's hard to get to 9 centers as Italy in 03. That is a hard assignment, and way to
is
go,
it?
Nolan.
Is it so hard?
She's made it look easy. Yeah.
Yeah, this is almost Chris Bratton style play.
So she's on pace to solo by 1906. Is that
right? Pretty much.
So I can say from personal experience, it can be tricky here. It's easy to peter out if you don't play it right. So we'll see how she does here.
We can but hope.
Yes. All right. Winter of 1903. Pace disbands the fleet in London. We've got Chris building a fleet in Brest. Siobhan builds Army Venice, fleet Rome. Liam disbands the fleet in East Med. And that looks like all of the adjustments. David, anything stand out to you here?
Not particularly.
All right. Lead us off in spring of 1904.
All right. Well, the French are going to come back and deal with the Italians, which is probably the right answer. Although it is going to mean that there's not going to be as much coordination on killing the English, I guess, because he can't afford to use any of his fleets to do that. Fleet Brest holds puzzles me, honestly. Maybe there's a reason for that, but I can't figure out what it would be right this second. You'd send one of those fleets to the English Channel, maybe, then have some movement on London, give the Germans London, something. So that puzzles me a little bit. In the north, it looks like the Germans have gotten into Norway with support, so good job, Ben, making some progress there. And then in the east, progress now being made. Look what's going great. Is Greece being convoyed to Smyrna? Am I saying it correctly?
Yes.
So that's the epitome of progress. Could I please take your – yes, in fact, could I convoy there for you? Yes, you can. And that's how that conversation went, apparently. So Liam, I think if he's going to be a janissary, he only needs one center to be an actual functioning janissary. So maybe that's the theory, is that his fleet that's now in the Tyrrhenian Sea is going to be another Italian fleet.
I had to cover my mouth until you got the convo. Got this echo. Oh, there it went away. Someday I'll figure out what that is. Yeah, no, this is like, good God, John.
Yeah, that convoy to Smyrna is just peak Siobhan. That is, so it's just Turkey's giving up the ghost and he's giving it to the nice people.
I mean, it feels like Liam made a bid to Janissary for Craig, and Craig turned it down. And so Liam said, "I'm still willing to be a Janissary. Anyone?" And Siobhan just said, "Hi."
Because at this point, Smyrna could move to Armenia, whatever. There's a number of options here, none of which are good for Craig.
I mean, I assume that Smyrna is going to be either supporting Aegean to Khan here or Ankh to Khan. Yeah.
I'm not convinced of that. My guess is that she is not going to attack Craig. That'd be my guess.
She did move all of her armies to the.
I think either Liam is not going to get his Janissary contract, or they're going to leave Ankara as Turkish and leave the fleet Tyrrhenian Sea as the last Turkish unit. And they're just going to make a deal to do that. That would be my guess. Yeah. I'm not sure I would. I don't think you need the Janissary. You got enough fleets without it. So my guess is his contract gets turned down, but I guess we'll find out.
Is there a way to convoy Smyrna to North Africa from here?
The only person who would do that is the one who just brought it up. And that's why they're not playing in this game.
Okay.
Oh, this is fun. All right, fall of 04, Mr. Hood.
Fall of 04. Well, actually,
what just happened?
Ankara goes to Khan with support of Aegean. Well, that's just the Turks not wanting to go down without a fight. That's okay. I mean, he's not fighting the Siobhan. He's fighting Craig.
Yeah, but why is Smyrna going to Ankara? Why isn't it supporting Black into Ankara?
Yeah, maybe that was a miscue of some kind, because you've also got, I mean, it's not like the Italians moved anywhere against the Russians. I mean, they're still moving all their units as far away from them as they can. So it's hard to imagine that wasn't anything other than some kind of miscue, or maybe there was a deal that Liam backed out of or something. At any rate, let's look at the West. You basically just have the fight over Munich, so there's nothing much to say there. The English actually got St. Pete, supported in by the Germans. Why not? I mean,
and Germany got Norway.
Yes,
and had the foresight to clear Kiel for the build. Well done, Ben.
Indeed, yeah. Ben's a good player. Chris actually leaves Liverpool, so he's obviously got a deal with the English himself to just leave and go south. At least that's what it looks like to me. Otherwise, I'm not sure why you would do that. So there must be a deal in the works. Maybe to use the English against the Russians, maybe, and leave him alone in order to do that. Probably a good deal.
I like it.
So this looks to me like a turn where Siobhan's voodoo failed her, actually. There's a lot of defensive, so all the moves around the Italian peninsula are defensive to prevent Liam from taking a dot, when it seemed fairly clear that Liam was on board for janissarying. This is a moment where Siobhan, could have really put the foot on the accelerator here. And also the self bounce in NAF is I think similar to that. She wanted to make sure that Tunis was still occupied.
Liam is a chaos agent. I think I've said this before. He likes to do unexpected things. So maybe Siobhan knows that and just didn't know what to expect.
And how big is the build for Germany here? Like, because we've got the wintergreen is on the line. They've got Prussia. They could tap Berlin. Munich is vulnerable, and now it's not going to be. If that had not happened, they'd be in a different position, I think. Winter of 1904, we see Fleet Kiel, Army London. We've got Craig disbanding Army Moscow and Galicia. And we've got Liam disbanding Aegean. Brandon, anything stand out to you here?
Yeah, Turkey disbanding Aegean is big for Siobhan. She puts down a fleet here, a little bit surprising. She probably didn't have a lot of confidence that that fleet was coming off the board. I think now she probably would rather have put down Army Venice here. It's kind of a question. Siobhan's, I think, still in control of this board, and this. Well, Craig dropped the armies, but kept the two fleets in around black. That's really interesting. That's really
to finish off the Turks, I'm assuming.
Yeah, but Moscow, he's not worried about defending Moscow here, and he's got the Norwegian fleet as well. In any case, Craig is not. These disbands are not aggressive towards Siobhan.
No.
So it's kind of a question of what Siobhan wants from this. I think she can get to, if she turns on Craig, she gets to 15 easily, 17 most likely, but not 18. So to me, the question here is, what does Siobhan want? The German fleet build is really interesting as well, actually. Oh, geez, that makes... does that make Munich vulnerable? No.
No, I don't think so.
No, it doesn't.
So, Brandon, lead us off spring of 1905.
All right. Well, the Turk is doing fun stuff, giving Ankara to the Russian while also playing nice with the fleets in the west, getting all the fleets in position. But I do believe, Chris has 6 units without Burgundy, which should be enough to stalemate, and then Burgundy can help make Munich stalemated. This game feels like it's going fairly quickly to a stalemate resolution point. Not sure what Fleet Norwegian Holding is doing. Getting the army over into Norway is certainly in concert with Ben. They're probably trying to get the army over to St. Petersburg to threaten Russia from the north. So this board doesn't feel like it's heading towards instability. It feels like it's headed towards a fairly peaceful draw. The question is whether Turkey survives. England looks like they're definitely going to survive, and how big Siobhan gets. Sort of a disappointingly uninteresting game, given how interesting the opening was.
Yeah, and Siobhan,
I dissent. This is interesting in Siobhan's giganticness. So that's interesting just in and of it, just because of that. And for one thing, I'm just glad we're seeing a game that doesn't look exactly like the last 4.
Fair.
Yeah.
But she did miss the opportunity to convoy to North Africa. I mean, it's there. Take it.
I will say, and this maybe I'm telling on myself here, I often miss the opportunity to convoy to North Africa. So it's not just Siobhan that misses it. I often miss that when I play a game of diplomacy, John.
That's fair. That's fair.
All right, fall of 1905, Brandon.
All right. Some interesting and slightly bizarre things. Let's see. We've got Turkey being supported by Siobhan into Ankara, and that will enable him to stay at 1, loses the fleet in the west, and Craig is going to get one off of there. Interestingly, Craig pulls the army back to Galicia, which suggests that there might be some interesting funny business. Also gets supported into a German center by Germany, while Germany takes London. So England's going to go down 1 here. Going to end up at 2. Germany's going to stay even. If this is a play by Ben to give Craig the resources with which to stab Siobhan, it is genius.
Yes.
It is masterful. And for somebody sitting on the cusp of the top board, it is exactly the sort of board shaking play that you have to make. So it looks like the one thing that confuses me about that, if that's Craig's plan, is why he would disband Ankara. Only thing I can think is that he wants to replace it with armies. So this would enable Craig, I believe, to put down 3 units, which can all be armies. I don't know. I might want to have that fleet. I'm not sure.
Brandon, this is your chance to take back what you said about this being an uninteresting game. Take it back.
I grab
Take
it
it back.
I rip it into pieces and I throw it away because thank you, Ben and Craig. You just gave us stuff to look at.
Yep.
John, do you have anything to add? How's Siobhan looking here?
Oh, John, you're going to have to unmute yourself. It looks like you pressed the mute button.
Does he have to, though? I mean...
I might even give you your car back.
Okay, crap. I knew that was going to come up.
I think her position is really good with that Galicia. Did we say Russia's getting 3 army builds? It's just not looking good.
Yeah,
just not looking good. But it was nice of her to push those 2 Russian fleets to the east.
Yeah,
that was good.
Craig, yeehaw is right. I love this. This is one of my favorite things that I have seen all day, and we have seen some fantastic things. If this is going the direction that I think it will, Ben and Craig, congratulations. Let's see how this plays, because this game is exciting now.
Yeah, and I'm sorry, let me not shortchange Craig Mayer here, because Craig is sitting at 23rd in the standings, very much in play for the top board. These are 2 players who recognize that they're actually in competition with each other, but can gain more by working together than by continuing to fight. So well done. This is exactly what this game of diplomacy was built for, especially in tournament play.
Winter of 1905, we do see all 3 Russian armies. The Russians are coming, and that looks like the only adjustments. So we'll just push right ahead. David Hood, talk to us about spring of 1906.
Wait, the Russians are going into the Balkans? I didn't foresee that. But look, no, the Russians also go into St. Pete with support, which is interesting, even though they're losing their fleet up there. I guess that's because the fleet is disbanding and didn't retreat to Norwegian. In a spring turn, I'm not sure about that, regardless of what one's strategy is, unless you've made a deal that you're going to get out of that. Maybe that was the deal. Hey, Ben, we're going to do all this, and I'm going to kill my fleet so that you don't have to worry about me anymore, and I'm just going to be a southern person with no northern fleets. Maybe that's – and by the way, if you're just a southern person, you're probably awesome. Just throwing it. But it looks like in the west, stasis. Interestingly, Siobhan doesn't sort of pell-mell retreat back east thinking that she's getting ready to get hit. Or maybe she just thinks this is entirely fair and she's going to try to cut some kind of deal with Craig on how many centers he takes. Maybe that's the diplomatic situation. Because if you just pell-mell run back to the east, then, Chris Kelly could have potentially taken advantage. In this particular case, he was not. He was being static. But if he had expected Siobhan to move back to east to counter, then he could have possibly taken advantage of that. So that was actually good moves on both of them's part to foresee what happened there.
Brandon,
Go ahead, Jen.
What did Bohemia do?
It looks like it supported Galicia to Silesia.
Right.
Which did not happen.
No shit, Sherlock.
Although, look at the Khan order. Didn't Khan order Smyrna to Ankara?
Yep.
So that's an argument for maybe there is some kind of talking going on here that Craig might believe in.
Gosh, it would be hard not to go to Aegean there, wouldn't it? As Russia getting a fleet into the Aegean.
Well, he still can later.
Fall of 1906, David.
Well, Craig decided I'm taking 2 off of Siobhan. And Siobhan's still pretty much just sort of facing the west. And maybe that's the right answer. Maybe she realizes that she's sort of lost position here fleet-wise. She's just going to stay over there and try to be useful to Craig and not let the French in and try to make a deal. I mean, maybe that's the theory. But in the north, you can see all the movement from the Germans just getting in position to go after the north at this point. Probably not exactly what Craig was hoping. Craig was hoping the Germans would go hit the French, maybe. Although, again, you wonder about that because then that would take pressure off of Siobhan. So there's a lot of moving parts here. Ben is certainly doing a lot of movement here, and that's awesome to see.
Boy, this is complicated.
Yes, I agree.
I think we have some sort of general echo thing going with StreamYard today. Ben going directly for St. Pete now rather than finishing off England and taking Edinburgh. Not sure I love that, actually.
No.
Might want to let Craig get a little bit, bigger, a little too big for his britches kind of thing, and then push him down.
Or for that matter, go and clean up England and then attack the French. And let Craig and Siobhan keep fighting.
Potentially, yeah.
Maybe.
Let's take a quick pause here. We're going to reset a little bit. Liam is currently, or at least going into the day, was in 9th place. And I think he had moved up to 5th place at the start of this game, somewhere around there. Does not look like he's going to be improving his score here. Ben Kelman is probably going to, or looks to be in position to potentially improve on his score. I don't know if it'll be enough. It'll be interesting to see, but there is definitely some room here. Chris Kelly would need a good score. That is looking increasingly difficult, but there's still play. Craig would need a really, really large score, and there's potential there as well. So all of the players who are in contention still have some opportunities. David, if I asked you, who do you feel like has the best odds of topping this board, who would you pick?
I'm literally, this is a good question. I think I'm going to say Craig, but that's a totally unsatisfying answer because he could end up just really getting crunched here. I say Craig because maybe he can still get some benefit out of this and cut some kind of deal with Siobhan. I don't know. I mean, actually, I'm gonna say I still like Siobhan's position. I mean, if she makes some kind of deal, Ben's position is fine. I just don't see. Once you get past St. Petersburg, I mean, Craig's smart enough where he's going to pull back. Now that Germany's come, he's going to pull back, and that's what I mean about Craig and Siobhan are surely going to make peace at this point. It's going to end up being sort of a big slugfest, and who wins that? I mean, I'm gonna go with Craig.
But this is really hard. Craig's about to put down 3 units, I think, if I count correctly. Because he must have had another one piffed. And then he picked up 2. Oh, right, he pulled the Norwegian.
That fleet, yeah.
Fleet in Norway, rather. So Craig's going to be tough to take anything off of. My question is what his growth potential is. Surprisingly, I mean, he can get Greece eventually, unless Siobhan pulls back, and she can protect that fairly easily. So I look at Ben's position, and St. Petersburg is guaranteed this year. Is it? No. Yes, it is guaranteed. In fact, it's guaranteed this turn. And then Edinburgh should be in the bag. And then I look over at Chris Kelly, and if he and Siobhan can work out a deal, Siobhan's going to be pulling a couple of units here. Maybe she pulls a couple fleets, and Chris Kelly could easily turn around and start fighting Germany and take some dots off of him very, very quickly. So I wouldn't count out, and then Siobhan could easily bounce back. Although I actually think Siobhan is a harder path, David, because Craig is going to have so many armies now. So I think her growth potential she's gonna need some time for Craig to get beaten down a little bit, and there just may not be enough time left in this game. So I don't know. I think Ben by an edge over Craig, but I wouldn't count out Chris Kelly.
John,
I think Siobhan is going to need the Supreme Court to get her out of this one.
I will sign that brief. I will sign that amicus brief myself.
All right, winter of 1906, we see Pace disbanding the army in Edi, keeping the army in Finland. Siobhan disbands 2 fleets, but she's disbanding Tunis and Tyrrhenian, keeping the forward fleets. Craig builds Army Warsaw, Army Moscow, Fleet Sev. Ben builds Army Berlin. Brandon, what stands out to you?
Pace keeping Army Finland stands out. What is Pace going to do? Pace can shift the balance between Russia and Germany. If Pace sides with Russia, then they can slow, I think, Ben down enough for Craig to consolidate his gains. And the fact that Siobhan pulled Tyrrhenian Sea and Tunis, the fleets closest to Greece and Smyrna, is monster for Craig. Craig can now get into the Aegean easily. He should just give up on Khan for the moment and get units forward, and then he tops the board without question. And a big score that will probably be big enough to get him on the top board, to be honest.
Spring of 1907. Brandon, lead us off.
All right, so Pace sides with Germany, who helps him pop St. Petersburg. Craig is working with Siobhan here to finish off the Turks, which is great. If Craig can get Siobhan to work with him, then again he's going to top this board. I don't think Germany would have a tough time pushing him back, especially with Chris Kelly slipping a little butter under his sneakers. There must be a Southern analogy for how to use butter to ruin someone's plans. I'm going to leave that to David. Actually, I'll leave it to him right now because that's the whole turn.
You mean like buttering them up to roast them? Is that what you mean?
There it is.
Yep.
Sounds delicious.
Yep. Although going to the North Sea and not going to Belgium, what's going on with that exactly? And I know he's worried about the Italians, but I don't think the Italians are going to attack him there.
In the North Sea?
Yeah. When I'm talking about Army Burgundy and Army Marseille and all that stuff, I mean, why would you? I'm not sure what North Sea's intending. What's that? What is that for? Unless it's maybe he's going to take Edinburgh, maybe, or something like that. Maybe that's what that is.
Yeah, sure. So it's that's less interesting, less nefarious than my preferred option, that he has put butter on some implement that he's now spreading on somebody in order to roast them.
Yeah, I didn't get that graphic. I didn't get that graphic about it. I'm not sure why you need to go there at this time of night, but whatever.
It's late night DBN.
Okay, fair enough.
Well, I think there's jam in there for Siobhan. Unlucky with Vienna. She should have put something in Vienna and not just bounced and just left France to go on with it, because that's the big threat, that France gets big. That's the only thing that's going to stop Craig. Anyway, bye Turkey.
Don't y'all think Chris is playing this awfully passively?
Well, has been, but with that fleet in the North Sea, the question is what happens next. He can't really stab Germany yet, because Russia will then just walk away with this. But I think he's putting himself in position to make some noise. But again, as long as he and Siobhan are tying up all their units next to each other, then neither of them can really top this board.
I think he's going to take Edinburgh. I think that's the deal here. I think that's what the French fleet's for.
Yeah, but then what?
Yeah. Then is he building Fleet Brest? Army Paris? What's the build here?
I think you build Fleet Brest under the theory that, I'm still dealing with these Italian fleets. And then you decide if you want to do something screwy with it, like go to English Channel.
Well, there are some developments that are worth talking about.
Yeah, okay.
So
Chris, that's something you could do, Chris. You could do that.
Chris can convoy Ben's army into Edinburgh. And also, the Pace Rodel can move his army out of St. Petersburg in order for Ben to have it. So that's we are now actually counting dots. We now have people throwing poker chips around the table, and it's all a question of where they land. Craig has picked up 3 of those chips, which will extend his lead from 9-8 to now 12-10. And you just have to assume that this is all with Siobhan's consent at this point. Although, the move from NAF back to Tunis is interesting.
She did go Trieste to Vienna.
Yeah, but, yeah, she did. Yeah, I don't. Yeah,
poor Siobhan. This is just, she made one big mistake in this game. She trusted Craig.
Let that be a lesson for all of us.
Yeah, I think she screwed over Craig first, right? There was some moving in Turkey where she didn't really do something that helped him. She did. I think this is what she gets, maybe.
Maybe Craig is just the new Jason Nussbaum.
I will object to that on Craig's behalf.
All right, winter of 1907. We have been building a army in Kiel. We say farewell to Pace. By all accounts, it seems like this was a fun game for everyone, including Craig, which is surprising considering how the game ended out. So thank you for playing. Siobhan disbands Lyon and Piedmont.
Oh.
And Craig builds another army in Sèvres. David, what is this telling you?
That Siobhan is finally going to not defend against the French and realize, wait, I guess Craig's been the guy that's been taking my stuff and is not going to worry about Chris anymore. So that obviously frees Chris to decide what he's going to do next. I did not like that convoy to Edinburgh business. I just did not like it. What was the point of that? The only thing that does is harm France.
Yep.
I just don't get it. I understand they had some theory about the center count and all that, but I would have just said, no, I'm not doing that.
Yep. I agree.
All right. Spring of 1908. David, lead us off.
And he decided that with his flexibility, Chris would go north, which is probably the right answer at this point. Ben, on the other hand, is continuing to move east in terms of dealing with the Russians around Prussia and so forth. Siobhan has decided, I guess you've been taking my stuff. I need to maybe do something about that. So all of her moves are designed to be anti-Craig, I think.
Yeah, and France is moving against Germany. Suddenly, late in this game, it's gotten very interesting.
No. You admitted this game was interesting earlier. So
the roller coaster, we have now climbed back to the top of a hill, and we are now on the downslope again.
Whee!
I'm sure we can pick apart Craig's tactics here. It's I think he took taking Vienna from Budapest rather than Galicia was probably a mistake, but I don't. Now it's really just a tactical battle. You've got 2-on-2. Chris Kelly is suddenly in the hunt. The question is whether he's got enough, and I think he's got positional advantage over Ben. The question is there enough time, and can Craig hold off Siobhan long enough?
I think you're missing the big picture. It's all happening in the comments. Some of Siobhan's things are not appropriate for daylight television. Apparently, she doesn't really like Craig as a person.
She does so.
Thank you for translating that for television. Fall of 1908, Mr. Hood.
Well, there was an Italian army in Turkey, and then there wasn't. Italians did own Trieste, and then they didn't. But they did take Greece back. So there, as I think Brandon said, there's just some tactical battles here. Positionally, the Germans getting into Galicia is usually a pretty significant thing. It's just this is pretty late in the game for that to matter. Did the French do anything to the Germans when he went to Belgium and Burgundy? The answer, no.
Took Edinburgh, though.
Yeah, we took Edinburgh before. That's right. But I'm saying didn't try to push into Ruhr with support.
Right.
It's one of those things. Why would you follow up on? Why would you not follow up? You didn't go now to the English Channel either. You instead you supported yourself to Western Mid, which is a little bit of a lower, benefit move.
Yep.
Piedmont to Tyrolia. I'm not criticizing Chris here. I'm sure he has a good plan. I just was expecting him to go after the Germans here, and he really doesn't do that. I mean, taking Edinburgh in the spring is not. He didn't really do much of anything in the fall that made me think he was serious about that attack.
Yeah, this is. I agree with you. That's a big mistake to send units against Siobhan here. If you're to top this board, you need a blitz on Germany. You need to get as many dots as quickly as you can.
I mean, he's in Tyrolia, and that's a good thing because that puts him another unit on Munich. So that's cool. Yeah. I just wish he had a fleet in English Channel. That's what I was hoping.
Yeah.
All right.
I just wonder if Siobhan persuaded him to go to Tyrolia, because this turn they can force Munich. France. If she taps Silesia.
Yeah, but
she may not be as willing to do that now that he's in the Western Mid.
Yeah, and you want to have a fleet in the English Channel already, and you want to put an army down here in Paris or Marseille to follow up into Burgundy.
Yeah,
I agree.
All right, winner of 1908, we've got Fleet Brest, we've got Army Rome, Fleet Naples, Army Sèvres. And that looks like all of the adjustments. Brandon, what stands out to you here?
So Russia was getting a rebuild here, is that right? Because I know they went down. They went down one, so they must have had 2 units popped. Or they weren't playing short from last time, were they? Well, in any case,
they picked up Smyrna, lost Vienna. Maybe they were, yeah.
No, they definitely went down. Anyway, so no, it's Chris Kelly putting down Fleet Brest here. I think what he really needs is another army to follow up. There's just there's tactical problems here. Siobhan surprises a little bit by putting down Army Rome. You could have made an argument for Fleet Rome here. It'd be interesting to see if that Army Rome ever actually gets involved in anything. But otherwise, it's a tactical battle now here. I don't, it's a diplomatic soup. You've got 4 players left. It's not clear who's helping who, honestly.
It is a little bit of a mishmash. I think Craig still got the advantage though, because Ben's got to. Well, maybe not. Maybe there's no reason for him not to try to take Warsaw at this point.
Yeah, Brandon, who's your pick?
Oh God! So we've got Craig at 10, Ben at 9. I think actually Ben, just because Chris has not pushed forward as hard as he could have, but Ben's got holes to plug as well. I don't honestly, this could go anywhere. It's whoever's going to guess right tactically. Even Siobhan can make something out of this. Although I think Siobhan's got probably the lowest odds.
Don't you know Chris is kicking himself right now for convoying that German army into England? He's just pinning down all of his units. It's just terrible.
Spring of 1909, Brandon.
All right, so in Chris Kelly gets into North Sea, which wasn't guaranteed, and I think Ben Kelman's going to regret allowing that to happen. He does get into Edinburgh, but it's just going to be a trade for London, and Chris will have enough positional advantage to improve upon that in 1910, assuming 1910 happens. I guess the real action here is against Craig. Craig loses Warsaw, which could be guaranteed, and it was. Also loses Trieste, but gets into Smyrna and Greece, and manages to cover Bulgaria, although it looks like he went to the East Coast. Probably glad that didn't get in. I'd much rather be in the West Coast there. But yeah, I think he's gonna. Oh, and then we have a retreat. We have a common retreat. Trieste and Greece both retreat to Albania, so they are both popped. And honestly, that probably advantages Siobhan, I think. I'm gonna have to say that, yeah.
Which one of y'all wants to say that Bulgaria doesn't have a West Coast, or you want me to say it? Hey, Brandon, Bulgaria doesn't have a West Coast.
Did I say West Coast?
You did. The French. You're right that there's just a switcheroo with London and Edinburgh, but also they can take Holland in the fall turn.
Indeed.
So that's something.
John, could you explain this one? Did anyone else see the John Jameson facepalm? What are you thinking here?
No, it was just, Craig has been doing so well, and how he managed this to happen is just beyond me. I don't know. I imagine Siobhan's just in other people's heads.
Wait, everybody, wait. We have missed the most important thing here. The French have taken North Africa. I should have realized that from the beginning. It's not an army, but they have taken North Africa, and we should have led with that. Sorry, we buried the lead.
We all thought it. You said it. Kudos, David. Kudos.
Yep.
All right, fall of 09, Brandon.
All right. This just looks like Dipsy Doodle, and I think that Siobhan loses one, and I think Craig is even, picks up one off of Siobhan, but loses one to Germany. And elsewhere, we do not. Oi. Chris Kelly.
Chris, what did you do there, man?
Kelly, we need to have a discussion about tactics. Covering Liverpool was unimportant because Edinburgh couldn't only take one of Liverpool. The army in Edinburgh could only take one of Liverpool or Edinburgh, whereas you could have taken London and Holland,
Yes.
and also targeted. And you didn't even need Wales.
No. He almost on purpose did not take Holland. Almost on purpose.
Yeah,
Because English Channel didn't do anything. So even if you wanted to cover Liverpool, you just have the English Channel go to come on, Chris, you were a spectacular player. What the bloody hell?
And it's not like he was trying to prop Germany up because he took
tried to take Munich. He tried to take Munich.
So no, Chris, this doesn't make any sense. All right, Chris, you were tired, and
that's probably what it is.
Okay.
I have never made any mistakes, so it's hard for me to understand people that do. Is the problem I have.
But that's the sort of thing you would never see Siobhan doing. It just wouldn't happen. She's just that good.
So Ben Kelman ends up +1 here. Well done, Ben. This is good luck seeing if you can hold on to it next year. But he's got a shot now. Didn't have a shot before.
Only because of Chris's miscue.
Yep.
But a dot's a dot. Winter of 1909. We see Ben building an army in Kiel and Craig building an army in Sèvres. Those are the only adjustments. Going into spring of 1910, Ben is at 10. Craig is at 10. This is likely the last year Chris Kelly has an outside shot if Craig and Ben are taking dots off each other. This is going to come down to the wire from a standings standpoint. A win by Ben will almost certainly ensure he's in the top 7. Craig will need a pretty good score. It's possible that he got it. If they split, it's going to be close. So keep an eye on it. And that's where we end. Brandon, why don't we start with you? Is this the right result?
Honestly, yeah, because this game was from an alliance structure standpoint a real mishmash, and I do feel, as entertaining as it was, there were missed opportunities, not just tactically but diplomatically. Chris and Siobhan took way too long to get on the same page. Tactically, there were lots of missed opportunities. I think Craig in particular is going to, if he reviews this game, will find lots of chances where he could have positioned himself better and controlled more dots in the East. But it was fun, man. This was an entertaining game to watch, and the turnabout that Ben and Craig engineered to change the dynamic of this game was the play of the day for me. It'd be nicer if one of them had parlayed it into a huge board top and guaranteed themselves a spot on the top board, but it's still a great play. And they both took losing positions and turned them into potentially winning positions that at least got them both shares of the board top and potentially got, one or both of them on the top board. We'll see.
Yeah, I want to point out Ben's play in particular I thought was really good. Really didn't have any good choices to make early in the game and made some really good choices later in the game when he had the ability to do so. And I don't know that Ben made any major tactical mistakes that we pointed out, whereas the others all made some. And I think Chris made the critical one. If the time ran out here, that's one thing. But if they had another year to go, this was Chris's game to lose, and he just miscued it. It probably if the time ran out here, he didn't have time probably to get a board top on his own. At least the way he played it up to then, as you said, Brandon, he and Siobhan could have and should have disengaged earlier than they did.
John, tell us about this board.
Well, there was a few green dots, and then there was more green dots, and there was fewer green dots, and I love Siobhan. Despite what the comments say about me, which she said unhappy things about me.
Penetrating analysis, John James.
That is the quality content that we brought John Jameson on stream for. Thank you for joining us today.
John definitely did his job, and thank you, John.
I want to echo David's both synopsis of John's contribution, but also of Ben's play here. I think Ben, more than anyone else on this board, maximized his result. And took what was really a stuck position and turned it into 30 points. So, yeah, I agree with that.
Yeah, a lot of times we've called out strong tactical plays. We've called out what appears to be strong diplomatic plays. This was the strongest strategic play that I have seen, definitely today, and I would say probably one of the strongest of the entire season of the games that we've covered. Really, really smart play by Ben and Craig. Love to see that flip, and really, really made what could have been a boring game and was stagnating into something very dynamic and entertaining for all of us.
Yeah,
good stuff.
Can I just quickly say that to agree with that, there was that point where Ben just switched very, very slightly, which gave Craig the room to go against Siobhan. If he hadn't done that, this would have been a draw. But it was that tiny little change he made that gave Russia the opportunity.
Absolutely. All right. Well, I think that pretty much wraps up our games for tonight. John, thank you so much for joining us. We will bid you farewell and hope to see you on a board soon.
You guys have a safe night, and everybody stay safe.
Same to you, John.
And Brandon, up next, are we going to look at? Are we going to try and invite Zach on?
Somebody forgot to send him a link, and somebody just took care of that, and that somebody will remain nameless. And here he is. Let's welcome to the stream, Mr. Zachary Moore.
Zach, welcome.
Yes, sir.
So, Zach, this is the last game of the Virtual Diplomacy League, the inaugural season. You had 37 boards, very successful. Talk to us. How do you feel about this season? How did it go?
I feel ecstatic. It went a lot better than I would have expected. I think if you had told me when we started doing this in May that we would have gotten 20 boards, I would have been excited. If you told me we would have gotten 60 people, I would have been excited. And we got 37 boards and would have been almost 100 people. So I think it surpassed all of my expectations. It was great quality play, and I think people got more and more invested in it as the year went along, which I found really fun to watch.
Great job as commissioner, by the way, Zach. This was a great idea, and you really pulled it off well.
Yeah, and Zach,
I appreciate that. I appreciate that.
I think one of the biggest contributions that I've seen to the hobby as a whole is that we were able to find a way to unify hobbies. We have a face-to-face hobby. We had a primarily online hobby. The two did not interact very well, and we found a way to bring those together in the midst of a pandemic. And your leadership to make that happen has been tremendous. So thank you. Right.
Thank you. I also want to thank the GMs, by the way, who have made some of these games possible, especially the rounds 1 and 2, the overnight round that we do, and the morning round every month. Those are rounds that I can't be at my office for, and so Marcus Zylstra has been staying up or getting up early in the UK and GMing those. Hunter Catcher has been GMing a ton of these. Tommy Anderson hasn't slept in 6 months, and then he slept through a round today. But I appreciate him GMing all season long. Peter McNamara did a couple. George Zhang popped in from the Georgetown College hobby. He GM'd around, and Dave Maletsky also did around. So I want to thank all of them because without the GMs, this is a much smaller operation. And they deserve a lot of credit for helping out.
Awesome. Well, Zach, I think we are going to go through some results and awards, correct?
I think we are.
All right, but I'm still working on. I have the top 7, but I don't have the best countries. You guys want to do the top 7 while I? All right, and also the fact that one game didn't get shut down properly is messing up the stats a little bit. But I'm going to send you a screenshot of the spreadsheet. So hang on one second. I'm going to send it to Zach, and we'll let him do the unveiling. And Zach, I'll send you the top. I'll just send you the top 14. You can do it as you wish. And you know what? I'll include their place at the start of today. How about that? All right, so jabber for another minute, and I'll send this to you, okay?
Well, while he's doing all that, Zachary, I'm assuming that there's going to be a season 2 of the Virtual Diplomacy League. Am I right or am I right?
You are, as usual, David Hood. You are right. Season 2 is coming. It's going to start in March 2021. So next month, January, we will have our championship game. Date to be determined. Got to talk to the players whose names I'm about to read. February, we rest our weary eyes, and we watch the DBNI Invitational. So we're not really resting our weary eyes, but we're enjoying that tournament. So we won't have a VDL game. And then March, we started on back again, and John Anderson starts topping every board in 2021.
Well, I mean, maybe. I think John's getting better. One of these days, he's really going to have arrived as a good player. I have a lot of faith in him. I really do.
So, Zach, if there's one thing that you took away from this season, like a lesson learned or just something that you're particularly pleased with, what would that be?
One lesson I took away from this season. Wow. I would say you never know. There's nothing more stressful than the night before a game. You have a list of 30 people that are going to play, and 10 people will sign up within 3 hours of the game. And so if we don't know what's going to happen, whether we're the streamers or the commissioner or the players, you got to expect the unexpected with the VDL. You don't know who you're going to see on Saturday. It starts raining players on Saturday at about 6 a.m. They just start falling out of the sky onto the Discord app. And so you got to be ready. You got to be nimble for whoever the universe is going to throw at you.
Zach, speaking of nimble and throwing things, do we have results?
Results? We do have results.
All right.
Well, baby, here they are. This is the first time I'm seeing them.
All right. When you're bringing those up, I'm going to grab Chris, Brand, and Brandon, bring them back on so we can all enjoy this together. Or I'll just add Chris. Chris, how are you doing?
Good, thanks. How are you?
Good. Zach, I think that's enough suspense. Let's do it.
Okay. All right. I'm going to start the countdown from 10. How does that sound? And then we can suffer with the three people who just missed the cut. So in 10th place of the inaugural season of the Virtual Diplomacy League with 85.3 points, it is Eber Condrel. In 9th place of the inaugural season of the Virtual Diplomacy League with a total of 97.8 points, we have Jackson Roberts. It's just short. He made a push today. In 8th place, some might call this Mr. Irrelevant. Some might say the saddest position in all of diplomacy. Some might call this the Brian Pravel of the Year award. 8th place goes to Ben Kelman with 98.5 points. He played 2 rounds today, played 2 good rounds today, and he fell 2.2 points short of the final board. Devastating. I know I was talking to him during the final round, and I saw him doing the math in his head, and to pull up just short. I hate to see it. And who he fell short of is the 7th place finisher and top board participant with 100.7 points, Liam Stokes in 7th place. And in 6th place with 101.4 points, Diplomacy's, the VDL Father of the Year, Dave Roberts. In 5th place with 112.2 points, Ed Sullivan, with a big performance today, jumps from, I think it was 13th to 5th. Great job, Ed. In 4th place, and I cannot believe I'm saying this, if you had told me when I woke up this morning that this person would be in 4th place, I went back to bed. With 126.2 points, it's Tanya Gill. Tanya Gill, I guess you have to play to stay in the top 3. In 3rd place with 129 points and a near solo, but not quite a solo, but maybe should have been a solo, but will be a solo next time. Karthik Kanith, 3rd place. Very well done. Excited to see him on the top board. In 2nd place with 132.5 points, one of my favorite players to watch, a guy who I hope to never get parked next to on a board because every time I look, he's huge and he's scary and he's out of control. It's Morgante Pell. Great season, consistent. He played a lot of great games this year. And number 1, the regular season victor and the first seed going into the championship game in January, 157.9 points. You can all say it with me. We all love singing his praises. It's John Anderson.
John Jameson. I mean, John Anderson.
Congratulations, John Anderson.
Way to go, John.
And congrats to the entire top 7. There are some fantastic names that we have all gotten the pleasure of watching all season. I feel like the cream did rise to the top, and I cannot wait to see this group of players play one final game in January.
It's going to be a great game for sure.
Oh, yeah.
Do you guys want to see best countries or save that for just post it online?
Yeah,
Zach,
are you going to do a wrap-up show or anything like that?
If we got best countries, I love a good best country.
Yeah, why don't I just announce them? Do you mind if I do that?
Go for it.
It's easier. It's going to be easier to do that than to send you. Okay, so the biggest score of the season was 71.9 points, and that was in Germany in VDL game number 7, and that goes to David Miller. The next highest score was also in Germany, which was scored today by Karthik Kanith, 62.5, but not as big as the biggest. The biggest Italy was the next highest score at 54.2, and that was in VDL 25. That goes to Liam Stokes. The next highest score was also 54.2, and that was scored in VDL number 5 by Ali Adib, and that was the best Turkey that there was this season. The next highest score was 53, and that was in England, the best England in VDL number 6. That goes to Christian Klein. So I'm sorry I didn't note that Ali Adib is a weasel. Christian Klein is also a weasel. The next highest score is also a best country. That was the best Austria. That was scored in VDL 21, a score of 50.4. And that goes to Alessandro Tavani. The next highest score was in England, so not the best of any country. The next highest score was the best Russia, and that was a score of 49 in VDL number 29 by Dave Roberts, who has played a bunch. Congratulations, Dave Roberts. And that is, so far we haven't gotten a France and that's it, correct? Let's see. Germany, Italy, Turkey, England, Austria, Russia, so France. So I have to go far down the list here to VDL 26, which is Peter McNamara's 47 is the best France. So we'll post those online for you guys. And none of the best countries were won today. That's a little bit sad.
But some fun games today anyway.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And it was close.
Yeah. Surprising that France had the lowest best country award, isn't it?
Yeah, I was thinking that. You think of France as generally being a good, strong country to play with good results, but apparently not in VDL.
That may be a reaction to France being seen as strong. I mean, that may be a correct reaction to that.
Well, Zach, anything you would like to add to close out the stream for the VDL?
I want to thank you all as well, the streamers. You all did fantastic. It was one of the my favorite parts of the month was watching you all do this. I can't wait to see what you cook up for the championship game. I hope everybody who's watching right now tunes in for the championship in January, but you'll have to stay tuned because I have no date to announce. We have to talk with the top 7 and form plans and schemes for when that game will be played. But thank you to the streamers. Thanks for everybody tuning in, and I will see you in January.
All right. Well, we will say farewell to Zach, and then we will close out the broadcast together. Chris, we'll start with you. Any closing thoughts on the night?
I think it was a great end to the season, basically. All those 4 games were great games. 5 games, sorry. All those 5 games were great games to watch. And very strong play by most of the players in them. I mean, a lot of fun. Really a great way to round out the season for VDL, I think.
David.
I'll just echo what Chris said about that. We saw a lot of interesting games today, even though they were had a lot of strong Germanys in it. There were other nights in which Germany was not strong. So I'm not suggesting that basically what I'm saying is VDL had a lot of variety of alliance structures, a lot of variety of play throughout the season, and it was a lot of fun to watch. Before we leave this, though, I do want to say Chris might want to say that he has a tournament coming up in January. On January the 30th, the Cascadia Open, and we're all looking forward to that here on DBM.
Yeah, that's right. It's still a little bit open at the moment, but next weekend I'll have it all sorted out. So next weekend is the VWDC, which both David and I are helping with running. So that's going to be a big tournament by the looks of it. Do you know what the registration numbers are, David? It's over 100.
Last time I checked, it was 123.
Right.
But we'll see how that goes.
Yeah, so I think that's going to be a great tournament. And then after that, I think the next one is Cascadia, which is going to be the 30th of January, which will be the last chance to get those, get yourself in the DBN Invitational.
So I'll just add real quickly that it's been awesome for VDL to be bringing so many people together. You know, we've seen a mixture of traditional in-person face-to-face players with people who mostly have played online, maybe hadn't even played face-to-face before, and who have only played face-to-face exclusively. It's been great to see the sort of, clash of cultures together, and then also to see the evolution of the culture throughout the course of the season. We've seen definite and identifiable metagame trends, different sorts of alliances. Galicia suddenly getting DMZ'd all the time. And that's just been really fascinating to watch, to see the evolution of diplomacy culture in real time. And looking forward to seeing how that continues next year, especially as the in-person face-to-face resumes, hopefully.
Yeah, and I'll just echo Brandon's thoughts. I feel like the VDL, we've seen rapid evolution and change. I think part of it's because there's so much accessibility. We can see every single game that's being played. We've got analysis available. Players are getting to learn each other's styles, and we've seen absolute changes to strategy that some of which has been common for years in the face-to-face hobby. Russia's opening north. We're seeing more action in the channel. We've seen the DMZs in Galicia. I think a recent trend is the cooperation between Turkey and Russia again. We've not seen that in a very long time, but now we're seeing more DMZs in the black. Like, it's fascinating to watch all of this happen, and happen so quickly. And the quality of play in the league has risen. And if we continue at this rate again next year, I mean, who knows where we're going to end up. It's so exciting as a fan of this game, somebody that's passionate, loves watching it. I just want to say thank you to all of the players, because we would not have this without you. And it's just been so much fun to watch. So thank you very much for playing. Thank you for this team, the DBN team, David, Chris, Brandon, and the whole team that we've had. It's been a cast of thousands, it seems like. We've had so many people rotating through, but that's what it takes. This is a long game, and the commitment and professionalism that we've had, thank you very much. It has been a blast, and I agree with Siobhan's comments in the chat. This has definitely been something to help get through COVID, and I love it so much. I can't wait to keep it up in a post-COVID world as well. So thank you all.
And Brian, thank you, because DBN wouldn't exist without you. So thank you.
Well, you're welcome. And it's been a team effort. Brandon, Zach, Marcus does not get his name shouted out enough. He has definitely contributed for some of the video. Great team. I cannot wait to see this top board. I can't wait for the Virtual World Diplomacy Classic this coming weekend. We're going to have, three broadcasts? Is that right?
We are going to have 3 broadcasts. It'll be a Friday night, Saturday afternoon, and then Sunday. We are projecting around 40 boards over the course of those 3 broadcasts, which is a gargantuan undertaking for us. We have struggled to find a way to cover boards in a shorter amount of time. We are going to do our best, everyone. We want to try to cover every board. We will not be able to devote 40 to 60 minutes per board for 40 of them, but we will. We're going to do our best. We're looking forward to it. By the way, I see some people calling for a broadcaster tournament in the broadcaster game in the comments, and that is something that we are planning for at some point in the future, is to have an all broadcaster game that you guys will get to give us some tastes of our own medicine.
All right. Well, Brandon and team, I think it's time to wrap it up for the night. We've been going 6.5 hours. Thank you all, and have a wonderful night.
Good night, everybody.